Naruto. Drifting. Crossing the margin. As soon as the massive doors at the end of the entrance chamber opened, a massive white cloud suddenly exploded forth from the darkness and flooded the entire area in fumes. The wall fell upon the genin closest to the entrance, startling many and causing numerous shouts of surprise to ring out as everyone's view of the second gate was blocked out. Moments later, as people started to wave away the screen of smoke, their eyes then fell upon a squad of 5 adults, all dressed in beige proctor uniforms designed specifically for the exams. When the white clouds cleared enough for everyone in the vicinity to see, every genin in the area, including the now recovering rookie 12 in the back, could see that all 5 of the jonin that had appeared out of the entrance were shinobi from each of the 5 great shinobi nations. The most notable of them was a man standing in the center, wearing a black trench coat over his proctor uniform, had a bandana wrapped around his head and scars across a stern face. "All right, you little bastards, eyes front," the tall man in the formation bellowed, causing all those closest to him to freeze up. Hands behind his back, the scarred official looked out across the sea of nervous humanity standing in his line of sight. Introductions. I am Ibiki Marino, your proctor for the first stage of the Chunin exams, and for all those who don't know me, your worst nightmare. Silence reigned over all individuals present. The hundreds of eyes scattered around the room looked towards the man in awe and shock. Those who weren't prone to reacting extremely, however, maintained their composure and glared back at the tall, brutish shinobi with barely a waver in their expressions. It was while he was sizing up to the crowds and taking count of all those present, Ibiki then noticed the results of the chaos in the room that had ensued prior to his arrival and scowled. He pointed across at the Iwagakure teams to his far left, the same ones that had been harassing the Kirigakure group. "Before we get started, you upstarts from the Hidden Stone Village, knock it off. Who told you that you could fight with the other contestants? Do you want to fail before we've even begun?" He then looked over at the Kiri team, where he saw Naruto standing amongst them staring back curiously, before glancing across at the troublemakers from IWA. "This is an event conducted under specific laws and guidelines, so I will have no quarreling between participants without authorization." The Iwagakure squad members who had moved to help their friend that had been sent flying across the room glared back at the man hatefully. "What gives you the right to tell us what to do, Konoha ninja?" The one to respond to that question was the IWA shinobi standing beside Ibiki, a very tall and brawny shinobi with a bulbous nose and a beard. He growled as he focused his attention on all the insubordinate genin. "Keep quiet. All those from IWA and every other village are to follow the instructions of their proctors no matter what village they are from. The rules that have been applied to past Chunin exams apply to this one as well. Just because there are more contestants of different nationalities and the scale of the trial period is even larger than previous events, doesn't mean that the game has changed. You will all do as you are told and fight when you are allowed to fight, and even then the use of fatal force is strictly prohibited. Until the allotted time you are given the proper consent, shut your traps and listen up." This pretty much had all genin, Iwagakure shinobi especially, straighten up and go completely quiet. Ibiki smirked and nodded toward his fellow proctor. "Thanks for that, Kitsuchi-san." The IWA jonin smirked. "They're all still kids. You have to be firm with them if you want them to listen to you. No matter how old they get, genin will always be regarded as children. It's a fact of life, I guess." The jonin from Kumo standing on Ibiki's left chuckled while rubbing the back of his head. He was a young man with blonde hair and a kind face, so standing in contrast to the others he seemed a bit out of place. Nevertheless, appearances were deceiving. "Let's get this ball rolling." He then turned towards the crowd of international genin and smirked. "Welcome to this year's Chunin selection exams. As of this moment the first stage of the assessment process has started, whether all teams nominated to participate are present or not. If you miss out or if any of your teammates are absent, tough luck. If you're all here and accounted for, then pray you make it through to the next round." That definitely sent a chill down the lesser genin spines. When they saw the blonde man step back, the scary Konoha shinobi Ibiki stepped forward again and glared across the heads of every ninja in the chamber. There are 498 genin participating in this year's tests. That means a total of 166 teams, an impressive turnout, the head proctor exclaimed before smirking. "But don't get comfortable just because there are so many of you. All the numbers really mean to us is that the tests are going to be even tougher for you and that more than half of you are guaranteed to be eliminated in the first rounds." His grin widened. "As your proctors, it is our jobs to make your lives miserable and to ensure that only the best of you become Chunin, or none at all. That's entirely up to you." As mouths opened in shock all around, Ibiki turned heel and marched through the wide open door, shortly followed by the jonin from IWA, Kiri and Suna. Seeing the others start to move, C stepped forward and raised his hand. "All right you kids, gather up your teams and follow us. The first test starts in the next hall, so stick together until the next instructions are given out." And so the long march began. Naruto and Kabuto quickly returned to their teams, gathering up and shortly thereafter following after the crowd that began to flood into the next room. Because of the sheer number of genin present, it meant the move from the entrance hall into the next section of the massive building was slow going at first. However, when the numbers thinned, the line sped up, and soon enough, every single team had moved over into the next part of the temple. When they arrived, they stopped at a T-junction, where looking left and right from the junction itself, every genin could see on the other side of the hallway 5 archways that were the entrances to 5 separate corridors leading down a single strip with steel doors on either side of each channel. The corridors were large enough and wide enough to fit whole masses of people, in case an evacuation was needed. The walls were still hardwood and the intricate design work from the previous chamber dotted this one perfectly, only the space was a little bit more constrained. The best way to describe the lengths of corridors leading down to the other side of the building was comparable to that of a prison system of cells. However, the setup was cleaner in contrast to a prison, and what's more, there were even more adults stationed in this part of the temple. Over 100 chunin dressed in gray uniforms with their headbands showing which villages they originated from were positioned all around the place, like guards keeping an eye open for any signs of trouble. As soon as everyone was moved into the hall and had lined up against the back wall or was formed at the main junction, Ibiki took position in the center and turned to the crowd, with a single staff member taking up center station at the entrance to each of the 5 hallways. "Now that we're all here, I want all of you, in your teams, to line up in front of one of the chunin you see standing at the entrance to one of the corridors before you. It doesn't matter which one. Each of you will hand in your paperwork to them and your squad will then be assigned a number. This number will determine the room you will be placed in. When you receive your number, you will stand by your door at attention and await further instruction. Now hop to it." All the kids did as they were told and gathered in front of each of the uniformed men. After being handed their numbers, they then quickly moved to their places, where they then stood at their assigned door and waited patiently for the test to begin. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura had taken to the hallway on the far right and were given a door somewhere in the middle between dozens of other teams. There, they watched as the last of the genin in their section were given numbers. Due to the randomization of figure distribution, the group found themselves separated from the rest of their friends. At the doors around them, they saw a whole swath of IWA teams, a Kusa team across the corridor from their door, a faceless Suna team to their right, and a random Konoha team further up to their left. Leaning against the wall, Naruto tapped his finger against the wood and rested a hand on his hip. He watched closely as the chunin giving out numbers finally dispersed to join their comrades in watching the hallways. Due to the sheer number of chunin guarding their aisle, it was guaranteed that nobody was going to be starting any more trouble with anybody in this stage. This place is so big and there are so many people taking part in it. I wonder what test this is going to be, Naruto thought. He glanced over at his Kunoichi teammate standing directly beside him, watching Sasuke's back as he sized up the competition. "What do you think this challenge of this stage of the exams will be, Sakura-chan?" The pink-haired girl glanced back at the boy with a skeptical expression of her own. "Don't know. Your best guess is as good as mine." Naruto sighed and looked away again. "Yeah. Just hope we'll be able to pull through it." His eyes then landed on the Kusa team standing across the corridor, where he saw the girl with red hair staring nervously at him through her glasses. He gave an upward nod in her direction. "Do you know what's going to happen next?" The girl wearing the specs gave a startled eep and looked away momentarily, but then stared back across at the blonde fearfully. When Karen saw him looking at her, she shrunk under his gaze and tried to keep her body from shaking. Of all the squads her team had to be situated near, why did it have to be next to one of the 4 contestants she sensed had incredibly large chakra? It was throwing her off her game. I don't really know." Naruto tilted his head at her in concern. "Hey. Are you okay? You don't look too good." Before she could answer, one of her squad members standing beside her stepped between them and held his arm out. "Quit badgering my teammate. She's nervous enough as it is without people trying to pick on her." Flinching a little at getting shot down, Naruto grinned apologetically. Sorry. I just wanted to talk to her." When the boy gave him the cold shoulder, the despondent Jinchuriki looked back at his teammates to see Sasuke and Sakura looking back at him oddly. Seeing their expressions, the blonde shrugged. "What? You're a moron," Sasuke murmured. Tick mark forming, Naruto held his fist up at the raven-haired punk. "Say that again, team. I'll rearrange your face." The Uchiha responded by turning away with a disinterested grunt, getting the Jinchuriki to fume. While the 2 genin had their little confrontation, Sakura could only shake her head at them. When she looked around, she could see whole collections of eyes on them from the other squads, who looked away when she attempted to make a count of them, which really showed how big of a target they were making of themselves. Once all of the genin teams had been assigned a door and were standing in whatever order they had been dealt, the sound of a man's throat clearing echoed throughout every single corridor, telling everyone present that the head proctor of this event was about to speak again. Utilizing the design of the passageways, he projected his voice throughout the whole structure to every ear in the vicinity. "Okay, you little shit stains. Welcome to your first test, the written exam. Because this is the first assessment leading up into the next stages of the process, there are a few rules you'll have to follow, so listen carefully because I won't be answering any questions and I won't be repeating myself." Duh. He was shouting throughout the entire network of corridors. His voice would be hoarse by the time he was finished. Nevertheless, his announcement quickly had everybody's complete and undivided attention. Bodies stiffened and gazes hardened, with all ears training on the Jonin shadowing them from the main junction of the passageways. Rule number 1, this exam is a little bit different compared to the others you've probably taken in the past. It always is. But don't go loosening your sphincters thinking it's going to be a walk in the park. Just like ordinary exam documents, you are given a total of 64 questions you need to answer before the time runs out, and you are awarded 1 point for every answer you get right. What you need to be aware of, however, is that each question from start to finish leads into the next, which means you cannot answer question 2 without first answering question 1, and you cannot answer question 3 without first answer question 2 before that, and so on and so forth. It's as simple as that, Ibiki stated. No, it's not, it's bloody annoying, Ino grumbled in her head, her expression matching the disdain felt by both Shikamaru and Choji standing behind her. Man, really? I hate tests like this, Naruto moaned while rubbing his forehead exhaustedly. He personally preferred multiple choice, since he had a 1 out of 4 chance of getting the question right if it involved 4 possibilities. Not to mention the questions were remarkably easier than the problem-solving ones. They went right for it, my one true failing in education. Well, at least I have Sakura-chan and team to help me out. Looking at them, however, he could see that they too were appearing a bit stressed out. Rule number 2, teams will pass or fail based on the total number of questions you are able to answer, Ibiki said, raising shocked looks and murmurs from every single genin in the chamber. Some even felt like protesting, but all complaints and comments were quickly suppressed when the Konoha ninja growled warningly across the area. Because you all came to this exam in teams, you will either step down or move forward as a group, which is why the exam has been set up this way. His smirk then widened considerably. In addition to this, the questions given to you will get progressively harder the further you go, and without the information you are able to obtain beforehand in the first questions, it's useless trying to progress by skipping ahead. If you get less than 80% in your final score, you're out. Hey! That's not fair. What kind of messed up exam is this? Voices shouted all around in outrage. The world of shinobi isn't fair. Not every convention established by the organization is followed to the latter. Therefore you can either deal with the situation or kiss your dreams for your future as shinobi goodbye. You pass or fail. Just like in the real world when you are out on missions, you either succeed by completing the mission or you fail it, Ibiki stated with a deep frown. Rule number 3, the sentinels you see positioned at your doors will be patrolling the area on the lookout for any signs of intrusions, cheating and alike. If you are caught cheating, you will instantly be disqualified and ultimately fail the exam before the written tests are even scored. A majority of the genin shook where they stood at some of the looks thrown at them by those above-mentioned senior shinobi and kunoichi present. If you exit your room without first announcing your intention to do so, you will be disqualified. If you finish the exam, you are required to knock on the door and the sentinel outside will take your test for evaluation. Furthermore, and this is of grave importance, we'll need the test sheets back in the same condition that they are given to you. That means no rips, no tears, no smudges, and no damage. You may want to tread carefully. The sentinels are extremely sharp, so if they catch you taking any easy avenues or make any mistakes, consider you and your entire team blown. The genin sitting closest to the chunin standing around leaned worryingly away from the men and women when they turned to smirk or glare at them. Those eagle eyes definitely didn't instill much confidence in them. Ibiki smiled, if you want to be considered shinobi, then show us what exceptional shinobi you can be. The silence that fell afterward saw all number of youngsters tensing and squirming uncomfortably where they stood, with gazes and attitudes becoming stone-cold serious all around and eyes locking firmly on the doors in front of them. However, when it seemed like the man was done with his little information dolling, Ibiki broke the silence with another announcement. Oh yes, a couple more things. Get a 0, and you won't be allowed to participate in the chunin exams ever again. No pressure. Well, wasn't that a real sucker punch to the gonads? With that said and done, the man then pressed the button on his watch to begin the count. You have 1 hour total. Begin. And with that, every single Genin squad in each of the corridors stepped into their assigned rooms. The exact moment after which, the doors slammed shut behind them with an almighty bang, and silence followed shortly thereafter. On first glance, every single team saw that the walls were just as thick inside the cubicles as the ones outside, with only a couple of vents and candlelight being the most distinctive features inside each of the rooms. It really was like a jail cell, depressing as fuck. They must have been designed to ensure that no Chinese whisper games could be pulled, seeing how solid they had been built, not to mention made with the intention to utterly destroy whatever self-esteem you had left in you if the speech given by the head proctor beforehand didn't. However, the room wasn't the biggest problem. The main problem was the test that lay within it. Standing in a tight workspace with a light consistency of a hunting shack in the middle of a dense forest at night, Team 7 stood in the middle of the room looking down at the desk shoved up against the back wall with a few sheets of stapled paper laid out on top of it beside a lit candle, with a pen sitting beside that. As if they were looking at a museum piece so delicate that they didn't dare approach it for fear of shattering the metaphorical glass that stood between them and it, the entire squad stared nervously down at the white document with hands clenched and breathing practically hitched. For the first minute they said nothing. They just basked in the silence and the dark, bleeding sweat while also trying to settle their nerves. Eventually, the monotony of the moment was broken by the one who specialized in and had practically mastered the unconventional, which came in the form of a simple, easy enough to understand word that neither member of the group had a problem in agreeing with. Shit. Gulping, Sakura looked between the steeled expressions of both Sasuke and Naruto before marching forward. Standing around and staring at the damn thing isn't going to get us anywhere. Let's just do this. Brushing her short hair back over her shoulder, the kunoichi stopped before the table and glared down at it. 64 questions. That's a lot of questions to answer. We'll be lucky enough to do all of them within the hour, Sasuke stated, marching forward as well with Naruto to stand beside the kunoichi. If they're as hard as that Ibiki guy said they were, then that means it's going to take longer than what we have to get it done. Naruto frowned as he looked at the stack more closely. We just need to get 80% right, yeah? We don't need to do all of them, just most of them. Yeah, but getting most of them done will still be difficult, if the written exam at the academy means anything to us today, Sasuke stated, looking across at his rival. He still remembered how tedious that experience was. The questions weren't difficult. They were easy enough, but it had still been an incredibly long exam. You weren't really the most exemplary when it came to theory. The Jinchuriki grunted and folded his arms. Sure, I'm not book smart, but I more than make up for that by being the most stubborn bastard I can possibly be. That won't serve you well here though, Sasuke stated matter-of-factly, smirking slightly. Remember, we're not allowed to tarnish the paperwork, and I saw what you did to your second-year exam sheet. You did? Naruto asked, glaring back at the boy before grinning. Well then, let me make this clear to you, if you screw us up team, I'm going to do the same thing I did to my academy exam sheet to the back of your head. I'll bet you'll look pretty funny walking around with a penis shaved into your cranium. Guys, can we not do this now? Sakura groaned, glaring at the genin standing behind her to see they were practically grinding their foreheads against each other. The sparks that flew from the metal of their headbands could be seen clearly, but that all stopped when they pulled apart at the threatening stare the kunoichi sent them. Let's just focus on getting this done, because if we fail, I'm going to be periodically poisoning you two for an entire month. Naruto and Sasuke wisely chose to heed this warning, and quickly reverted back to socially acceptable states of appearance. They came to stand on either side of the kunoichi, who trained her eyes back onto the documents on the desk and furrowed her brow at it. Though the candle on the table lit up the entire front of the first sheet, the illumination was still shoddy. It made the Jinchuriki want to go out and complain about how crappy the conditions were, but all of them knew that they were not allowed to bother the sentinels outside unless they needed to go to the bathroom, to tell them that someone was dying or they'd finished the exam and were handing it in. They had an hour to do this, and from the rules established by the proctor, not only did they need to get all of the questions they did right, they needed to do it so that they didn't damage the merchandise. It was like they were on another delivery mission, in which the package they were transporting had to be kept in perfect condition. Picking up the pen, Sakura held it in front of her and clicked it several times, considering it for a moment before looking across at Sasuke. It's just like any ordinary test, except the stakes are a lot higher this time. We should just do this how we would normally do it. Hearing this, Sasuke nodded in agreement. You're the smartest out of the three of us, Sakura-chan, Naruto spoke, getting the girl to turn to him. How do you go about doing this? What do you do first? Sakura smiled, simple. I follow the instructions and work my way down. Step 1. With that said, the girl set the pen back onto the table and picked up the test, looking at the first question. However, while she initially intended to start from the first question and quickly work her way through the rest to follow, the kunoichi saw that there were instructions on the front page at the very top and decided to read through them first. While it was customary to have the rules and guidelines of the exam on the documents themselves, and that it was normally always the same stuff regarding the penalties for actions and whatnot, the kunoichi focused careful attention on the instructions. Since these were the Chunin exams and stated to have some of the hardest tests imaginable, she proceeded forward with care and read through the added information thoroughly. After skimming over it, she then moved to the first question, then the second, third, and shortly thereafter began reading through the entire thing. Naruto and Sasuke proceeded to watch the girl breeze through all the pages of the test at light speed, her eyes darting across the text and taking in every word and every detail. Eventually, after approximately a minute of waiting, they watched Sakura close up the test, look up momentarily with a blank expression on her face, before she suddenly and unexpectedly turned around and started walking towards the door. Thinking she'd snapped at the enormity of their task and the sheer difficulty of the exam, both Naruto and Sasuke freaked out and grabbed both of her arms. They held her back firmly and stopped her dead in her tracks. "What are you doing?" the Uchiha asked. "Sakura-chan. What's wrong?" Naruto followed up, also looking visibly worried. The kunoichi turned back to them, stared silently for a moment, and held up the exam papers. "That's it. We're done." The two boys were flabbergasted. "Done? What do you mean, done?" Naruto exclaimed. "Explain," Sasuke finished, his glare becoming deathly serious again. Sakura sighed and walked quickly back over to the desk. Slamming the papers down onto it, she pointed at the first question. The very first question of the entire exam. When the boys walked over, she jabbed at it repeatedly. "Read it. What does it say?" Puzzled, Sasuke and Naruto did as instructed, with the former narrowing his eyes on the sheet and the number she was expecting them to read. "What's the number of hand seals that go into the basic clone jutsu and what are they?" Giving it a moment of pause, the Uchiha then recoiled in surprise. "Wait, that's... exactly. No way, they couldn't," Sasuke stammered before frowning. Leaning over and taking a closer look, Naruto scrutinized the first question for himself. He stared at it for a lot longer than the other two, moments before blinking in surprise and straightening up. When he did, he gave the test a disbelieving stare. "The questions, they're way too easy. The first ones anyway," Sakura stated, looking between the two boys before turning back to face the test. "The test becomes more complicated after that. It doesn't just require knowledge of differential equations and human biology, but complex mechanics and application of energy in field theory, all of it utilizing the values we come up with from the questions leading up to them. The material becomes far too advanced for Chunin-level shinobi to solve, and I doubt even Kakashi-sensei would be able to answer all of the questions I've read." "Can you?" Naruto asked curiously. "With time, yes, but that's not the point," Sakura continued, slapping her hand on the table. "The point of this whole test isn't to answer the questions, it's to figure out the question of the exam itself and to complete the mission." The Jinchuriki furrowed his brow and pondered on what she was saying, before his eyes snapped open and he marched over to the test. Skimming over the instructions, he landed on the last paragraph and read one of the parts out loud. "Read everything before doing anything." This wasn't easy to spot. It was obscured within the paragraph of guidelines itself. This had Naruto then flip through the pages till he reached the end, where he then saw the last question clear as day. What followed after that was pretty much the same response Sakura had when she saw the last question, which had the boy turn to stare blankly at both of his teammates. The other two felt a chill go up their spines, as they'd never seen the look the Jinchuriki threw to them on his face before. Holding up the exam papers, Naruto shook them. "Upon reading this you may quietly exit the room. Right?" Getting a nod from Sakura, the blonde-haired boy acknowledged her answer calmly and collectedly, handed the papers over to the one who solved the riddle, and then made his way to the entrance. "Okay." Sasuke and Sakura watched Naruto walk over to the door, where he stopped and seemed to stare at it for a good long minute. Figuring his silence and pause to be their cue, the pair also approached him and, lining up, knocked on the door. A second later, it opened, where they were quickly greeted by the sentinel standing outside, a Sunagakure shinobi wearing sunglasses. Upon having the gate opened, Sakura held up their exam to him. "We're finished." Not even showing the slightest bit of surprise or emotion whatsoever, the shinobi behind the door took the document from the girl and checked it. Hell, he only flipped through a couple of the pages and seemed to weigh the test in his hand, like it were a wad of cash. After inspecting the condition of the papers, he then slipped it under his arm and gestured down the corridor to his right, which inevitably led them further into the building. "This way, please." The sentinel then began escorting the group down the hallway to the other end. Naruto, Sasuke or Sakura said nothing to each other or spoke any words of inquiry at all as they were guided away from the area. During which time their only actions consisted of looking around at all the walls passing them by and admiring the magnificent architecture around them. Eventually, after turning into the end hallway perpendicular to theirs, they were then taken into another chamber through a massive set of doors, which was presumably the main hall at the very end of the temple. A large room with a ceiling that stretched 2 stories high, with impressive support pillars holding up the roof, and rows of tables with seats pulled up to them with enough room for 8 each. The surrounding shogi doors and windows consisted of beautifully painted sheets of papers pasted against wooden framework, which added a touch of life to the area. The squad wordlessly awed at the designs as they were then stopped by the Chunin accompanying them, who glared down at the squad through his sunglasses momentarily before then nodding them into the hall. "Take a seat wherever you wish." Once he'd said that, he left the group to their own devices. Standing at the entrance to the chamber, the 3 members of Team 7 did as they were instructed and started towards the middle of the hall to find a seat. Picking out a table beside a pillar, the trio spread themselves out over it and sat themselves wherever they pleased. Naruto sat cross-legged on top of the table itself, whereas Sasuke leaned with his back against it and Sakura just sat normally, hands on her lap and just staring ahead of her in shock. Neither of them had any idea what they were supposed to do or what was going to happen next. Did they get it right? Did they do what they were supposed to do or did they screw up? Did they fail? Why were they taken here? Was this part of the test? These were some of the many questions that started twisting around inside of their heads, and it was driving a couple of them crazy because they didn't know whether or not they'd gotten the damn thing right or not. The sentinel didn't exactly leave them with anything useful, just instructions to find a seat. While Sakura was looking tense as hell and Sasuke was just being his usual self, albeit a little more quieter than normal, Naruto was just swinging back and forth where he was sitting, eyes cutting around the room and absorbing all there was to be seen. It was only a couple minutes in the team realized that they weren't alone, as they could see that there was another team sitting across the hall closer to the side wall. It was the Suna team with the kunoichi carrying the fan, the tall boy in the black garb and the kid with the gourd on his back. They'd spotted them earlier on in the entrance hall because everyone seemed to be giving the shorter kid a wide berth. This was something that had Naruto's immediate intrigue, which he decided to act upon as he jumped off of the table and began making his way over to them. Sasuke and Sakura were unable to say anything due to the speed he left at, and opted to instead stare after him. While they sat watching, they noticed a couple more teams enter the hall. Leaping over the last table, Naruto stopped beside the 3 Sunagakure kids and waited until their eyes turned to him. When he saw all 3 of them look at him, the boy grinned and waved, "Hello." The Suna siblings gazed at him silently for a moment, with Kankuro and Temari shrugging at each other questioningly before turning back to him. They stared at the blonde-haired boy hard, sizing him up from head to toe as he stood before them normally and beamed at each of them. After a few seconds of silence, Kankuro spoke, "What do you want, kid?" "Nothing. I just saw you guys standing over him and came over to say hi," Naruto replied, stepping closer and slipping his hands into his pockets. "What did you think of that first test? Was it difficult?" "Hardly," Temari spoke while smirking at the Jinchuriki when he turned to face her. "It was all a big ruse. There was no written exam. It was all just a clever play to trick people into making the mistake of actually writing in the paper, when no writing needed to be done at all." "How did you figure that out?" Naruto asked, tilting his head. "Simple," the kunoichi exclaimed while raising a hand. "We read through the test. It's common practice for a shinobi to read through the mission guidelines thoroughly before beginning the assignment. If you don't, then you will start the mission not knowing what your objectives are or the directions of how to proceed with it, which means you will inevitably start making grievous errors. The rules were not to damage the document in any way, therefore from reading the exam itself we found out that the test wasn't answering the questions on the paper, it was the entire paper itself." Naruto grinned, in other words the exam was the package. "Elementary." "Yep," Temari exclaimed, looking proud. "It's basic stuff. Only smart shinobi would be able to figure that out." "I did." "So you were the one who solved the riddle on your team?" When Naruto saw the teen look at him and nod in response, the Jinchuriki smirked. "Man, you're not only good looking, you're smart too." While Temari looked at the Jinchuriki in surprise, they both heard a snort come from beside them and looked to see Kankuro had turned away and was, in a word, trying to hold in his laughter. After a moment, they saw the Suna teen with face paint turn back to them with a thoroughly amused look. "You think my sister is good looking?" Kankuro asked in disbelief, getting a nod from the blonde. "Please. Why would you be into that? He thumbed at the girl in question, which was the only thing he was able to do because he was then slammed over the head by his sister's fan. The loud clang that rang out echoed throughout the entire room, which had a lot of eyes turned to them but then turn away when everyone present realized it was none of their business. With Kankuro hunched over and a massive bruise forming, Temari retracted her weapon and propped it on the ground while glaring at her wounded brother dangerously. Would you mind repeating that, Kankuro? Shaking under her glare, the sibling with the indent in his skull gulped and wisely turned away, mouth shut. Satisfied she'd gotten her point across, Temari smirked back at the Jinchuriki chatting with her to meet his competitive gaze. Surveying the other carefully, the Kunoichi sheathed her fan over her shoulder and placed her hands on her hips. You're the kid that was causing all that fuss back in the entrance hall, aren't you? Naruto grinned, guilty. He then gave the girl his full and complete attention, giving him a cool visage for his presentation, Naruto Uzumaki. Sabaku no Tomari. Temari? Nice name. Thanks. I'm curious. Why would a Konoha kid like you approach ninja from other villages so freely? Temari asked, raising an eyebrow. You do realize that a lot of those shinobi are considered potential enemies by your nation, especially in an exam where it's practically free for all. That makes everyone here, including your own comrades, potential enemies. Yeah. But I'm kind of that free-spirited, go wherever the hell he wants to go kind of guy, Naruto stated, rolling his shoulder casually. I don't give a crap about all of that history between the villages or whatever problems the shinobi from them have with each other. All of that is just nonsense politics and stuff that happened years ago. Just because the villages don't like each other doesn't mean you can't try to make nice and get along with other people, because if you don't then none of that animosity will ever go away. Temari smirked, I'd still watch your back if I were you. Naruto gave the girl one of his more charming grins, thanks for the concern, but I'm more interested in watching yours. It's a much more pleasant sight. Feeling a little warmth in her cheeks, the older girl folded his arms and looked down at the slightly shorter boy with more interest. I'm sure you may have heard this hundreds of times before, but you're a strange one. I'd like to think more unconventional, Naruto responded. If you want to be a good shinobi, you have to be surprising. It's my best quality. He then grinned mischievously and looked her over a second time for posterity. You however? I just can't see anything that isn't your best quality. Flattery can only get you so far, Temari chuckled. That's why I make it a point to mix things up as I go along, Naruto replied, holding his right hand out while resting his left hand over the top, covering it. Seeing the confused expression come across the older girl's face, the blonde smirked and removed his left in a great unveiling motion, revealing a rose that he then held out to the teen. Friend? Surprised, Temari smiled warmly and took the flower, sniffing it briefly. When she did, she looked back at the kid with a little bit more red in her cheeks than before. His boldness and forwardness aside, it was the first time any boy's ever given her anything like this, and he was a shinobi from another village. Satisfied he'd made leeway with one of them, and seeing that the other brother with the face paint was still wallowing in pain, he then turned to the other boy standing off to the side. When Naruto's attention landed on him, he saw that the red-haired youngster with the dark rings around his eyes and the kanji for love on his forehead was glaring at him. Though the Jinchuriki was used to being on the receiving end of such stares, this one was looking at him with both suspicion and murderous intent reflected behind him. It wasn't the hatred Naruto was familiar with. This was something else. Nevertheless, the Jinchuriki faced the boy's hostile expression and smiled, hey. The teen carrying the gourd said nothing and just glared back at him. Naruto gazed more sheepishly in kind and rubbed the back of his head. Not much of a talker, huh? I understand. Glancing at the other two, he saw that both Kankuro and Temari were looking at their teammate quite warily, but he paid it little mind and traded glances between them before pointing at the older siblings. I'm guessing they're your brother and sister too, huh? I think they're pretty cool. He could tell from the smell. It was all familiar between them. Gaze tightening, Gaara looked away. They're not my brother and sister. They're nobody to me. A little bit taken aback, Naruto tilted his head at the youngster with the cold disposition. Why do you say that? The dangerous aura wafting off of Gaara increased several times, a sensation that did not go unnoticed by the people standing nearby. I don't think that's any of your concern. It's nobody's concern but my own. He glared back at the blonde and hardened his gaze. Leave, before I kill you. Still stumped by the kid's negative reinforcement, Naruto decided to fire back some positive waves of his own and smirked challengingly. Many people have tried before. What makes you think you'll be able to? He ignored the slack-jawed expressions he got from the two older siblings behind him. Gaara's expression darkened. Because I will, because I can. That's the difference between me and the weaklings who've tried. We'll see, Naruto chuckled, stepping back and pointing towards the teen. I'll look out for you in the next stage. Stepping away, he turned to Temari and smiled. It was nice meeting you guys. Winking at the kunoichi and nodding courteously toward Kankuro, the grinning boy then left as speedily as he came, leaving two stunned older teenagers and a boy the same age as him glaring after his shadow. Unbeknownst to Naruto, once he returned to his squad to be scolded by Sakura for acting so recklessly, Gaara's gaze would not lift from him as he watched the blonde-haired boy interact with his teammates. Naruto Uzumaki. It was settled. This irritating brat was going to be one of his main focal points throughout this exam. The voice inside of his head was whispering its desires to him, and it desired to see that one bleeding out all over the floor. If his mother said it wanted something, then Gaara was inclined to get it for her. Oh. An hour later? By this time the entire Hall Team 7 had previously been occupying by themselves along with the team from Sunagakure had filled up with around a 159 genin, a stark contrast to the 498 that started out, all of whom had been escorted over here from their assigned rooms. Looking around the crowd scattered throughout the chamber, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura could see how much the numbers had thinned, as well as the amount of tension that was hanging in the air. At the beginning, the number of teams that arrived to this chamber came in one after the other rather quickly, but then slowed to a crawl once the first 20 minutes had come and gone. By the time 50 minutes came and went, at least a quarter of the number of people to have started out had been pulled into this room and told to wait. Looking around, Naruto could see that a lot of the people he knew from his village had made it through. In fact, all of the Rookie 12 had made it through, with Team Guy also filling in the blank. Accompanying them were scores of other teams from the 5 great shinobi nations, including the one team from Kirigakure, all 3 of whom had arrived shortly after Naruto's squad was escorted here. While the various faces and bodies were impressive, nobody knew what to make of it. Due to the lack of information given at the end of their testing period, everyone waiting in that hall was left biting their nails over what was going to happen next. Were they going to pass or were they the unfortunate ones that failed? These questions continued to plague the minds of every person in the room until the sound of a throat clearing drew everyone over to the double doors where they'd come from. There, standing up on a makeshift podium surrounded by his sentinels, Ibiki Marino stood with his hands behind his back and scarred face fixed on the silent faces filling the room. Steeling themselves, the teams watched and waited for the announcement to come. Straightening up, Ibiki spoke, "As I understand it, you people are the ones who didn't write a single thing on your exam papers." His voice was sharp and echoed throughout the entire room. It was a sound that had everyone freeze up, not a name, not a word, not even a little scribble. Not one damn thing. He gritted his teeth as he looked around from corner to corner. "Well, I just have one thing to say to that." Pausing for effect, the proctor allowed the fear of him to sink into the kids' heads for several seconds before grinning brightly and letting out a chuckle. "Congratulations. All of you have passed the first stage of the Chunin exams." Mouths opening were the first forms of life to register from the crowd seated inside the chamber, upon which a tense silence then drifted across the room. Ibiki held himself firm for the fallout to come, which came in the form of a string of questions and exclamations of alarm sent flying his way. "Wait. What?" Ino shouted, rising to her feet. "You're passing us?" Just like that, came Kiba's exclamation of bewilderment. "That's all there is?" Karui asked. Ibiki laughed as he turned side on to the onslaught of calls and shouts. "That's it. You being smart enough to figure out there was no written exam, was the exam. That's all there is to it. Then what the fuck was the point of giving us the 64 questions to answer?" Tayuya asked loudly. The whole setup had made her incredibly suspicious, which was the main reason why she didn't answer any of the questions. It had in fact been her teammate Shiho who solved the riddle. Ibiki grinned. "As you all would have probably figured out, the 64 questions given to you were too far-fetched at the beginning to really be part of the exam and later onwards too difficult to be answered by ordinary genin of your level. Even experienced Chunin would have difficulty answering the questions that were on the test sheets. That, on top of the exceedingly impossible task of having to answer all of the questions before the allotted time inside of individual cubicles with additional objectives you had to meet, was to see how you guys would fare and think under pressure. The whole thing was set up not just to test your intelligence, your ability to comprehend and your guts, but to test your ability to think outside of the box and completely understand the task given to you. Nods of understanding could be seen coming from every individual genin as those who had previously been standing sat back down. Now that it was being explained to them properly, everything that they had been put through in the past hour and performed on their own accord started to come together. Your environment was designed to make you panic, to push you into making a mistake, to make a rash decision, and to see which of you had the smarts to think things through before acting. It would have been impossible for most of you to have been able to answer the questions in the time given to you, which was why we designed the test to basically be the read everything before doing anything test. Those of you who managed to see underneath the underneath and act intelligently survived. The others who were unable to keep a cool head, acted rashly, followed the rules blindly and defiled the mission objective were weeded out and eliminated. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura smiled. Like many of the others, they were relieved that they were able to figure it out and get the task right, and that one of them was smart enough to have looked into it before either of them made a move. The boys had their resident kunoichi to thank for that. So that's it? Omoi spoke up with a frown. The whole point of the exam was not to answer questions, but to evaluate our situation, read the information given to us and complete the mission? Correct, Ibiki replied with a firm nod, hands slipping into his pockets. Shinobi teams, team leaders especially, are expected to act intelligently, consider the situation carefully before proceeding, and to follow instructions to a certain degree, even when they're based around obscurity. Not only that, but the test was also arranged to push your team and to see if you could still work together even when put into an impossible situation and faced with great adversity. This was why the results of failure were so harsh. If you were caught once, if you screwed up once and damaged the package, aka the exam document, if you acted boldly without first considering your situation, you not only risked your own life, but the lives of your teammates. Sometimes the mission objective would be the safe transportation and preservation of the information. To alter the information in any way could amount to serious consequences in the end, including the destruction of your home. This exam highlighted the fact that as a Chunin, you have a much greater responsibility to take hold as the leader of a squad and a shinobi for your village. As a Chunin, you complete missions as a group, work alongside your comrades to accomplish your goals, gather, read and acquire information, and make decisions for your squad. Discipline, teamwork, courage, nerve, leadership, these are the qualities of a Chunin squad leader. It is your responsibility to put the safety and well-being of your comrades and village above your own. The man finished his speech with a smile and saluted to the crowd seated in front of him. For those of you who have made it this far with your squad, you have earned the right to move on to the second stage of the exam. Everything that had transpired following the first test came as a sort of blur to those who were still conscious of the day. Thanks to their little session with Ibiki, the genin to have gotten through the whole ordeal were, to no surprise, still in a slight daze. I mean, could you blame them? After learning that the entire written portion of the exam was orchestrated in a manner to push their mentality, nerves, and thought processes to the limits, it made plenty of sense that a lot of those who weren't used to acting under pressure were stumbling about in a stupor. There were still 53 teams left, and you can bet there were still some headaches amongst them. While they were waiting in the main hall of the building for their next proctor to show up, Sakura had an ice pack over her head provided by none other than herself, as she attempted to quell the raging storm inside her brain. Sasuke sat comfortably beside her in silence, whereas Naruto was hanging off to the side smiling at every team he came into eye contact with while trying to enjoy the feel of their new environment. Ooh? I hate this, Sakura groaned, looking up with a pained expression. The suspense, the waiting, the stress, this is way too much. But we did well, Sasuke stated, looking over at her with his usual grimace. We were one of the first teams to figure it out. Without you, all three of us would be heading home right now, and I'm sure the idiot over there would be crying all the way back to the village. He thumbed in Naruto's direction, the two seeing him smirk and wave back at them before turning to stare across the room again. You know how determined he can be. Sakura frowned a little. Yeah, I know. She groaned again when her head gave another throb. Speed reading on top of all the scares. I think I may have overworked my brain a little. Same here, another voice cut in, drawing the trio's attention to Team 9 who had decided to come over to them. Apparently, it was Shiho who had answered the kunoichi's exclamations, and was also showing signs of mental fatigue. You figured out the riddle behind the exam too, didn't you? The pink-haired girl nodded in response, which then earned her a quick response from Team 9's resident tea connoisseur. Young Keed knelt down in front of the kunoichi holding a cup of steaming herbs, which he then held up to the surprised Pinkette with a smile on his face. Here you are, Sakura-san. This herbal tea should soothe your head pains and help recover your vitality. It was an honest smile, and from the fumes wafting off of the steaming glass, it certainly smelled heavenly too. The kindness expressed by the young man had Sakura smile and take the tea off his hands. She sniffed it once before beaming back at the still kneeling boy. Thanks, Keed-kun. Before anyone on either team could speak, most notably Sasuke and Tayuya, the girl was already drinking. Well, she drank the first few sips anyway, until the taste of the liquid attacking her tongue with bloody daggers had the kunoichi spit out whatever was in her mouth across the floor like a geyser. She wound up dousing an unfortunate Konoha team that was sitting directly in front of them, getting the trio to glare at the girl and move away. Panting with tears in her eyes, the kunoichi looked down at the cup she was holding before choking down a shocked gulp. What the hell is this? It tasted like undercooked chicken from a barbecue. Grease? How in the world did you make this? It's tea I made from my own herbs, Keat exclaimed before a confused look came over him. Why, you do not like it? It's horrible. How the hell can you even drink this stuff? The kunoichi asked, looking across at the boy in bewilderment, only to find him gone. Tayuya, Sasuke, Shiho and a now quiet Sakura looked across the room towards the far wall to see Keat leaning against it with his hand and looking down with a raincloud hanging overhead. As the downpour went on, the two teams could hear through sharpened ears the boy muttering degrading statements to himself. I am not worthy of being called human. Shiho sighed and walked over to where he was currently sulking. I'll help him. Upon seeing the kunoichi of the group wander over to pull the stricken Keat out of his slump, Tayuya then decided to head over to where Naruto was sitting, and plopped down beside the boy as he leaned back with his hands behind his head. That was pretty intense. Huh? Yeah, no kidding, the Jinchuriki chuckled with a wide grin, but boy was it fun. I hadn't felt so much tension in the air since that fight in Wave, and unlike the test I was actually trading blows with my opponent. How did your team figure it out? The exam I mean. Tayuya asked, raising an eyebrow. I assume you didn't think about diving right into it. Even you aren't that dense. It was never simple with Naruto. He either stubbornly refused to bend or went along with the flow at the drop of a hat. It was this two-faced character trait that made him as good as he was. Sakura-chan figured it out, Naruto said, gesturing towards his teammates. Since I'm not that good at the writing and theory, and Sasuke isn't as smart as her, we let her take the wheel. So in the end she led you guys to the answer, the redhead inquired with a knowing grin. Everyone has their strengths I guess. If it's not muscle then it's definitely brain power. Yep, the Jinchuriki nodded, it was a kick to the teeth though. They pulled that whole, read everything on the test first thing, where if you go ahead and answer all of the questions before reading it, you're an idiot. He then gave her a curious look as he leaned forwards. How'd you figure out it was all a trick? Instinct, Tayuya chirped, tapping the side of her head, the way that Ibiki said how badly we'd fail if we screwed up. I didn't even want to go near the exam papers. My guess was that he was either trying to psyche us out from even touching the damn thing or trying to rush people into completing it. Turns out it was both, but good thing we didn't fall for it. It was Shiho who figured it out for us. She then shrugged. Plus Enko-sensei told me to be on the lookout for Ibiki, since the guy is a bit of a screwball. Naruto laughed, nothing can get past your ear. You have to be sharp to stay alive, shithead, Tayuya said, tapping him in the shoulder, you're the one who taught me that. I also taught you how to be awesome, but I can see you're more than able to do that all on your own. He saw the girl's cheeks turn red as she shyly pushed several locks of her hair behind her ear. The boy then saddled up a little bit closer to her with a warm gaze. You've gotten so strong, Tayuya-chan. I know you're going to get promoted to Chunin after this exam, for sure. Why you think so? The musician asked, unable to hide the red on her face as she looked back up at the boy smiling at her. She slid a little closer to him while staring at him fondly. What makes you so confident that I can do it, shithead? What about you? Me, Naruto waved a hand at her. If I get promoted it'll just be an added bonus. The only thing I'm interested in here is to meet other shinobi from different villages and to see how much stronger I am compared to them. There are so many powerful people here. I bet it's going to be a blast. Tayuya shook her head at him. How did I know you would say that? She then thumped him in the arm again. Even so, I know you desperately want to become a Chunin, more than anyone else here. I've known you for years now, so you can't hide what you're really thinking from me, shithead. The Jinchuriki laughed and scratched his cheek sheepishly. You can read me too, huh? Exchanging glances, Naruto then gave the girl a more knowing stare. And what makes you think I can't get what you're thinking, Tayuya-chan? He gave her suffix a little more flair to highlight his affectionate addressing of her. The girl looked smugly at him before poking him in his whiskered cheek. That may have worked on me before Mr. Wizard, but not anymore. I'm not as easy to read like when we first met. The tough guys she attempted to put up faded as the warmth in her cheeks grew as Naruto leaned further forward, their foreheads almost tapping. You sure about that? Before they could continue their teasing and jabbing banter, the two were then interrupted by a clearing of a throat, which then had them look up to see 110 of Team Guy standing before them. When she finally managed to grab their attention, the two flatmates also noticed that she was accompanied by Niji and Lee, both of whom were also waiting patiently. The girl with buns in her hair looked on in amusement before also taking a seat beside them, more precisely next to Naruto. No, don't let me interrupt, Tenten exclaimed, propping her chin on her hand and getting an odd blink from Naruto and a surprised stare from Tayuya. The kunoichi smiled cheekily when she looked between them. Having fun? Expression brightening at seeing his other good friends from Team Guy, Naruto turned to face Tenten fully. You bet. How'd you do? Great, the shuriken user replied before thumbing over to Niji and Lee. Those two did just fine as well. Though Lee wouldn't shut up throughout the whole 10 minutes we were in there, I'm just relieved we can always count on Dark and Stoic over here to pull through for us. Niji frowned at her description of him. Excuse me? Stoic? Oh, just roll with it, Niji. Tenten smirked at him. You don't exactly have the most flexible personality. Her cocky face managed to coax a sigh from the genius and got him to fold his arms. Grinning from ear to ear as usual, the boy with the massive eyebrows and wearing the green spandex gave his trademark salute and stepped forward to face Naruto completely. It was obvious he was taking a more challenging stance in his presence, since this exam environment did give off that competitive vibe, hence his automatic setting. Yash! You certainly know how to make a marvelous impression on people, Naruto-kun. Your exuberance and passion is intoxicating, and you are constantly burning with positive energy. Your flames of youth burn the brightest of all. Naruto turned to give the boy a cheerful grin. Thanks, Lee. I'm sure yours was burning brilliantly too. I bet you attacked your test with every fiber of your body. Yes. It was truly a worthy adversary, indeed. But not enough to beat me. Tenten rolled her eyes. Of course. There's no bending your will, is there, Lee? This got a firm nod from the boy, which pretty much solidified his answer. After that exchange, Tenten looked back at Naruto and directed towards him her full and undivided attention. While doing so and getting comfortable, the shuriken user combed her bangs back and smiled warm-heartedly at the teen. So, what do you think this next test is going to be like, Naruto-kun? Naruto shrugged. Don't know. A test of strength, maybe? He looked around at Tayuya, Sasuke, Sakura and the others for an answer. Receiving only shrugs and confused glances from them, he panned back to the shuriken wielder. Since we're in another village in a whole other country, it could be anything. It's going to be tough though, that's for sure, Shiho spoke up. A test of our hearts and souls, one that will surely try to break us. Keed nodded affirmatively while folding his arms in meditation. He was back to his normal self, thankfully, and was now able to become more a part of the exchange of dialogue. We must remain vigilant and face this next obstacle with everything we have. Agreed. Lee chirped loudly. The pair's talk of passion got strange glances from Niji, Sasuke and Sakura, with the latter choosing to speak up after recovering enough from her headache to stay in tune with their conversations. Why are you guys so enthusiastic? What if it's something extremely dangerous? Extremely dangerous? Pa! Naruto laughed. We've fought extremely dangerous before, Sakura-chan. If we could face guys as strong as those rogue thugs from Kirigakure, then there's no way anything out there can beat us. We just need to stay focused. Right, Tayuya-chan? The musician grinned back confidently. Yeah. Definitely. We're gonna get through this and come out unscathed. No problem, Naruto said, next giving Tenten a cocky grin and watching her expression turn into surprise. I'll be waiting for you guys at the finish line. The older kunoichi threw him a taxing gesture. Oh yeah? You think you can beat us? I know we can, Naruto said, hopping to his feet and backing up to stand beside Sasuke and Sakura. When he glanced at the Uchiha and they both exchanged nods of acknowledgement, both turned to smirk at Team Guy, while Sakura went along with them and faced the opposition, because we're Team 7. Tenten stood up as well, folding her arms. It's a challenge then, I take it? First one to reach the finish line of the second stage of the exam gets the members of the losing team to do whatever they want for a day at their request. Huh? Hang on. Sakura spoke up, panning across at Naruto in bewilderment while Sasuke remained passive. Are you guys making a bet? Damn straight, Naruto nodded firmly, sharing the same look as his fellow combat-oriented genius teammate. He then pointed between both teams. The winning squad gets to ask the people on the other team for one thing from each of them. No complaints and no arguments. It has to be something cool though. Lee, sensing opportunity, turned on the shinobi of Team 7 with an excited gleam in his eyes. If we win, then I will immediately challenge Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun to a battle. Oh yeah. He knew exactly what he wanted out of this, right off the bat. If it was a no-questions-asked deal, then he was going to live up to it. It will be a passionate, fiery engagement that will shake the very foundations of our village. Our flames of youth will clash in an epic contest, and test our strength and power in a spar between comrades. A battle where our hearts are put on the line will surely strengthen our bonds as shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. Also picking up on a chance to even things out a little, Neji glanced across at Naruto's group with a smirk. I think I'll put my name in for this challenge too. What harm can come of a little friendly competition? He looked between the blonde and the raven-haired boy standing beside him, finding the promise of a duel with the two of them should he win the right to a request from the losing team quite tempting. Even though he didn't look it, Neji definitely picked up some of that battle enthusiasm from hanging out with Lee and his sensei on a day-to-day basis. He was just a lot cooler about it. Sensing a hidden agenda behind the challenge being made by Tenten, Tayuya stood up from her seat and placed herself between the two teams. I'm in on this one as well. She was quickly joined by Kid and Shiho, both looking across at the other groups firmly. Don't go thinking that this is just a two-horse race. If you can beat both of our teams to the finish, then you get to ask a favor from the two, and vice versa. She then stood down the team guy's Kunoichi, who returned her stance firmly. Kid gazed up thoughtfully, a friendly bout where the souls of individuals are being put on the line. He placed his hand across his chest and bowed grandly, I'm in. Seeing the 2 out of 3 vote in favor of the contest being made had Shiho look on worryingly momentarily, before a small flicker of fervor crossed her face. If that is what everyone wants, then I'm not going to argue. I'm in it too. Sakura sighed, running a hand through her hair before glaring back into the center with a smile. Alright. Fine. Since everyone's so psyched about it. We have a deal, Sasuke nodded. If it was a fight they were looking for, then it was a fight they were going to get. Nobody challenges an Uchiha to a race and expects an easy win. They'll have to work for it. Sealing the agreement, all squad members shook hands with one another. With that said and done, and just as everyone was separating from the group accord, a loud bang suddenly rang out throughout the room and drew everyone's attention to the exit at the other side of the hall. There, they saw that the doors had been blown open and a massive tarp had been tossed in. Quickly unbundling itself, a series of ropes with kunai attached to them shot outwards and impaled the surrounding walls, revealing a massive banner with Chunin Exams, Second Stage, written on it in exclamatory letters. When the tarp unwrapped itself, it revealed hidden inside of it a kunoichi with wild purple hair pinned back into a high ponytail, a gorgeous figure and a roguish face, wearing a large, khaki overcoat, a tight, fishnet bodysuit underneath, an orange battle skirt, and shin guards over standard-issue sandals. The woman came to stand proudly before the shocked crowd, all turning towards her, before she raised a fist in a grand manner. In that moment, Tayuya, who had just been saddling up beside Naruto again to continue speaking with him, couldn't stop her jaw from dropping when she saw who it was. A woman who was scary beyond all reason. Oh hell. Heads up, boys and girls. This is no time to get comfortable, because your sexy proctor for the second stage of the exams has just arrived, the loud, boisterous voice of the woman that had appeared immediately bellowed out. If her entrance didn't startle people, then her energetic exclamation certainly did as she pointed straight at them. Anko Mitarashi, here strictly for your viewing and entertainment pleasures. A dead silence fell over the hall as those who claimed to be completely sane and problem-free gawked at her, while others who didn't give a blink to anything around them just stared. After a full minute ticked by and nothing happened, with Anko maintaining her pose with a growing look of embarrassment coming across her, Naruto then turned back to his team to continue speaking with them despite their bewildered states of person. So did you know that mockingjays respond to any fucking noise you just happen to make? No? Do they? Lee asked, genuinely surprised. Not sure, I haven't really tried that theory out myself. Naruto swayed back at the last second when a kunai went flying right for his head, forcing him to perform a flip and look back up. What the fuck, Anko-sensei? If that had hit me, I would have been pissed. No, you would have been dead with a kunai lodged halfway through your brain. Try to keep up with the program, Gaki, the kunoichi standing in front of the banner replied while lowering her hand. She then smirked when she saw Tayuya standing beside the Jinchuriki, giving the girl her familiar leer that had the red head quickly shrink away and hide behind her roommate. Now that she knew her former student and her friends had made it through, Anko then glared back out across the chamber with more vigor. I see that a lot of you had made it through the first stage. Good. It means I've got a lot more toys to play with. Why the heck did you run ahead of us so fast? A voice suddenly cut in from behind, forcing Anko to look over her shoulder as 2 more people stepped around from behind the banner, all of them looking a little ragged. They gave the woman dirty looks as they spread themselves out a little. The person that had spoken was a dark-skinned man with shaggy white hair, bulbous nose, lazy expression, tattoos that read lightning and water on his left and right shoulders in kanji respectively, and was wearing a black uniform with the Kumogakure vest, complete with sword strapped to his back. Don't tell me you sprinted all the way up that last hill just to crash through the door and make a spectacle of yourself, Anko-san? Hey, if you didn't want to do it then someone else had to, the woman replied while smirking up at the taller man, hands on her hips. It's not my fault you wanted to lag your ass up that last stretch on the lowest possible gear, Darui. Come on. Loosen up a little and have some fun. The man sighed and rubbed the back of his head, while his companion went around to take a stand on Anko's other side. Are all of you Konoha women like this? Nope. I'm one of a kind, baby, Anko exclaimed, spunky, mean, and downright nasty when I want to be. The man next to her, a Kirigakure shinobi wearing the dark uniform originating from his village, with long black hair that reached past his shoulders, a beard, his headband worn around his head, and a scar crossing his left eye, shook his head at the woman with an amused smirk on his face. Don't play around with this one, Darui-san. She's got fangs. No kidding, the Kumo ninja chuckled, looking around at the crowds as well. I'm not fool enough to mess around with someone who can potentially kill me, Tsurugi-san. Now, enough with the useless bantering and on to business. I'll let the young lady here take this one, since she was the one that went out of her way to make the grand entrance. Grinning from ear to ear, Anko gratefully stepped forward so that she could be flanked properly by the two other proctors. Alright you little munchkins, this next test is a relatively simple one. All you have to do is escort a priority target safely to the next stage of the exams. A wide smile remained on her face as she allowed the silence to grip the crowd. She didn't say anything for the next few minutes. When chattering started up, a lot of people began inquiring for further details into their next assessment. Okay, Naruto nodded while rubbing his chin. I'm listening. Is there anything else we need to know? Was Anko screwing with them? From the look on her face, she probably was. Shikamaru frowned from where his team was currently standing. Aren't you going to tell us who we're escorting and where we're escorting them to? We're glad you asked, kid, Darui exclaimed, suddenly reaching behind him and pulling out 2 scrolls. Anko and Tsurugi both mimicked his actions, before unfurling the items along the floor in front of them. As soon as the lengths of paper were laid out and stretched to their fullest, all 3 of them then flipped through hand seals before slamming their hands down on the foot of their sheets. 6 explosions of smoke filled the air and sent a white cloud filtering across the area. Once it cleared, the genin were met with an extraordinary sight. 53 little animals lined up in military formation along the lengths of scrolls they were summoned from. All of them were relatively the same size, they all had a scroll strapped to their backs, and all of them were of different colors and patterns to determine individuals from the same species apart. Among the little animals seated patiently in their places there included dogs, cats, otters, flightless birds, and marsupials. Everyone looked down at the creatures for a moment before finally glancing back up at the proctors when they stood to full height and beckoned the youngsters to return their attention to them. These are your clients, Darui exclaimed loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. One of the many assignments Chunin squad leaders and teams are sent on are escort missions. In some cases, the client that is being escorted may be in the possession of valuable information that may contain important aspects about your village or your home. It is essential that every escort job is completed from start to finish, not just for the benefit of the client, but for the weight they carry upon their shoulders and, by extension, yours. Whether they be ordinary villagers or high-ranking noblemen, the protection of the client and their safe passage to their destination are made top priority above everything else. You must work together as a team to ensure the person or persons of interest are transported safely and unharmed, Tsurugi informed, before smirking deviously. Which is why we believe this is the perfect test to assess you guys on. In order to see how well you function as a group and how much you can be depended on, you will each be tasked with guarding the life of one of the summons you see before you, Anko stated, gesturing down to the assorted critters still sitting at attention. Your job is simply to escort your assigned summon across the Boiling Lands, or what the grounds have affectionately been named by us proctors as the Fire, to the lookout post on the other side where the coastal border resides. You'll have 3 days to reach your destination. When she saw faces become serious and mutterings start up again, she then grinned sinisterly. Oh yes, and before I forget, only 8 teams are allowed to pass. This immediately had expressions change and faces pale. What? Darui let out a laugh at the unified shout of outrage. Yep. You got it. 8. Only a handful of you will be able to move on to the next stage. Sorry. So that's it? Karui asked out loud, looking back at her teammates to see them shrug. All we get for our trouble is an impossible mission and an apology should we fail the damn thing. When you fail the damn thing, Tsurugi corrected with a grin. The cutoff rate this time is well above 60%. Good luck with that. Anko giggled before waving at the crowd in front of her. I believe this is the perfect time for you to say, fuck you? Fuck you, Anko-sensei? Tayuya shouted while waving a fist at the woman. Naruto's sweat dropped and looked back at the girl still using him as cover. You know she can't hear you when you're hiding behind me. The girl huffed as she kept a majority of her head concealed behind his shoulder. All of the boys standing around her, Sasuke and Neji included, had to admit that seeing the girl poking her head around in such a timid manner was actually quite cute. In fact, it got way more than its fair share of 8 chuckles from the teams gathered in that spot. Utakata looked up from his side along with his teammates. So what you're basically telling us is that this is just a race to the finish? Pretty much, Darui nodded in response. However, there are a few more conditions to this test, Anko stated while folding her arms. Remember, only 8 of you are allowed to go through into the next stage. That means everyone will be trying to rush across the landscape at the same time to get to the desired location. Be warned, Tsurugi picked up with a frown, the Boiling Lands are given its name by the Yugakure shinobi for a reason. It is a treacherous landscape, filled with dense jungles, geysers that spew sulfur and poisonous gases, sheer cliffs, sinkholes, and, most importantly, rivers and lakes, many of which are boiling hot. What's more, there are only a handful of avenues you can use to safely cross to the other side. Should you try to get across the lowlands in a hurry, you might end up not only losing your client, but your lives. Additionally, as well as concentrating on your primary objective, one of your other aims is to prevent the other teams from reaching the same destination as you, and that means either slowing them down or stopping them completely. Anko nodded, seeing everyone's expressions shift and change in response to the overwhelming information. The kunoichi then smirked and pointed towards the far wall of the chamber to her left, where a desk was set up with several chunin sitting behind them with stacks of paper laid out beside them. To those of you who wish to continue, there is a waiver you are required to sign saying that we are not responsible for anything that happens to you guys out there. Darui chuckled, heh, we wouldn't want to be blamed in case any of you runts accidentally end up getting sucked down a gas chute to the center of the earth, now would we? Once you've signed your waivers and handed them in, your team will then be given a number. That number will correspond with the one on your assigned summon, which can be found on the scrolls on their backs, Tsurugi stated while raising a hand. Remember, from the time the exam starts you have only 3 days to get across the Boiling Lands to the other side. In order to get through, you must get there ahead of everybody else with all 3 of your team members intact and your assigned animal at all costs. Failing to make it by the allotted time or if all positions are filled by the time of your arrival, you will not be allowed to advance. Good luck. The 3 proctors stood back and watched as the genin all lined up in their squads to sign the waivers provided for them. As they observed the first groups move over to collect their summons, which they were required to protect and look after for the duration of their 3-day venture, the jonin began whispering to each other regarding the teams they believed would be making it into the next round. Who do you think will survive going through Hell's Gate? Anko asked, nudging Darui in the side. The man chuckled, nodding towards Samui's team as they passed them and proceeded to collect their client. Those 3. They were trained by Reikage-sama's brother, so I know they will get through into the next stage just fine. The snake mistress smirked, before gesturing towards Tayuya and Naruto's groups still lined up. I've got my eye set on those 2. If there's anyone out of my entire village who is bound to make it across, it's those little bastards. The pair then looked over at Tsurugi, who was standing back with his arms folded and looking at the team sagely. When silence passed and the man felt a couple of eyes drilling into the side of his head, he looked over to see Darui and Anko waiting on him expectantly. Blinking in surprise, he frowned. What? Well? Who are you counting on getting through to the next stage of the exam? Darui asked. Anko grinned as she rested her hands on her hips. Are you gonna place your bets on your village's own team? Out of the 52 other contenders, those 3 are kind of on the losing end, don't you think? Tsurugi smirked before looking back towards Utakata, Tsubaki and Kyoko he could see preparing to sign in their waivers. Oh no, don't misunderstand. I'm not making any bets that they will come in either first or second in this race. His expression then became deathly serious as his eyes followed them to the signing desk. I'm not making any bets because I have no doubt that they will win this whole thing, both the second and third stages. Appearing surprised, Darui and Anko looked at one another before shrugging and glancing back to oversee the proceedings. From what they could tell, the guy seemed a little more nervous about his supposedly confident response than anything else. I mean, what in the world did one of Kirigakure's finest have to fear of a team of genin? Oh. This has got to be some kind of joke, right? Ino groaned, watching as the animal they had chosen for them by the official clamber up to hang off of Shikamaru's arm. The blonde Yamanaka could only shake her head in dismay at the sloth. Is someone filming this? because I swear someone's toying with us right now. And before anyone gets confused at her illustrating of the situation, yes, it was an actual sloth she was referring to, not her teammate. The Nara simply stared lazily at the animal with incredibly long arms hanging off of him, watching it yawn and look back as it then made to fall asleep. As for Choji, well, the rotund genin standing beside them just went with what the proctors gave to them and, with a mouthful of chips, made no complaints about their situation whatsoever. "Oh, the universe hates us," Ino cried, looking away while shaking her head. Shikamaru shrugged when he glanced down at the scroll on their summons back before turning to look at his teammates. "Hey, it could have been worse. Just be grateful it wasn't a tortoise." Meanwhile, on the other end of the spectrum, Tenten was glaring down at the floor with a twitching eyebrow as her team looked upon their client, the bored, sluggish form of a tortoise smiling up at them. Now, while it was common knowledge amongst them that their sensei's main summon was indeed a tortoise, the fact that they were given one seemingly out of mere association seemed kind of strange. It didn't help them that it was unbelievably slow and that Lee had taken an immediate liking to the critter. Oh, what a wonderful animal! So full of life, passion, and energy. He is truly a force to be reckoned with. Lee exclaimed loudly, kneeling down to grin at the animal. "With you as our partner, there's no way we're gonna lose." Niji, arms folded, arched an eyebrow at his teammate. "What makes you say that?" "Because, I can feel it in my heart," Lee stated, looking up with a raised fist and fire in his eyes. "The flames of your burns brightly within this tortoise as it does for me. This bond that we have made, it's unbreakable." Tenten's shoulders slumped. "Well, it's not like we can really give back this guy and ask for another one. The rules are set in concrete after all, so we've got no choice." Like the proctors and the Chunin handing out the paperwork said, there were no takebacks, refunds, or exchanges allowed. The bond that Lee was talking about, yeah, she was pretty sure it was just a binding contract. All-around teams were up and collecting their clients left and right. One after the other the little animals joined up with their assigned protectors. Many squads were happy with the contracts they were given, others were a little bit despondent, whereas a great majority of them were focusing most of their concerns towards the test ahead of them. Because they were in a whole other country with terrain that only the Yugikure shinobi were probably familiar with, though it was highly unlikely since the course they were going to was restricted to all genin, they didn't know what to expect. That, and they were wondering whether they, as human beings, would be able to take the strain of not only watching over their assigned animal but also whether their summon would be able to handle the environment too. It worked out like this. Team 10 got a sloth, making it 2 sloths in total on their squad. Team 9 got a squirrel, much to Shiho's joy as she thought the little thing was cute. Team Guy got a tortoise. The Sand siblings acquired a cat, which got scared the wits out of and into obedience when it got a good feel for the boy carrying the large gourd on his back. Team Samui acquired a hare, the lone Kiri team got themselves a ferret, and Team 8 wound up partnered with an adorable little otter. As for Team 7, well, it seemed like their summon had decided to take a walk. When they arrived at the spot where their number was supposed to be sitting and waiting for them, Naruto and his companions found to their confusion an empty space. While everybody else was becoming familiar with their clients, the team under Kakashi Hatake was left scratching their heads and wondering where the hell the little tyke went off to. "Okay, what the hell?" Sakura said, rounding on her squad mates to voice her frustration. "Is it always going to be like this with us? Are every client we're going to be signed up with, human or animal, going to cause problems for us?" Sasuke frowned as he too was looking around with his hands in his pockets. "Knowing our luck, yeah. Probably." Naruto sighed and scratched his head. "Damn, what kind of animal would be troublesome enough to just go wandering off on its own? It doesn't make any sense." With the large number of mammals and whatnot already present, with over 100 genin also walking around, it made their task of locating their summon even more challenging. Deciding to search for it, Naruto got down on all fours and sniffed the ground, earning strange looks from his team. However, they figured he was using his heightened senses to track it, seeing as how he was part animal himself, in a way. However, while Naruto and Sasuke were looking out over the heads of all those present, searching the grounds for any sign of a stray cat or something, Sakura suddenly felt a tug on the back of her dress and looked around. Seeing nothing at first, her eyes dropped to the floor, where she then spotted the white, furry form of a snow fox. The little animal had tugged on her dress and was now sitting in front of her with a cute smile on her face. Tail wagging behind her, the animal yipped happily. Surprised, Sakura then noticed the number on his back and smiled. "Oh, there you are." Her exclamation had Sasuke and Naruto focus on her, in which they gathered around their summon to take stock of her. The Kunoichi squatted down in front of the vixen when she came up and nuzzled her extended hand. "Ah, you're so adorable." Naruto chuckled and scratched his head. "That's strangely appropriate." The raven-haired genius next to him turned to the blonde with a puzzled look. What do you mean? Oh, nothing, Naruto replied quickly while looking away. Shrugging off his weird behavior as something ordinary, the Uchiha returned his attention to their client while the blonde was left to sweat the little details. Geez, I don't want them finding out about you yet, furball. It's too soon. Thank God Sasuke didn't pester him about his response, otherwise he would have quite literally been dipped through hot water for an answer. The blonde then heard the Ninetales inside of him snort in amusement. Whether or not they find out that you're my container, I don't really care. Besides, you seem to be holding up pretty well on your own. You may as well not even have me inside of you. Wow. Thanks for the vote of confidence. No problem. Sakura giggled when the fox licked her hand before allowing it to climb up onto her shoulder. When she stood up, she turned back to her team as the snow creature waved its tail happily. What do you think we should call her, Sasuke-kun? The boy raised an eyebrow. You want to name it? Might as well, the kunoichi exclaimed, scratching the animal behind the ear. We'll be out there for 3 whole days if we don't arrive at our destination by the 1st. If she runs off anywhere along the way, we can always call out for her. How about Eris? Naruto offered, walking up to the cheerful pair and smiling at the fox on the girl's shoulder. When he leaned in to get a closer look at her, the fox leaned forward and licked his nose, getting the boy to laugh a bit from the show of affection. I think it's a great name. She seems to like it. Sakura blinked before looking at the albino mammal thoughtfully. Rolling the name around her tongue for a bit, she then saw the fox look her way and beamed. Is it okay if we call you that? Eris? At that inquiry, the fox yipped in response, getting Naruto to smile due to his being able to understand animal speech and the kunoichi to grin at how delighted she seemed. Alright, Eris it is then. Sasuke smirked and shook his head at their antics. You guys are having more fun with these trivial games than this entire exam. He turned on his heel and looked away. If anything, he attempted to hide the amusement, but failed due to them spotting his expression beforehand. Try not to become too attached to her. We're going to be split up at the end of this anyway. Ah, come on team. Don't be such a buzzkill, Naruto mock whined, reaching over and petting the fox on the back, getting it to purr approvingly. How often do we get to name an awesome animal like this during one of the toughest exams in history? Certainly not every year. The exams came once every few months, and this was the first mass international one that they had the privilege of being a part of. She's cute too, Sakura chirped, feeling the fox nuzzle her cheek when Naruto was done scratching its ear. I bet she'll make a great companion to have at home. Ignoring the displays of affection and the pair pretty much warming up to the animal, Sasuke turned his head again and glanced at his teammates firmly. We're not supposed to be bonding with the animals, we're supposed to be protecting them. Consider them as clients who have paid a considerable amount of money to have us safeguard them to the next checkpoint. They expect us to do our jobs well and to act professionally, even in the face of adversity. If anything, you should be showing more concern for the journey ahead of us than the banter between you and the fair. Naruto smirked at him. Sometimes it's good to talk with the client and get to know them a little better. That way they'll be able to trust us if something bad was to happen along the way, like with that shop owner that one time, remember? The Uchiha, hearing his rival's reasoning, grunted and looked away with his arms folded. Do what you want with her then. Just make sure to keep your eyes open and on all sides, so we're not blindsided by anyone looking to muscle us out early. Staring at his shoulders for a moment, the Jinchuriki then looked back at the fox and pointed towards the genius in question. Don't worry about that guy, he's always like that. The fox yipped in response, acknowledging the blonde's statements with her own exclamations. Yeah, you're right. His hair does look like the ass end of a duck. That little observation got Sakura to look more carefully at her crush and the most handsome boy of her age group, after which she too noticed the illustration. The sight got her to giggle and snort. Tick mark forming on his head, Sasuke turned to glare at the three of them, only to see Sakura start laughing even harder, and both Naruto and the fox perched on the kunoichi's shoulder look mischievously in his direction. A little bit thrown by their stares and unable to ignore the pink-haired kunoichi's fits of mirth, the raven-haired teen glared away with a huff and kept his eyes locked ahead of him. This assessment was going to be a troublesome one. He just knew it. Oh, an hour later? Starting line. The starting points for every team were spaced out over a wide arc following a semicircle perimeter representing the entrance point of the Boiling Lands. A massive fence was set up at its crest to stop trespassers from wandering to their potential deaths, a metal mesh structure that stretched a full story high with razor wire at the top. At every interval of the massive barrier there sat a gate with numbers on top of each of them, allowing the numerous teams to take their pick of whatever entrance they wished to use. The +100 teams made sure to spread themselves out across the width of the entrance to the valley. Due to the large growth of forest standing before them just beyond the fence, it was impossible to see any further than the darkness of the woods, leaving everyone to question of what really lay within, far outside of the protection of their gate numbers. With their summons in tow and a Chunin stationed at every entrance, the squads waited patiently for the next stage to begin. An intercom setup on every post would announce the start of the test, leaving everyone waiting with bated breath until the gun was fired. Everyone was in a different state and condition of readiness, starting from worried leading all the way up to excited. This could be said for Teams 8 and Guy, with Team Samui and the San siblings following close behind. All of them were looking confident and ready for action. Team 7 brought up the rear with Naruto grinning, Sasuke smirking as he knelt on the ground looking through the fence with his Sharingan, and Sakura carrying Eris comfortably on her shoulder. All of them, including the fox, were glaring down the woods like it was their enemy, mostly for a fact that it was going to be swarming with them the moment the gates flew open. Kotetsu, who was assigned to their post, smirked at their grins and stares. Eager? Oh yeah, Naruto said with a firm voice. What place do you think you'll come at the end of this, if you don't mind me asking? The man asked curiously. That's easy. First, Sakura said confidently, resting a hand on the white fox as she squatted down. She saw Naruto and Sasuke look at her, to which she responded with a smirk. What? Did you think you guys were the only ones allowed to get excited? I've got stake in this one too. Me and Eris both. Naruto grinned brightly. That's the Sakura-chan that I know. His statement got a chuckle out of the Uchiha kneeling close by. Kotetsu nodded toward each of them. Well then, since you're all up to it, good luck out there. Shortly thereafter, the intercoms blazed into life. All right teams, the hand just ticked over to noon. Remember, you have exactly 3 days to make it across and secure one of the 8 spots to make it through to the next round. Make sure your client arrives safe and sound, as they will be helping you reach the 3rd stage. Enko's voice echoed out. The squads could literally see her grin forming on the microphone end of the system despite her not actually being there. Now get the hell out of here. The horn blared and the gates flew open. Almost instantly the teams darted in all at once. However, before Team 7 could jump through, Sasuke held up his hand to stop Naruto and Sakura from rushing in, the 3 of them hanging at the entrance while Kotetsu watched and waited for them to enter. After a full minute of them just standing there doing nothing, Sakura raised an eyebrow. What are you doing, Sasuke-kun? Why'd you stop us? If we run in there all gung-ho and gunning for the finish line across a terrain we don't know, we're more than likely to run into some of the other teams ready to fight over the same route. As much as I'd like to butt heads with them, it's not the right thing to do when we have a passenger with us, nor is it the safest. The Kunoichi realized what he was getting at and smiled, looking across at Eris waving her tail happily. I see. If we rushed in there without thinking, we'd be putting our client at serious risk. She then lowered the animal to the floor and allowed her to walk past on all 4 legs through the fence at her own leisure. Sakura followed the animal close behind with her hands behind her. We'll let her lead the way then. Naruto chuckled and relaxed into a regular standing position as well, aiming to follow his teammate and the animal with his hands at the back of his head. Sasuke allowed the first pair through and followed close behind, the Jinchuriki hanging back a second longer to wave at Kotetsu. See you at the end. The man from Konoha saluted back, sure thing. With that, Team 7 then strolled into the woods where they disappeared shortly thereafter, with their fox client and summon in the lead. Since they had no idea what was in this place, it was best to let the one they were escorting lead the way. It was most likely that the animal knew the best possible route through, as well as the safest course if they were going to complete this thing in one piece. XXX. Several hours later. By around this point, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke had traversed much of the terrain across the Boiling Lands from their starting gate all the way through the woods and further down into the lowlands. Their exit from the dense forest saw most of their cover thin out as the topography became even more treacherous and steep. At first it started off smooth with a gradual, downhill slope, until things started to become jagged and they ended up twisting and turning through rocky mounds, drops and pathways of stone, while weaving through thick and equally distorted vegetation. It was almost like Kokoda out here. The climb down was extremely hazardous, which Sasuke found out for himself when one of the ledges he was using as a step gave way and tumbled several stories down onto the next road, where the rocks shattered. That was just one of the many potholes they experienced earlier on in the 2nd stage before they continued to descend into unknown territory. While of course the terrain only worsened from that point onwards, the temperatures became even more unbearable. About an hour in the group suddenly noticed their surroundings go from tropical to unbearably warm. Soon it became so hot they may as well have been wandering through a desert at peak hour, only there was moisture in the air and enough fertility in the ground to have a forest still in full growth. It reached this stage of irritability when they climbed down their third cliff, in which they then entered another winding path through hills dotted with limestone and trees. They even managed to catch a decent view of the landscape before them, a jungle-covered map with steaming, rocky mountains, tors and cliffs all around. It was almost like they'd landed on another planet. The path they followed was forged by the keen nose of their client. The white fox expertly led them down without any dangers befalling them. As soon as they reached a stable track, she then hopped back up onto Sakura and the team proceeded forward of their own accord. In spite of their successful descent into hell thus far, the three teenagers quickly found themselves unable to ignore the sheer heat enveloping them and seemingly coming off of every bedrock stalagmite and brimstone pillar on their chosen path. For the next few hours of marching after that, the squad proceeded forward with their clothes completely soaked in sweat and humidity. It looked like they had just gone swimming, but they hadn't. Sakura groaned unpleasantly as she fanned her face, whereas the fox on her shoulder remained unfazed. "Why is it so damn humid?" "Don't know," Naruto also groaned, sharing the same expression and slumped posture as the girl. They both looked up at Sasuke, who was also trudging along with his stance keeled over. "Hey Sasuke, why is it so fucking hot?" In spite of his best efforts to maintain his composure, even the Uchiha was beginning to feel the strain. With an exhausted expression in play, the genius glanced back over at his teammates. If he was wearing makeup right about now, he'd look like a crying tramp. "We're standing on an active volcanic area. I think this is one of the points where the lava comes closest to the surface." "That explains the heat," Sakura groaned, looking across at a mound of rock they were passing by. Curious, she held out a hand and touched it, only to recoil with a loud yelp and a hiss that came off of her hand, trailing steam. Both her teammates looked at her in concern. "Shit! And it's coming off of the rocks. They must be venting the heat from underground, otherwise our sandals would have melted off by now," Naruto stated, watching with disinterest as Sasuke decided to take off his damn shirt. It was already so unpleasantly hot the guy didn't need it right now. Though it didn't seem physically possible, Sakura got even hotter under the collar watching the raven-haired boy stride forward with his bare back turned towards her. God, even his naked shoulders were cool. However, due to the overabundance of heat in the area, the girl quickly had to refrain from blushing outright or risk passing out from the blood rushing to her face. She groaned and stumbled, leaning up against a tree when the group came over the top of another hill. "It's going to get worse, isn't it?" "Not unless we can find some higher ground," Sasuke stated while stopping and looking back at the kunoichi to see her resting. "We need to get out of this pot before the sun goes down completely, otherwise we'll get lost or risk falling into a pit or something. That or the heat will end up slowly killing us." Sakura, not thrilled with the prospects of death by being melted or boiled alive, bucked up whatever energy she had in the tank and trudged forward. When she arrived at the shirtless Sasuke's side, they both looked back to see Naruto inspecting the same tree Sakura had been leaning against. It was bottle-shaped and strangely swollen, which immediately had the youngster's interest in it. The other two then proceeded to watch the boy pull out a kunai and stab the surface of the trunk. When he yanked it out, a loud hissing sound could be heard as thick, gooey liquid spilled out onto the floor and, upon looking at his blade, the Jinchuriki could see it had melted away. He cringed and stepped over the sizzling pool while losing his now blunt weapon. "Unless you can stomach it, don't eat anything from the trees or plants, and stay the hell away from the bottle-shaped ones. The vegetation here is toxic." The other two nodded in understanding before moving on. They followed the path onwards, winding through trees and giant stalagmites that looked like massive termite mounds, before they arrived at a rocky wasteland area. A cloud of steam washed over them that had all of them coughing and sputtering, before they each covered their mouths with cloth. Unable to bear the heat himself, Naruto removed his jacket and wrapped it around his waist, at the same time pulling his goggles over his eyes and wrapping his headband around his mouth. Sakura and Sasuke merely used cloths, but were unable to cover their eyes, with the kunoichi doing the same for the fox when she heard it sneeze unpleasantly. "There are different gases in the air. Let's get across this quick," Naruto said, picking up the distinct sense of several different fumes that were in no way good for one's health. Unfortunately, there was no other way through, none that were safe anyway, so their only real option was forward. The trio moved carefully, following the same vector across the badland until they stopped at some bubbling pools formed in the ground. The steam rising from them was what they assumed to be the cause of the foul stench in the air. Even with their face masks on they could smell it, which had them recoil somewhat and move further away from the ponds of corrosive liquid. "Brimstone and sulfuric acid," Sakura stated, recognizing the stench. "This place really is hell." To add to her observation, jets of steam suddenly shot out as once again the ground vented through use of what they presumed were underground streams. Staying the hell away from the blasts, They moved across slowly until a jet of steam from a gap up ahead sprayed water on them. They thought it was water at least, till a stinging sensation on their skins told them to take cover behind a boulder. Not pressing up against it since it was scorching, the group glared around as jets continued to rocket into the air beside the pools of boiling liquid. The ground was gray and cracking. Clearly not the place to be walking through, but they had no choice. Any bridges across were up another level, and they didn't really feel like exposing themselves to anyone who might be nearby unless absolutely necessary. The fox whimpered when she too felt the stinging cloud of moisture, which had Sakura quickly attempt to calm her. This is suicide. The further we go, the more dangerous the ground becomes and the more likely we're going to fall through or worse, Sakura stated, looking at her teammates to see them silently agreeing with her as well as at the fox who was resting on her shoulder. Let's backtrack and go around. Nodding, Naruto looked to his right and pointed towards the cliffs they could see over a few rises. We'll take the woods over there. Streams might be filtering down into this area and cooling the ground. We might even be able to find a river with suitable drinking water. If we're lucky, Sasuke said. It all depended on their location, which seemed to be a valuable commodity in this fucked up place. He looked around again before shaking his head at the sheer incredibility of their environment. I wonder if anyone else tried to cross through this bowl. Yeah. Naruto murmured before pointing across one of the flats of the scorched ground towards a massive pool of boiling water. There's your answer. When his teammates looked around the cover to where the Jinchuriki had his attention, their eyes widened when they saw the remains of 6 bodies of former genin floating in a smoking pond. When one of the lifeless cadavers upturned, it revealed a face melted through to the bone, which was also being eaten away by acid. The sight had all 3 of them vomit in their mouths and pull back behind the boulder. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Without another word, the 3 carefully made their way back and up onto more vegetated ground. They followed the tree line out of the area, gradually ascending several levels so that they were able to scope out the entire area. From what they could see hiding up on the ridge, the desolate, cracked and scorching wasteland they had just wandered into and left was one of many craters plotting the entire region. Following the columns of smoke from sulfur rising into the air, they were able to make out several areas, with an entire cluster further up, which was blocked by both trees and mountainous stones jutting into the sky. This did not instill much confidence in the team, and neither did the coming night as they could also see the sun setting from their position. They wandered even further along and higher up, until arriving in a clearing well above the hot zone. They found a massive tree amongst many growing over a cliff, with enough space inside for them to sleep in. While Sasuke gathered leaves and made a bed, and Sakura went about setting traps, Naruto had a look at some of the vegetation and plant life. He even went up into the canopy to find water pooling, and tested its viscosity and acidity using powders he normally used to check if any water sources were poisoned. Seeing that it wasn't, he bottled as much as he could before jumping down to look for food. When night fell and the 3 gathered around a pit fire with massive leaves pulled over the entrances to hide the light from any curious onlookers, the team was absolutely spent. Their client had also fallen asleep, the white fox affectionately named Eris curling up beside her kunoichi caretaker and enjoying the comfort of the group's company. All 3 of the kids had disrobed down to their underwear and had tossed it up to dry. At least at this time the night was cool and the temperatures had receded to a suitable norm, much to their relief. However, while Sasuke and Naruto had no problems being in their boxers or briefs respectively, Sakura did, in which she couldn't stop herself from blushing to the roots of her hair, trading glances with the boys while trying to hide her own self. She shouldn't have been worrying about this as much. She was a kunoichi for goodness sakes. Thanks to Naruto's scrounging, they were able to get a decent, vegetarian meal, so things were going pretty good for them so far, despite the horrible trek they'd had up to this point. Cracking fruit and mixing them into his leaf soup, Sasuke looked up from his dinner. I'm sure we're more than a third of the way across, but this place is huge. Those hot spots with the acid pools are only going to get worse until they become impassable except for a select few crossings. My guess is that the other teams will either be waiting in ambush for us or will be trying to block the routes to prevent others from passing, if they're smart. Naruto looked up as well with a frown. That's really annoying. Granted he would do the same thing, he would honestly prefer going out and kicking the crap out of the other teams with his own 2 fists. But this was neither the time nor the place. Will they really do that? Sakura asked. It's a pass or fail assessment, Sasuke reasoned with a deep frown, with only 8 spots available. This test was designed to kill off as many of us as possible. Those bodies we saw dissolving back there in the acid. He looked around at his squad with a serious face. They probably got into a fight in that area and ended up falling in. There was debris floating in the pool from what was previously a thin earth plate, and the area just couldn't take their weight. Sakura paled at that realization and looked down at her own soup. This is bad. They said the terrain was unstable and filled with spots like that. They could be anywhere. Not just that, Sasuke stated, breaking a stick off of the roots they were hiding in and shuffling closer to the center. Geysers, some of them spewing acid, sinkholes, boiling rock, rivers of magma, steam vents, toxic water and corrosive plants. I'm pretty sure in an area like this the soil is also tainted. We have to navigate through all of that, while also protecting our client and battling the other teams. He then drew a rough image of what he believed to be the terrain to follow from what he was able to make out from their spot on the cliff. He drew an oval that represented the boiling lands, their position, and plotted out the various hotspots, significant terrain details and craters. This is where we are. Naruto and Sakura took a closer look. In the oval, they could see they were somewhere past the first third, but there was also a hell of a lot of shit ahead of them, including an area labeled with a question mark that Sasuke just wasn't able to gauge. From the rough sketch, it didn't look good. What's this? Sakura asked, pointing at the huge gap dividing the valley. Naruto's expression conveyed his incredulity. That is a massive gorge across a boiling lake. I saw that while I was up in the tree taking point. His eyes were sharp, so he knew exactly what he was looking at the moment he spotted it. The smell was also a dead giveaway, and in this environment it was a miracle he could still smell as accurately as he could. I believe that's where the lava moves closest to the surface while not actually vaporizing the entire water source, Sasuke said with a grim look on his face. It's hot? Very hot. That wasn't a stratocumulus we could see, that was superheated steam rising into the air. All I could see was a mountain and a jungle on the other side. I'm willing to bet that's the last elevated area until the final descent down into the coast. Understanding thus far, Sakura nodded before looking over at her blonde teammate, who was also rubbing his chin thoughtfully. So all we have to do is pass the minefields, pass that gorge, climb over that mountain and slide down to the other side. Naruto nodded while brushing down his arm. It's going to be a long haul. Night is too dangerous to traverse this landscape, so everyone is bogged down just like us. Where exactly, I have no idea, but they're probably a little further ahead. Our only safe option is to wait for them to arrive at the same crossing and let them fight over who gets to pass. That'll give us a big enough opening to get over, Sasuke stated. Yeah, but what if someone else has the same idea as us? Naruto asked, looking up at his rival. There's only a small amount of time and it's exclusive entry into the third stage. The other squads are going to be both desperate and dangerous, maybe even just one of those. Yes. I've considered that, Sasuke murmured while running a hand over his face. Breathing a sigh, he then looked up. We'll try to avoid a fight if possible to circumvent endangering our client, but if a situation arises and there are no other options available, then you know what will happen then, right? Getting a nod from Naruto, he also looked across at Sakura to see her determined face staring right back. She petted their sleeping companion on the head before she too nodded in agreement. Acknowledging, the Uchiha leaned back to continue eating. Good. Then we'll make for the gorge as fast as we can, but keep our distance so that we're not caught off guard like back on that mission. Everything is riding on this bet, Naruto said with a smile, looking down at the fox beside Sakura. In the end, we all need to get through this in one piece. Experience told them they needed to be extra careful, especially with so many more potential enemies wandering around. They kept this in mind as they decided to keep watch in shifts, with one staying awake beside them while the others slept. As the night dragged on, one thing remained clear in all their heads: all three of them were in uncharted territory. For all they knew, there were probably even worse things waiting for them out there than a few acid pools and the ground caving in at their feet. Meanwhile, elsewhere, standing in the middle of a wide-open clearing not too far from where Team 7 was currently nesting, carnage had been brought to the grounds of the second stage of the exams. Surrounded by boiling grounds on both sides as well as the treacherous forest routes all around, dozens of teams from different villages lay dispersed across the expanses of clearing and woodland, some twitching, some lifeless, but all of them sporting the same exact wounds that were pretty much the result of the attack that had struck them down. But what should have been signs of cuts, bruises and conventional injuries from a beatdown given to them by a superbly trained shinobi, all those lying in the area instead had been burned to a crispy black. The smell of burning flesh flooded the air and blocked out all other scents, including the sulfur and brimstone from the acid spots just a stone's throw away. It almost looked like a hellfire had been brought down upon the mix of teams lying scattered in this first third of the region. The animals they were meant to be escorting were no longer in sight either, indicating that they had all been dispelled at the exact same time all the squads in the area were taken down. Even further outside of the clearing, more groups had fallen to the exact same fate at presumably the exact same time at a spread of 20 to 30 meters apart from each other. While most of the shinobi in the clearing were all Iwagakure shinobi, presumably several groups who had decided to band together in an effort to try and force their way across the field and pass as a collective, ultimately ended up sharing the same fate as the other genin not from their village within jumping distance of them, and whom had also no intention of engaging them. It was safe to say that whatever had hit them so hard and so fast that those nowhere in sight of the kill zone didn't even notice the short battle, and the people that had been hit by the attack were struck down without warning or provocation. And of course, the ones entirely responsible for the depositing of bodies here and there stood high up on a nearby ridge overlooking the clearing. Their forms outlined by the moon hanging high in the sky where the steam from the boiling lands could be seen blocking out the stars, the distinct forms of the entire Kiri team towered over and were glaring down at their handiwork. Well, it wasn't so much as the entire team's handiwork as it was one of them. The one to have dealt all the nameless squads the exact same fate stood between the two other members, with Utakata sitting off to the side blowing bubbles from his pipe and Kyoko sitting on the edge swinging her legs over the side childishly while petting their ferret client on the head, which was resting in her lap. The animal in question was looking quite surprised at the chaos it had just witnessed, wrought by the lone, orange-haired girl member of the troop. After finishing blowing bubbles, Utakata removed the pipe from his mouth and sighed, "Maybe you overdid it, Tsubaki." "Overdid it," the kunoichi replied with a scoff, hands in her pockets. "They were in our way and presented a great threat to the other teams going it alone. It's not like any of them were going to give us full quarter if they'd caught us unawares while crossing the plains. This is a competition, Utakata-kun, a race to the finish to determine those who are worthy of carrying the title of Chunin." The boy snorted before lowering his bubble blower to his lap. "At this point in time, the title of Chunin would mean nothing to you. If I was to accurately place you in terms of skill, power, experience and intelligence, you're a lot closer to the level of Jonin than Chunin." Tsubaki smiled as she gazed down at her partner. Aren't you the knowledgeable one?" "You're my teammate," Utakata said with a small smile. "It's my job to know you too, especially if you're going to be sticking around me for the next couple of years." Kyoko giggled as the ferret wagged its tail under her affectionate scratching of its head. "So, who are we going to play around with next?" the blonde asked while looking up onto the ridge towards a distant tree line, in the approximate direction of Team 7. "Weren't there some more teams hiding out in the area? We could track them down now and beat them like we did the others. That way we can have a clear and safe shot to the finals." Tsubaki shook her head, "No." She looked down at the field of charred, smoldering bodies still kicking, all of which were unconscious. "I've had enough playing around with these nuisances for one night. Besides..." A confident smile crossed her face as she ran a hand through her hair, a cool breeze drifting past them and carrying the scent of decay over to the next field. "By my count, I've already eliminated over 1/3 of the competition." Utakata and Kyoko smirked, both of them pleased at that number. In a single evening in just one area, using whatever technique she used, only a single member of the Kiri team had done away with 19 squads in one shot. The genin to have fallen to her terrifying wrath could only thank their lucky stars that she was merciful enough to leave them all alive. Naruto. Drifting. Different levels. The very next morning? Needless to say, it had been a pretty hectic 24 hours so far. Not only had Squad 7 had to contend with the written portion of the exams and the mental strain that was the result of it, but the physical strain that followed immediately afterwards when they and hundreds of others like them were harried into the acid pool-infested sweatbox that was affectionately named the Boiling Lands. The heat of the place had sapped away all of their strength, not only mellowing all three of the genin out but also exhausting them to the point of nodding off the moment they each laid down for the night. The group would change shifts routinely to keep watch every couple of hours so that each of them got their share of rest. With the responsibility of keeping lookout falling back onto the Jinchuriki, the blonde was now using his shift to go on a little assignment of his own. Slipping on his clothes and shinobi gear, Naruto made sure to leave a clone to watch over his still sleeping teammates as he went off to do what he loved doing most in his off time in a strange place, foraging, which was precisely what he did when he took off into the woods on top of the plateau directly beside the wasteland of acid tides and geysers far below. Now that he and the others were so high up, the heat from the lower parts of the massive valley had thinned out somewhat over the night and made the current hour quite pleasant. But since morning was coming round again, Naruto was certain the temperatures would rise if they decided to stick to the lower countryside. Moving further up in the still dark forest, the Jinchuriki made sure to take stock of every bit of wildlife and flora he came across. He even had an interesting conversation with a family of odd-looking possums up in a large figure. There were also some herbs growing in the shrubbery he found rather intriguing and managed to grab his share for later use, while also taking some fruit out of a tree for breakfast. Filled up and his energy levels back to normal, or as normal as they were going to be for him, the blonde continued jumping through trees and scouting the landscape. He stayed well away from the hot spots and open areas, not really wanting to give away his position just yet. Instead, he climbed even higher onto the cliffs, moving up into safer territory in order to get a better vantage point and, at the same time, try to figure out the best route for his team to take afterwards. While he was crossing into another patch of forest, the sound of a cascading waterfall caught Naruto's attention. At this height, with the conditions he was able to gauge with his senses, it was guaranteed the water wasn't going to be either toxic or acidic, so he decided to go check it out and pick up some flasks for his team. When he eventually broke out into the clearing where a lake sat with a river leading over the cliff further away from it, he saw hiding behind trees and standing under the waterfall a person. Raising an eyebrow as the perspiration was blocking full view of them, Naruto decided to move closer and see who it was. Maybe it was one of theirs. Keeping hidden until he came within full sight of the person, the Jinchuriki's eyes widened when he pushed the branches blocking his focus out of the way and his eyes landed on the familiar form of the cool Kunoichi from Kumogakure he'd met yesterday, Samui. He had to keep his face from turning flashlight red and his consciousness from letting up because she was currently standing under the falls, naked, and clearly enjoying a nice shower. If this were Tayuya and he'd walked in on her again, he would actually have something to worry about, since his roommate would have noticed. Hi. The blonde-haired girl suddenly turned around when she heard the sounds of bushes rustling and her expression conveyed a sense of surprise when she quickly spotted Naruto looking at her from the brush. Fuck. Her senses were just as sharp as Tayuya's. Shit. Samui-chan. I'm sorry, Ivuha oa. Naruto dodged sharply when a cluster of shuriken was sent hurling his way. Almost instantly after the close call he looked back just in time to see the Kunoichi who threw them from the waterfall right in front of him with a tanto in her right hand and her left arm covering her chest. Wait. Hold on. Don't do that. Naruto then leapt straight back when the girl lunged at him stabbing and slashing with knife-leading blows. The Kunoichi's furious assault drove Naruto straight onto the grassy clearing from his hiding place, in which she took another jumping lunge at him in order to catch him by surprise. By this point the boy, not wanting to seriously injure her, caught her wrist in mid-swing before twisting and performing an over-the-shoulder toss with one hand. His flexibility allowed a controlled throw, during which the girl let out a startled yelp when she was suddenly dropped onto the grass, on her back, and found herself pinned when the Jinchuriki jumped on top of her. Both arms locked, with Naruto's good hand keeping the arm over her chest pinned where it was, both combatants ended the short feud glaring intensely at one another. Samui's stare fixed defiantly with the Jinchurikis while the Konoha genin stared back, the boy's face glowing bright red at this point while the girl's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. When the struggling subsided, the Kunoichi relented and released the blade in the hand she had pinned above her head, but she kept up her firm stare despite her surrendering. It was safe to say her day wasn't really starting off great. Damn, this kid's good, Samui thought, looking him in the eyes, which were trying desperately not to stray anywhere else, lest he be castrated. Thankfully he kept his eyes trained upwards, while the Kunoichi crossed her legs over in a protective yet vulnerable manner. When the tensions ebbed enough for silence to properly fall, Naruto breathed out sharply before speaking. A shower? In here? Really? My clothes were drenched in sweat from the other day. You'd want a bath too if you spent an entire afternoon wandering those wastelands trying to get across but ended up having to backtrack, Samui responded calmly with the straightest expression she could muster. We did. My team chose to go around when we came across thin plates covering an acid pool surrounded by steam vents, Naruto stated quickly, furrowing his brow. So your group had the same idea to circle around? That's good. The girl smirked a little in spite of her current position. It seems that both our squads are able to think more independently than others. Not like those troublemakers from IWA that got into a fight with some of my own. Both teams ended up taking a dip in the springs when they tried fighting each other out on the flats. Oh. You saw that too? Naruto chuckled a little with an amused grin. Yeah. We caught sight of them after they'd fallen in and were bobbing around for Kami knows how long. We arrived there just in time to watch them turn over. It was their fault for not considering every aspect of the terrain and only focusing solely on the opposition. A rookie mistake, Samui stated before shaking her head. Shinobi from my own village were involved in that mess, but it's no longer my concern. This whole exam is a contest between teams to see which of us are most suitable for promotion. What happened back there happened and there's no going back. Well, I can agree with you on that one. Still, it must have been a hell of a sight. That acid is strong, Samui said pointedly. By my estimate, liquid that corrosive would be able to melt through your skin in mere seconds and turn bone into paste in about an hour. Heh. Then it's a good thing we went around, huh? Naruto replied, only to tense up again when his eyes went a little further downward than he intended and he quickly remembered their predicament. He blushed to the roots of his hair while looking back up at her face. Damn it, even her visage alone was getting him hot under the collar. Yeah, having that shower was definitely not such a good idea. Samui, coming around once again, sharply averted her gaze. Her cheeks started to get red again even though it was beginning to get incredibly cold being disrobed the way she was and embraced by the dark morning. This place is located in an elevated spot, way above the other plateaus and hidden behind dense forest. I still don't know how you were able to find it. I was up, it was still dark, and I decided to take a look around. I wanted to scout ahead to see if there was an easier path my team could take and to see if I could pick up anything interesting along the way, Naruto replied quickly while also looking at something else. He didn't want to damage Samui's modesty, nor did he want to have any unnecessary injuries inflicted upon him from being viewed as a pervert. I saw a cliff and decided to climb it. It's as simple as that. I just happened to stumble upon this area. He then raised an eyebrow and looked back down at her. Hang on, where's the rest of your team? Asleep in the cave, Samui replied, gesturing towards the falls. That and the foliage cover the entrance. It's basically a dead spot in this region. Ah, Naruto nodded in understanding. After a long and awkward silence drifted by, in which both parties spent the next minute or so looking edgily at each other while having no idea what to do next in their positions, the Jinchuriki then decided to follow up on the most reasonable option to present itself. It was a start, but there was no way he wanted to fight Samui here. Not like this anyway. He liked her a lot and she seemed like a very reasonable person. Hell, she hadn't even tried to beat him over the head for her continued state of undress and the fact that he was on top of her in said undress. For some reason the universe was playing ball with him today. He didn't know why, because any other time it just didn't. The universe was a real asshole. Nevertheless, the girl had been caught off guard, she had been unprepared, and it hadn't been a fair fight. Sure, as shinobi they shouldn't really care about fairness, but Naruto was better than that. He was a man of honor as he always said, and would only dispatch enemies with extreme prejudice in the appropriate manner if he had a good enough reason to. Here, he didn't. Samui was a good person and he was going to set this right. Hopefully his negotiating skills were up to scratch today. Truce? Naruto offered. Samui nodded immediately. Truce. Wow. He really was on a roll this morning. Getting off of her, Naruto offered her a hand, which she gladly took. Seeing the girl cross her arms and legs immediately upon standing to cover up, the blonde quickly pulled off his jacket and gave it to her as a temporary reliever. The kunoichi gladly accepted his offering as she pulled it over and zipped it up, finding that it covered pretty much all of the essential areas before deciding to face the boy head-on. Samui turned around in time to see the male blonde pull his shirt off and air it out, before slipping it into the waistband of his pants to hang at his side. It was going to get hot anyway. However, his action did get the girl to blush even more when she got a good look at his build, but she quickly shook out of it. I'm sorry about that, Naruto murmured, looking apologetically at the kunoichi, sneaking up on you and everything. That's okay, Samui responded, rubbing the back of her hand uneasily. It was my decision to shower out in the open, therefore it was my fault for not considering my position properly. If it were somebody else that had stumbled upon me I'd be dead right now. She then looked back up at him inquisitively. That has me quite perplexed. You saw me standing in the water, unarmed and completely defenseless. Why didn't you take the chance presented to you and killed me? The moment he hesitated but still had her at his mercy, the girl had strongly considered calling out for help. However, had the boy pursued a more malicious path in his disarming of her, he would have killed her and left her where she was lying without a second thought, and any intent she would have had to call for her team would have been shut down completely. Instead, when he offered her the option of a stand-down instead of breaking her neck to end the whole thing, she was not only shocked by his proposition but immediately leapt at the opportunity. If he had wanted to kill her, he would have. But he didn't. Why? Naruto smiled back at her and shrugged, I don't kill needlessly. You may be a ninja from another hidden village, but I don't kill unless I'm given a good reason to do so, and even then I'd still consider the person I'm about to take down. Sure, it's a shinobi's job to assassinate people, but I have my own way of doing things. Slaying someone while they're vulnerable and can't even fight back, a beautiful girl to boot. I don't do that. That's not my ninja way. Samui nodded in understanding and lowered her gaze. If the boy was able to read her mind at that moment, he would have felt how stunned she was. Still overcome with reverberations of her potentially fatal error, but also having the right state of mind to acknowledge both her defeat and the otherworldly mercy and kindness of her enemy, the Kunoichi then answered him with the most sensible thing she could say at this time, thank you. You're welcome, Naruto said with a warm smile. Hell, I wouldn't want to be attacked while naked and standing underneath a waterfall washing myself either. That would be just embarrassing. He chuckled, his statements also earning an amused smile from the girl. The Kumo genin then tilted her head at the Jinchuriki curiously as he stood back with his hands in his pockets and allowed the both of them to become accustomed to the setting. After swaying back and forth on the balls of his feet awkwardly as the seconds ticked by, Naruto then pointed over his shoulder and turned away. I'd better get going now. He then started towards the woods he'd come from, intent on heading back. Hold on a moment. Hearing Samui's voice stopped Naruto from taking off. Still feeling a bit edgy from the event that had just taken place, the Jinchuriki turned back anxiously to see the girl step towards him, her attention fixed squarely on his person. A small smile forming on Samui's face as she took all of him in, she then tugged on the jacket wrapped around her and shrugged. Don't you want this back? Naruto remained silent for a moment before giving the girl a grin. Keep it. It's a cheap thing and I don't really think I'd need it in here anyway. You probably need it more than I do right now. Even so, it would be awfully impertinent of me to just take this from you, especially since you only gave me this jacket to cover myself, Samui replied, turning side on and holding the jacket tighter to keep it from inadvertently hiking up her body. Sure, it covered her well enough, but the fact she wasn't wearing anything underneath it did give her some other things to be concerned about. Give me a moment to get dressed and I'll return it. Since we've called a truce, I won't wake my team. She then shot him a cool smirk. When I get back we can take a minute to discuss the matter of you spying on me. Naruto slumped a little at hearing this, but nevertheless looked at his former opponent with a defeated smile. I guess there's no getting away from that one, huh? Returning his question with a smile and a nod, Samui turned and began making her way back over to the waterfall. For some strange reason that the Jinchuriki just could not fathom at that moment was that the girl took a lot longer to walk away from him than he figured she would have, while at the same time making a show of swaying her hips. Choosing to dismiss this as the Kumo girl just messing around with him, Naruto then waited patiently there in the clearing for Samui to return when she disappeared behind the wall of water. When she emerged shortly afterwards, she was not only fully clothed but dried up as well, a field towel wrapped around her neck and being used to wipe her face. With his jacket in hand, the Kunoichi passed it over to him without fuss or hesitation before propping her hands on her hips and gazing at him intently, taking special note of his bare chest. Finding his muscles quite interesting as he hung his jacket over his shoulder, the girl gave an approving look and tilted up to look her would-be adversary in the eye. In spite of your rebellious appearance and benevolent character, you are indeed quite strong, Naruto-san. Really? Heh. Thanks. I bet there have been many people out there who've made the mistake of underestimating you. You're undoubtedly an incredibly skilled shinobi, and one who's good at hiding his abilities. In return, Naruto gave her one of his more charming grins. You're not too bad yourself, Samui-chan. Even though you were caught off guard back there and were in no way ready for a fight, you were still able to give me quite the run around. There aren't many people who can chase me away using only taijutsu. Samui reached up and massaged her neck soothingly, continuing to look the youngster in the eye as they exchanged pleasantries. From your evasive skills alone, I can tell you'd be quite the troublesome opponent to fight one-on-one. Perhaps, after we get out of this place, we can have a more cordial exchange where we're not inadequately dressed and are in a more battle-conscious state of mind. This proposal had the Jinchuriki's spirits lift at the prospect of a fight. Sure. A rematch sounds great. Rubbing the back of his head anxiously for a moment, he then nodded towards the Kunoichi inquisitively. Hey, maybe afterwards, if you're interested, we can meet up after this exam and hang out. You're a really good person to have a conversation with, Samui-chan. The Kunoichi didn't hesitate in beaming. I think I'd like that very much. She then stepped closer and poked him in the chest, giving it a moment of appraisal. He was certainly built for his age. There was no arguing that. It will definitely make up for the whole peeping and throwing me to the ground incident. If we don't end up in a fight somewhere down the line, then I'd consider that a square deal. When she saw him return her sly smile with a sheepish grin, she then thumbed over her shoulder. My team was able to make out a safe route across the plains from here. It weaves between the wastelands through dense forests and rocky tors. Some of the other teams may be using them, but if you're careful enough you'll be able to make it to the gorge before them. Grinning, Naruto threw his jacket on and zipped it up. Upon which he then faced the girl with a challenging leer. Thanks a lot. I hope you and your team make it to the end of this. I'd really like to see you in the next round. Likewise, Samui responded, resting her weight on one side and gesturing him a nod of good luck. I'll hold you to it. Pulling his goggles over his eyes, Naruto returned her gesture with one of his own and disappeared in an orange blur. The speed he moved at made it look to Samui like he shunshined, showing just how fast he really was. This caused an impressed glint to flash through the intrigued girl's eyes. Though she didn't admit it openly, the whole scenario where Naruto had fought and tossed her in that brief spar, and she'd suddenly found her attention locked onto his gaze, so full of vigor and intent, had had a very profound effect on her. Picking up her tanto from the ground, which she'd left lying forgotten there for the entirety of her interaction with the boy, Samui pondered over these troubling thoughts that had arose in her mind in the wake of the Konoha shinobi's departure. The way he'd presented himself to her was cool. She liked that kind of cool. It was the rare kind? Oh. When Naruto returned to the camp, he found his clone sitting outside alongside Sasuke and Sakura, all of whom, including Eris who was wandering around and sniffing the surroundings, were waiting for him. With the dark sky starting to light up and warmth starting to return to the region, now was as good a time as any to get going. Apparently their bodies knew this to be the perfect time as well, and had awoken to the occasion. The original Jinchuriki wandered over from his landing spot as all eyes panned across to him, where his friends saw his stupidly grinning face stroll into view. Due to the intensity of it and the fact that he was positively glowing had Sasuke raise an eyebrow. Even Sakura felt the invisible waves wafting off of the boy and flooding the area. It was almost like the sun itself was approaching them, when in actuality it was just the Jinchuriki in an extremely pleasant mood. What happened to you? Sasuke asked. Oh, Naruto rolled his arms and sniffed snobbishly, nothing much. Just something good. Something very good. How good? Look, I'm not telling you either way, so enjoy stewing over it for the next few hours, Naruto smirked back, playing it on before switching it off just to mess with the Haki genius. This of course got the usual, desired action from the Uchiha grunting before he too stepped further out and away from the tree they had used as a safe house for the night. Did you find a route that we could use, Naruto? Sakura asked from her place kneeling beside the large root of their tent, fixing up her sandal. When the white fox walked back over to the kunoichi, the pinkette allowed the little animal to climb back up onto her shoulder and sat up. I assume that was why we noticed you were missing when we woke up and found your clone just sitting here keeping a lookout and playing with Eris. She then blinked in surprise when a large fruit was tossed over to her and she caught it. After tossing the second one to Sasuke, who gladly took it and rubbed it against his shirt to get rid of any unnecessary grime, the Jinchuriki answered the pair quickly. I journeyed a little further ahead using the cover of the woods. I didn't want to go too far out or risk getting spotted. I didn't want to send out any clones either because anyone sharp enough to spot individual copies moving away from a certain location would be able to track them back to me. Plus I focus better when I don't have so many bodies to worry about. He then pointed upwards. I climbed up the perimeter cliffs onto the higher plains and managed to get a bead on a road we can take. A road? Sakura murmured. A path that can take us through the thick of it, I'm assuming, Sasuke reiterated before lowering his head and tossing the fruit up and down in his hand. Which way? The route I spotted from up high was right across at the end of this level, Naruto stated while pointing in the direction he had come. When we reach the first drop, we're going to have to descend into the lowlands again. I'm sure you'll be able to spot it when we get there, so keep a sharp eye out. We'll be able to maneuver around the wasteland areas, but it's still going to be a scorching hot march. I guess that's unavoidable no matter where you go here. Sakura gave him a dry expression when she looked at the blonde a second time. Well, at least that explains why you've got your shirt off. Taking a bite out of the fruit out of her hand and ripping a few pieces off for Eris, the kunoichi then took the time to fully recognize that the teen had his jacket now wrapped around his waist and shirt hanging from his pants. When she got a good flash of his bare chest and well-refined stomach area, the girl blushed brightly and looked away. Damn it, when did Naruto look so good? He was trickling sweat on top of the fact he was glowing. He looked absolutely hot right now. Bringing his goggles back down to his neck, Naruto then nodded to them. You may want to consider changing into the summer variations of your outfits. We want to try and make it to the gorge by noon and beat everybody else there, so it's better that you travel light and easy? Yeah, Sasuke nodded. I agree on both counts. So, popping the fruit he was chewing on in his mouth, he then removed his shirt and tucked it into his side just as Naruto had. Even in this early morning it was still humid, so he had a reasonable amount of sweat too. With that done, the genius took another chomp out of the melon he had and looked around at their kunoichi teammate. Let's get moving. Sakura? He stopped momentarily when he saw the girl was now lying on the ground with an incredibly red face. Both Naruto and Sasuke stared at her oddly as she lay there, on her back, twitching like a person had electric shocks being shot through them. Seeing her break her composed mood had both boys scratching their heads. "Sakura-chan? Are you okay?" While they watched the girl froth at the mouth, bleed from the nose and listened to her mumble incoherent nonsense, the two boys were unable to hear her thoughts or the kunoichi's inner Sakura screaming at her. "Oh Kami, Sasuke-kun looks splendid," Sakura exclaimed shamelessly in her head. Bathed in moisture dripping down his athletic body and pale skin, and the fact she was already crushing hard on him made the sight even more magnificent. Huosha. Two hot guys and both covered in sweat. My lucky day. Yep, let it be known throughout the universe that Sakura was just like any other healthy teenager with a massive libido, a pervert. Oh. Later that day. With Team Guy. Tenten groaned as she slogged along behind Neji, both of them also dripping with sweat as they were passing over one of the deeply hated hotspots. Using the arcing bedrock bridge provided, the pair carefully bypassed the treacherous landscape of the wastelands below, while keeping an extra eye out for any enemy teams in the area. So far their trip across this minefield of a restricted area had been incredibly strenuous as well as taxing. The moment they entered, the squad immediately encountered an opposing team from Kumogakure. Since they decided to charge straight forward, they ended up smacking headlong into the other group cutting across to take the lowlands. What ensued was a fierce battle between all six of them, resulting in the individual members of Team Guy literally beating the stuffing out of the team in a close combat fest. They left them there to nurse their wounds while paying little mind to their client. They figured the beatdown alone would be enough to deter them. Afterwards the team then proceeded to navigate the woods until they arrived at the first of many wasteland areas in the lower regions. While their journey had been humid up to this point, the whole afternoon saw to them sweating up a storm across a molten wilderness bellowing hot steam straight up at them. They even had one of their causeways taken out by a geyser and ended up tumbling into a soggy marsh. Thankfully they were able to avoid falling into it, because the top of the water was literally burning in several areas. After picking themselves up, they immediately made their way out of the area and found a tree where they each picked a branch and got some sleep for the night. Now up bright and early in the morning, it was back to trudging along across unfamiliar territory once again. Thanks to Niji's Byakugan, he was able to single out the best areas of crossing and the group was now following a series of natural bridgeworks across the various craters to the gorge well on the other side. The sight of steam spewing into the air in a thick cloud didn't exactly instill two members of the team with much confidence that that general area was going to be safe. However, the finish line was on the opposite bank, as well as a massive mountain they were going to have to navigate over as well. All they had to do now was keep other people from getting in their way and not succumb to the intense temperatures coming off of the acid pools and hot ground beneath them. The only one seemingly not affected by the heat was Lee, who was currently skipping along with wide strides and a huge grin on his face as their tortoise client sat comfortably on his head. The animal just looked around lazily as it was currently moving the fastest it ever would in its lifetime. That was good and all, knowing that they could transport the animal easily this way. It was just that the rest of the team was suffering from the heat while their other member was still giddy as ever. My, what a wonderful morning! Lee cheered, breathing in deeply and letting it out while bathing in the rising sun, a most glorious day for some much-needed exercise to reinvigorate my flames of youth. Come on you guys. We must move faster if we are to reach the other side of the mountain by nightfall. Go on ahead, Neji groaned, his jacket drenched with moisture, we'll catch up to you. Lee, how is it that you can be so cheerful in these conditions? Tenten asked. With the heat sapping her strength and the smell of brimstone in the air messing up her other senses, the girl felt like she was carrying an extra few kilograms on her shoulders. In actuality, she was really only lagging forward the scrolls that were in her pockets. The kunoichi shook her head and wiped more sweat away as she unbuttoned her top. It's so hot and steamy, it's not funny. Damn it. If this doesn't ease up soon, I'm going to kill somebody. Neji also frowned deeply. I'm right behind you on that one, Tenten. Oh, come on guys. There's no need to harbor such ill will towards others just because the climate isn't fair, Lee stated, walking backwards so that he could smile at his teammates marching along behind him. Life will always get you down somehow. All you have to do is find confidence and use that feeling to push yourselves back up. It's easy. My confidence is on standby at the moment, Neji murmured. While it wasn't really normal for him to break composure, the climate was just ridiculous. He was currently walking along with his jacket unbuttoned and bandages unwrapped from his arms. There was no way he would ever survive with so many layers of clothing, so he had to take drastic measures in removing some of them. We need to get across quick. Agreed, Tenten and Lee replied, with Lee being the loudest before he suddenly broke off into a sprint. The kunoichi looked up in surprise. Hey! Don't leave us behind. She ran after him, with the Hyuga following shortly thereafter. Don't. Drop. The turtle. Lee. If you do, I'm going to do something horrible to you. That's not a turtle, Ten. It's a tortoise. Oh, shut up, Niji. Oh. With Team 8. Kiba dusted his hands down as he stepped over the fallen tree he'd taken part in the pushing over of during his battle with the massive, armored lizard his team had encountered while passing through the forest of one of the central plateaus. Unlike the others, these three had decided to hopscotch from plateau to plateau, staying as high above the acid wastelands as possible so that neither the Inuzuka nor his partner had to bear the stench of brimstone up close. While the smell was indeed pretty prominent at this height, they were still able to function as an effective team. It was also still drearily hot at their altitude in spite of their efforts to stay as far above the volcanic landscape as possible. But the heat didn't get to the group as much as it would others since they were already pretty much used to this jungle climate. Not the giant, dinosaur-like lizard thing. That massive skink freaked the hell out of them. Good thing Kiba and Shino were there to dispatch it with extreme prejudice. Hinata had stood off to the side with their otter client secured safely in her arms. When she watched her teammates return to their break-off point to continue on, the Inuzuka was looking a little bit testy, whereas his companion sitting on top of his head was appearing disgruntled. Damn lizard. It had to get in our way, Kiba growled. He sure hoped he didn't get bit. Who knows what kind of toxins it had, considering even the trees at lower levels were highly poisonous. It got the drop on us since I couldn't smell it approaching because of the bloody fumes in the air. Stupid sulfuric acid and stupid volcano. Why the hell would they have the test here? It is to see whether or not we can cope in the harshest of environments while trying to complete an extremely difficult task, Shino replied in his usual, calm voice as his glasses flashed towards the Inuzuka. Besides, it was our team that disturbed the lizard, not the other way around. It simply saw us as food and tried to devour us to satisfy its hunger, but underestimated our abilities as prey and fell victim to our tenacity. I still think this whole thing is bogus, a grouchy Kiba growled, with Akamaru barking in agreement. Would you rather go through the forests in the wastelands below and risk falling through a sinkhole into an acid pit? Or would you prefer traversing the paths, risk exposure, and clench your noses shut for the duration of the journey and be completely useless to us? You can still function effectively as a brute force agent up here, and we can avoid a lot of the other perils below if we maintain this distance from them, Shino replied, before leading the three of them through the forest. It was thick and well-grown here, and the humidity was something else to talk about. Shino's bugs seemed to love it, which was why he was so much more energetic today. That kind of viewpoint though was, kind of redundant. Kiba grumbled, no need to take jabs at me Shino. Your insect friends wouldn't be able to handle the environment down there either. True, which is why I adamantly believe that it is in our best interests to continue at the pace that we have set on this level, the Aburame stated with an affirmative nod. Hinata smiled as she caressed the otter they were tasked with guarding. It's a good plan. We haven't run into too much trouble and the temperature up here is bearable. Kiba sighed, rubbing his head as he had pulled his hood off. No arguments there. He couldn't imagine what it was really like down there in that hell. Oh. With Team 10? Ugh, what a drag, Shikamaru groaned, now no longer wearing a vest as he had removed it due to the fact that they were in the lowlands, circling around all of the hotspots around the edge of the perimeter line. They were practically hugging the side cliff as they ventured toward the massive gorge they could see in the distance. I can't stress how annoying this whole thing is. It's terrible, Choji whimpered, having removed everything he was wearing as a top and slung the aforementioned articles over his shoulder. Never in his entire life had he ever been subjected to such torture. Sure, the whole written exam portion in the first stage was stressful enough, but thanks to Ino they were able to pull through to the end. This test though, it was just plain murder. Hell, he couldn't even eat because it was so hot. I'm going to burn off so many calories. Isn't that a good thing, Choji? Ino asked from the center, their client sloth hanging off of her shoulders like it was a backpack and all her clothes still worn firmly on her person. Due to the fact that under her top all she had were bandages and ninja mesh covering her, there really wasn't anything she could undo about herself that would lead to her other two teammates staring lewdly at her. In order to preserve her modesty, she bit her teeth and trudged through the heat with barely a complaint. Not that you have anything to lose but, come on. You can shed weight here without even trying. I should be enjoying this more than both of you combined. Well, aren't you? Shikamaru asked. Of course I am, the girl barked back, grinning when the sloth on her back gave a thumbs up, as if they shared a special, telekinetic bond of emotion. The sweating Ino gave a confident smirk. This way I will end up losing enough pounds for a gorgeous, curvy figure that will definitely impress my Sasuke-kun and steal him away from that walking advertisement he calls a teammate. It doesn't matter what I have to go through, I will sacrifice even comfort and luxury to be with my future husband. Future husband? Shikamaru repeated before chuckling, aren't you getting a little ahead of yourself? Nothing's too far ahead. Not in the face of true love. Ino proclaimed loudly, but was quickly muffled by her teammates jumping on her to clamp her mouth shut to stop her from alerting any nearby teams. It didn't help that two of them were half naked and all of them were sweating up a storm. However, what made the two boys jump away sharply wasn't the sweat or the awkwardness of the situation, it was the smell. Ino absolutely reeked. God, are you sure you're okay wearing all those clothes? Shikamaru asked, holding his nose. Ino developed a tick mark, as did the sloth as they both held a fist threateningly up at the Nara. If you've got a problem with it, go dive into one of those acid ponds. Choji blinked as he looked towards the steam rising from over the treetops. No thanks. That wasn't a suggestion. She was certainly stubborn if nothing else. Oh. With Team 9. Standing up on the ridge overlooking a massive sinkhole-like cave formation, Tayuya, Kid and Shiho were careful to keep their bodies firmly planted where they were while looking down into the dark abyss. The sound of thousands of tons of running water had caught their attention earlier, drawing them out from the forest further away from all of the other teams they were already keeping a good distance from, and towards one of the larger clearings in the forest. That large clearing they had wound up moving towards turned out to be this massive hole punched into the landscape, leading straight down into an enormous running river. The amount of steam gushing out as well indicated exactly what was going on down at the bottom of the 200-meter diameter hole, running water vaporizing because of the extreme heat. It was probably toxic too from overexposure to those caverns. No telling what exactly was down there. Yeah, the members of Team 9 definitely wanted to stay well away from this edge. However, since this thing was standing in their way of their intended destination, they needed to get around it. Exactly what Tayuya intended when she had enough of marveling the scenery and decided to go around. Shiho, who was carrying their squirrel client on top of her head, and Kid, quickly followed her, the boy keeping his hands in his pockets as he gazed down into the darkness below. The red-haired girl made sure to keep her eyes in front of her feet so that she didn't accidentally trip up and fall over the side. I wonder if anyone was stupid enough to charge through the woods and go over the side of this thing, the musician wondered out loud. I highly doubt anyone would be, Shiho murmured, adjusting her glasses. This thing is huge. You'd see it coming a mile away. The depth of this thing is unfathomable, Kid murmured, picking up a stone and chucking it over the side. The three of them had the glory of watching it plummet into the steaming darkness below. Who in their right of mind would want to live in an area as questionable as this? I'll tell you who, no one, Tayuya replied before hastening her march. Come on. We need to make up time on the trek around. The gorge was just across over the next rise. As far as they were concerned they were making great time. The only question though was, how well were they doing, and were they in the lead? If only they hadn't been stopped by that damn Amigakure team carrying the umbrellas and forced to fight them, because it had probably cost them a few valuable minutes. A quick jinjutsu from Tayuya and Kid trapping them with his ninjutsu settled that score. Oh. With Team 7? Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke took the road that their blonde teammate had found and the Uchiha mapped out briefly the other night, and stuck to the shadows. Above the heat, steam, sweat and exhaustion, the trio managed to make the killer dash across no man's land and to the other end of the first portion of the valley. They managed to dodge all of the wastelands and hot spots, even a couple of teams they had managed to catch sight of darting in the same direction as they were. Those guys were sure to be slowed down by everything else. Their path on the other hand followed one forged by nature and concealed by brush. It was the easiest and apparently the quickest road to follow, because soon enough Squad 7 found themselves ascending the cliffs leading up to one of their greatest obstacles yet. When they eventually arrived at the apex of the climb and looked across at the wall that stood in their way, they were absolutely flabbergasted. Imagine a canyon, only 500 meters deep, with visibly bubbling water at the bottom sending plumes of steam into the air. As far as Team 7 could see from their position, the damn thing stretched from one end of the boundary of the boiling lands to the other, so there was no getting around it the smart way. What was provided for them however were a handful of causeways, a couple made of bedrock that arced over the gap and a couple of man-made bridges, all of them looking run down, moldy, and in states of disrepair. Okay, so summary. They couldn't go around, they weren't taking the stone crossings because it didn't look safe at all, and there was no way they were taking any of the wooden bridges. The bridges alone, despite the massive restraints and support beams, looked like they could give out at any moment, and the squad was willing to bet that if there were any other teams in the area, if they were spotted crossing the walkways provided, they were going to get cut down or ambushed. Every one of the viaducts had warning bells blaring, which prompted the three of them to think up something else. Hot and covered in sweat from the massive boiling pot sitting in front of them and keeping to the tree line, the three of them moved further down away from one of the bridges they'd come across, where the cover was most pronounced. They relocated to an area where the forest leaned over the side of the cliff and took up a firm position on the largest tree overlooking the gap. Perching themselves in the branches, the group began reassessing their situation. Both Naruto and Sasuke had their shirts off, and Sakura had ripped her battle dress up so that her midriff was exposed, the lower half was gone, and that she only had the top half and her black spandex leggings. Era sat comfortably across her shoulders, looking just as puzzled as the rest of them were as they gazed out across the long drop in front of them. Hell, Naruto groaned out, earning a supportive nod from Sasuke, look at how fucking wide that thing is. Judging from the length of the bridges? I'd say it's about 300 meters across and 600 meters down, Sasuke murmured. The spot they were on had a pretty wide space, and they weren't going to go for the shortest distance since that was probably where some of the other teams were headed. They just had to deal with what they had here. The space isn't the only thing to worry about. That heat cloud is also going to be a problem. The Uchiha pointed towards the massive wall of steam rising up in front of them. They could barely see across from where they were, but what they didn't know was how hot it was. Well, one intrepid member decided to find out for himself. Creating a shadow clone and sharing a bro hug of respect with it, Naruto then watched his copy swan dive over the side. The doppelganger fell into the cloud where it dispelled shortly afterwards, getting the blonde to hiss and his teammates to look at him. It's really hot at our level, but down there, yeah. He looked across at the others. You're guaranteed to burn up before you even reach the water. That's comforting, Sakura murmured. Hell, I could dive off the side and swim across no problem if we weren't sitting on top of a volcano, Naruto stated while rubbing his head, but that's not the case here. If we're going to do this, then we're going to need to create our own way across. How do we do that though? Sasuke asked, glancing across at their kunoichi for evaluation. We can't go around, we can't swim across, and we're not taking the bridges. What other options do we have? Sakura rubbed her chin thoughtfully. If this was a problem-solving case, then it was guaranteed that she could crack it. Naruto said our skin would practically melt off if we dropped too far down, so hooking a line and swinging over using simple physics and gravity is a big no. We won't be able to rig a glider across in time, and even if we could, I wouldn't really trust a homemade one in a situation like this. She then looked over at the Jinchuriki and considered him an option. We could create our own bridge, but making one from foraged materials would take too long, and making one out of Naruto's shadow clones won't work either. I don't think you're strong enough to handle that distance. I could, but the sweat and heat makes it difficult to maintain grip and focus my chakra, so I can't guarantee a safe passage, Naruto replied while wiping his brow. His legs were drenched as well, which was an incredibly unpleasant feeling. The kunoichi nodded again. We're not splitting the group to provide cover across the bridges, but we can use them as a diversion by sending Naruto's clones across disguised as all three of us. Good start, Sasuke nodded, scrunching his brow as he kept his eyes firmly on the objective, but what about the actual conduit? I think I have an idea, Sakura smiled and looked across at the Uchiha. How good is your throwing arm, Sasuke-kun? The boy raised an eyebrow. Fair, but I think I can. He then blinked. Wait, are you thinking? Yeah. Sakura then looked at the Jinchuriki next to them. The position is good, so it will definitely work. Send a Naruto clone across transformed into a kunai with a line attached to him. He'll hook it up on the other end and we can zipline across safely. Naruto smirked. Perfect. They then wasted no time prepping the gear. After Naruto sent a team of shadow clones disguised as each of them over to the nearest bridge to distract anyone who may be watching from afar, Sasuke produced the nano wire they needed and the Jinchuriki created the clone necessary for their little scheme to work. Once their end was tied down and the clone was lined up, the Uchiha then leapt into the air and chucked the transformed doppelganger across. The knife arced upwards before beginning a slow descent, with all three genin watching from the tree with bated breath. The knife disappeared through the cloud of steam, with the line feeding to the other side wherever it landed. After several minutes of waiting and watching the wire jitter, the group then felt a tug indicating that the clone had tied it off. The flash of memory hit the original Naruto moments later when the copy dispelled to provide feedback, making the blonde smirk. It's on. Okay, let's do this thing. Sakura exclaimed, petting the fox on her shoulder as she looked down the cable leading to the opposite cliff. Upon glancing at the distance and then the unquestionably lethal fall below, the kunoichi then nervously looked back at the boys. Who gets to go first? Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other, both turning to the line at the exact same time before looking back at the kunoichi. I'll go. They then glowered when they realized a familiar argument was once again in the making. Sighing, Sakura pointed at Naruto before pulling out a Ryo coin. This will decide it then. Showing it to the blonde, she then prepped it across her thumb and finger. Heads you go first, tails I go second. She then flipped it and caught it, doing the customary turnover before smiling at the results. Heads. Looks like you're up, Naruto. The Jinchuriki raised a finger in a bid to point out the obvious flaw in his friend's logic, but then scowled at the amused look on Sasuke and Sakura's faces. Fine. It's not like I had a choice to begin with. Picking up the cables provided and wrapping them around him and the line, he then wasted no time setting himself up for a swing before ziplining right across the chasm. There wasn't even any hesitation whatsoever, he just went. Within seconds he slid right to the other end, landing on hard ground before looking back. Assured that it was safe and that their teammate had the other end covered, Sakura with her passenger in tow went next. Eris yipped happily when they set off and enjoyed the wild flight through the sauna steam moments until they reached the other cliff, where they were caught by Naruto and steadied from the ride. The Uchiha followed shortly thereafter, immediately blasting into view through the cloud and landing amongst them. As soon as he was off, he wasted no time cutting the wire and watching it fall away. He glanced back at the other two staring at him inquisitively, just making sure no one else follows us. Naruto nodded before frowning when he felt his copies sent to the bridge dispel. He looked across in the direction the memories had flown from, drawing his friend's focus with him. It's good that you did that too. My shadow clones were just ambushed on the other side by another team. All 4 of his creations had been cut down by a kunai trap. They tripped it on purpose to throw off whoever was watching them, but while it did give them an opening, it was still a discomforting thought. The rest of the competition was right behind them. Nodding in understanding, Sakura looked between her teammates again with a firm gaze. We need to keep moving and put as much distance between us and the others. Yeah, Naruto replied before all of them turned to glare at the mountain that lay ahead, the fox across Sakura's shoulders whimpering at the sight of the monolithic natural formation. The Jinchuriki wiped his brow clean, as he was still sweating from the intense heat. Come on. Let's get this over with. The 3 then dispersed, wanting to get out of the open as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to the wily team, their arrival did not go unnoticed. Hiding up in the trees of a nearby brush on the same side, a pair of sharp eyes glared after the group when they quickly departed from the area. Short black hair framing a fair face, with black eyes, and sporting the garb of an Iwagakure genin, the kunoichi hiding in the shadows smirked when she took stock of the competition that just breezed on past. So that's the team with the Uchiha in it? Kuratsuchi exclaimed brightly. She then grinned excitedly. They look like fun. Oh. Meanwhile, far ahead? Sitting on a giant stone riding up the massive mountain on the other side of the gorge, the Kiri team had decided to take a little break to catch their breath and listen to the sounds. Well, one of them was, the others were just sitting around her doing their own things, while at the same time watching the orange-haired girl meditate with her cheek in her hand and elbow propped on her crossed leg. Though it didn't look like she was in deep contemplation, she most definitely was, and had all her senses trained on the wind. For a team that was miles ahead of everyone else and having busted through obstacles and wastelands at breakneck speed, they all appeared perfectly fine. There wasn't even a single scratch or smidge of dirt on them. They looked as clean as the day they arrived, which was both puzzling and terrifying. After about half an hour of nothing leading up to the present, Utakata and Kyoko were suddenly interrupted from their activities by their teammates' eyes opening. They looked at her to see a happy smile of an incredibly collected individual cross her lips, leading to one of them inquiring into her good mood. What is it? Utakata asked. Some of the teams from the rear are catching us up, Tsubaki exclaimed coolly. Excitement quickly growing at the prospect of a fight, Kyoko leapt to her feet. What should we do? How far are they? Utakata asked. Tsubaki smiled at him. I've been keeping an eye on a few of them. The one with the blonde-haired kid stopped far behind the others on the first day, but they've managed to overtake the opposing teams while they were still asleep and are now in 3rd place. There's an IWA team right behind them. That lone team from Otogakure is in 2nd, heading up the far side of this mountain, and the Sunagakure team with that boy carrying the gourd just crossed the stone bridge. They're practically strolling through this stage. What about the others? Still stuck behind the margin, Tsubaki answered her blonde teammate, looking up towards the sky thoughtfully. Utakata blinked as he stared at her, his brow furrowing momentarily when he got a good look at her eyes and how they were becoming fixed on the clouds above. While it would have been impossible for anyone else, the boy was a natural at reading between the lines. I know that look. His exclamation had the kunoichi glance back down at him. You're getting bored, aren't you? Tsubaki grinned at him. It's scary how well you know me, Utakata-kun. The teen grunted while bringing his bubble pipe up to his lips. As much as I'd like to say no and explain to you why that's a really bad idea, you're still going to go either way. There's no way I can stop you, and there's not a single genin in this competition that poses any kind of a threat to you, so why fight it? With the ferret draped across her shoulders, Kyoko leapt up and down like a frivolous schoolgirl. She giggled excitedly when she jogged over to Tsubaki. So we're actually going to fight someone this time? Who? Who? The still seated and more mature of the two glanced at her energetic companion warmly. I'll let you have fun with the team from the Sound Village. She pointed in the direction they were in. Go say hello to them. Kyoko saluted. Okidoki, Captain. Setting the otter down beside Utakata, who looked at the animal curiously, the pair then watched the blonde-haired bundle of energy sprint off into the jagged forest surrounding the mountain they were currently hiking up. Her laughter and exclamations of joy could be heard echoing all around as she vanished from sight. Fight! 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 I'm going to get to fight! Yay! Fight! 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 The boy member of the team chuckled as he watched her vanish over the rise. She's certainly in high spirits today, though I don't think I've ever really seen her down before. Who are you going to go after then if not the runner-ups? Tsubaki smirked as she lowered her head, setting her sights on the gorge behind them. I think I'll have some fun with one of the teams from Konohagakure. I won't kill them. I'll just beat them up enough so that they can tell their friends not to mess with us comes the third stage. That sounded reasonable enough. Even though it was just his two teammates wanting to blow off some steam from lack of anything remotely interesting happening during this stage of the exams, at least they were thinking ahead. Intimidation and knowledge were powerful weapons when used right, and Tsubaki certainly knew how to use them. She was the master of unnerving. Good luck with that. Utakata sighed and looked over his shoulder. How long will you be? When his eyes landed on the log his teammate had previously been on, the teen saw she was no longer there. Seeing she'd already taken flight, the boy sighed and returned to blowing bubbles, at the same time petting the ferret lying beside him on the head. The genin breathed in dismay as he set the mouthpiece between his lips. I hate it when she does that. Guess he was waiting here for them to get back, again. Oh. Meanwhile, on the unseen side of the mountain, the sound team had stopped to take a little breather. After plowing through an entire field of acid pools and beating up a couple of no-name Kumo teams and a team from Ugakure, the trio was a little bit worn for wear. It was a good thing they were taking a rest too, as it was allowing them to assess their collective damages. As well as the exhaustion brought on by the heat and the fatigue of traveling so fast, the group's physical appearances were also ragged. Dosu was filthy from having mud splattered all over him from an exploding pool. Zaku's clothes were ripped and torn from his fights, as he may have gotten a little carried away, and Kin had a bruise on her cheek and had wrapped up a scar on her arm. On top of this, all of their clothes looked a little eaten away from being caught under an acid geyser. Some of it got onto their skin and left them with a few burns, but nothing a little water from the upper levels couldn't wash away. It neutralized the acids and soothed the burns. Now all they had to focus on was recovering from all their running and hiking. They managed to get across the bridges all right, but the team waiting for them at the other end really didn't want them going any further and attempted to cut it. Zaku managed to knock them away using his sonic tubes, but the fight still turned into a mess. This environment is close to unbearable, Dosu murmured from his log, arms resting on his legs. Your moaning like that matters, Zaku replied, watching as their summon client was wandering circles in the middle and eating seeds off of the ground. The setting for this exam isn't our problem. What I can't stand are the annoying obstacles in our way and this damn bird. They were stuck with a flightless chicken, and while it had behaved itself for most of the journey it had tried to run away from them a few times. Since they would fail if they harmed the client in any way, all they could do to get it to stop was scold it and keep a closer watch over the animal. Don't blame the bird, Zaku, Kin shot back with a cocky smirk towards her teammate. Blame the one that was tasked with watching him last night. Hey! That was totally not my fault, the boy barked, appearing flustered while pointing across at the animal. It jumped out of the tree and ran out into the acid fields. We were just lucky it didn't commit suicide and run into one of the pools or down that massive sinkhole. What happened the other night, happened because we got careless, Dosu spoke up from his spot as he looked around at his teammates. We cannot underestimate these tests or the people in it. While the first stage proved to be tricky, this second stage is not only filled with a large assortment of mortal perils meant to test us physically, but people going at each other's throats to make it to the finish line. If we want a shot at taking out the Uchiha and his band, we either have to cut them off close to the end, or beat him in the third stage. Kin frowned and folded her arms. We're on a time limit here. I vote we try and get to him in the next stage, since we already have so many other problems to worry about. She then looked up towards the peak of the mountain they were on. Plus we have their whole team to deal with. Putting the Uchiha aside, that blonde kid in their squad is going to be a handful alone. You seriously believe he's going to be a problem for us? Zaku asked, raising an eyebrow at the kunoichi. He's good, Kin murmured, looking ahead of her with a distant, thoughtful visage. You saw it. The tension of the exams didn't affect him at all, and his attitude towards it as well as his agility staggered me. She then furrowed her brow when she remembered standing close to the kid when he surprised both Dosu and Zaku, and caused them to bowl themselves over. The proximity and his interest in her came as a mild concern, but then when his handsome face came flush up to hers, the girl couldn't keep the red down from her cheeks when she recalled his open and honest compliments. He's also an idiot. Dosu noticed her change in tone and smirked. You seem to be getting a little bit flustered, Kin. Care to tell us why? Stiffening, the girl glared at the mummy with a foul look. Shut the hell up, Dosu. This is nothing. It was a shame her face was red, otherwise she would have been able to shoot the guy down rather than get him to laugh. If you're implying what I think you are, I'll beat you up and leave you here to rot. Zaku shook his head toward the kunoichi, hands on his hips as he read the sounds of embarrassment filling the air. Hot under the collar, Kin? If anything, I'd say you're getting a tad bit soft. The girl then jabbed a finger in his direction. You're next on my list, Chicken Little. Before things could get even more hair-raising for the group, a shadow dashing out from behind one of the nearby trees put them on immediate alert. Forming a circle around their client, the team from Otogekure looked up in surprise when they saw the girl with extremely long, blonde hair and the spandex uniform from Kirigakure smiling down at them from a tree branch. Arm dangling like a monkey's, the girl grinned ecstatically before swinging down and hanging off of the tree with one arm, swaying from side to side. Hello. Would you guys happen to be the team from the Hidden Sound Village? Zaku glared back harshly. Depends on who's asking. The girl grinned and saluted. Kyoko from Kiri at your service. She then dropped to the floor with a loud thud, landing in a kneeling position with her head dipped. Unable to see her expression, the sound team could only watch as she rose to her feet before looking back up at them, this time with an excited smirk in play as she cracked her knuckles. Tsubaki-chan told me to beat you guys up enough so that you won't be able to go any further. Can we fight? Not liking how easy she seemed to be taking it, Dosu held up his arm and pulled back the sleeve, revealing the gauntlet he had hidden underneath. Seeing the boy ready his primary weapon as well as slide out into a firmer stance had both Kin and Zaku also prepare for battle, drawing their respective tools to bring the new arrival down in one go. Do you need to ask us? The boy in bandages replied. Kyoko giggled and took a fighting stance as well, hands and fingers extended and held forward and backward like she was surfing. It was an odd stance, but it was a part of her signature fighting style, which greatly baffled the Oto genin. No, I guess not, the blonde chirped before giggling excitedly. Let's have some fun. Oh, not too far from the gorge. Pushing their way through the brush of the last plateau, Team 8 came just within sight of the ledge that would lead them down to the bridges across the massive chasm that stood in their way. In just a few minutes they would be on the mountain, if they didn't have to deal with anyone intent on stopping them at the causeways. That would be just annoying. Shino looked up as he gazed through the gap in the canopy of the clearing they just strolled into. His team quickly headed him up, with Kiba walking around and looking bored and Hinata still carrying their passenger in her arms. It was a lovely area and the humidity had died down somewhat. This told them they were far away from the nearest hotspots, the last one being the massive hole in the land waiting for them. Not much further now, Shino murmured in his monotone voice. Good, Kiba exclaimed, wiping a finger under his nose. I'm getting sick of the smell of acid in the air. When we get over that thing, it's a straight shot up the mountain and down the other side. This survival stuff is a piece of cake. We must move quickly, Hinata said with a bright smile, if we want to beat the other groups there and not get caught up in a fight. That will waste valuable time. We'll shoot straight past the opposition, Shino replied firmly. Ignore the obstacles and make a dash across the nearest bridge. I'll race you to the top then. Kiba exclaimed, preparing to run off. However, before he could get several paces across the clearing, the sound of Akamaru growling had him skid to a dead stop. All three genin looked at the top of the boy's head where the puppy was sitting in puzzlement, before seeing how aggravated he was. What's wrong, boy? The noise he was making and the sight of his hair standing on end, neither of those were good signs. You guys seem to be having it a little bit too easy back here. A soft voice suddenly filled their ears. Startled, the three genin looked left and leapt a good distance back when they suddenly saw the orange-haired girl from the Kirigakure team sitting comfortably on the boulder in the center of the clearing, in the exact same manner as she had been on the mountain, not that they knew. Head tilted and resting in her hand, the girl smirked across at the bewildered members of Kurenai's team as she took stock of each of them. Her gaze quickly taking in the entire group, the teen then giggled playfully in a surprisingly mature manner, befitting her gorgeous outlook and personality. "Your team is coming in 7th. Maybe I should make this exam a little more interesting and give someone else a chance to graze the cutoff." "What the fuck?" Kiba murmured, blinking as he stared wide-eyed at the kunoichi smiling playfully at them. "Where the hell did she come from? Did she shunshin here?" Shino murmured, his bugs just now honing in on her signal. "I should have sensed her the moment she entered the area. How did she get here? If she got here by the trees, she must have gotten here super fast. Not just anyone could circumvent his senses." Hinata backed away worryingly, having not even heard, smelled, or saw the girl arrive. It came as such a surprise that even the otter in her arms had started whimpering. Akamaru was growling at the orange-haired girl, finding her presence most discomforting until he got a good whiff of her. His growling ceasing, the dog started shivering as he yipped in warning, alerting Kiba to the danger. The Inuzuka's eyes bugged and he looked up at his partner, who was now starting to appear as small as possible on top of his head. "Seriously? She's that strong?" Kiba looked up at the girl smiling smugly at them. The sight of the kunoichi around the same age as them and appearing so calm, even when faced with an entire team, unnerved the usually crasser boy. The fact that Akamaru was now starting to shake and whimper so much didn't exactly fill him with his usual hot air. "That's crazy. How can chakra register at that level? Maybe you're reading it wrong, bud. There was no way it could be that high." By this time Shino had also gotten a proper bead on the person facing them down, which had him recoil in shock when he too got an accurate analysis of her energy level. "I haven't sensed that much chakra standing in one place since Naruto. What the hell is she?" Tsubaki grinned at them. "I'm not really sure myself. Want to help me find out?" Oh. Arriving at a fork in the road, Team 7 stopped and considered both ways leading up the mountain that they now found themselves traversing. In order to get a proper bead on their location, Naruto sent 2 shadow clones down both roads, leaving the squad to wait until they sent the information back to the original once they dispelled wherever they came from. What with everything they'd been through so far, moving up this forest-covered prominence surrounded by jagged rock formations on all sides and teams of shinobi not too far behind, it made sense that they had to proceed with more caution. Eris yipped cheerfully as she wagged her one tail behind her, earning a pet on the head from Sasuke, whose shoulder she was now riding on. "I think she likes you, Sasuke-kun," Sakura exclaimed, noticing the fox nuzzle his cheek. The raven-haired boy grunted, but smiled nonetheless at the show of affection. "I think she likes all of us." Also seeing the cheerfulness of the animal they were tasked with guarding, Naruto grinned. "She may be the strangest client we've had, but she's definitely the best. I think she enjoys hanging out with us." He saw the white fox glance in his direction and bark, getting him to laugh. "I'm not sure about that," he replied before turning to Sakura. "Do you think we can take her home after this is all over?" The pink-haired girl looked at Naruto curiously. "Did she say she wanted to come with us?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah. She said she really likes hanging out with us too, not like those guys that trained her for this assignment." Hands behind her, Sakura smiled across at the fox as it clambered over onto Sasuke's other shoulder, who followed her with his eyes. "Well, if we get through this okay and the proctors let us, then I see no problem. Who would she want to stay with?" Hearing the fox bark again, Naruto looked over at Sakura. "She'd like to stay with you." "Me? Yeah. She likes the aura you give off, Sakura-chan," Naruto grinned. "I'm not surprised. You're really kind to her and you carried her most of the way out here." Blushing, Sakura panned to the Jinchuriki with an amused look on her face. "Sometimes I wonder what it's like to live with the ability to speak with animals. It's pretty cool. You can have conversations with just about anyone." Before he could really start breaking down the convenience of being bilingual, his head snapped up when his clone's memories eventually flew back to him and he looked up the roads. His teammates focused back onto him completely when they noticed his snapping attentiveness. "They've reached the end of the roads. What did they find?" Sakura asked. Naruto pointed up one of the routes. "To the left there's a cave that leads into the mountain. To the right, well," the blonde folded his arms with a frown, "that's not really a path I want to follow." "Why's that?" Sasuke asked, curious when he saw the grim look on Naruto's face. "We picked a really shitty area to start from, you guys," Naruto said, referring to when they crossed the gorge away from the bridges with actual paths leading out from them. Right now they were following roads created through the thick woods by animals that lived on this side of the testing grounds, most likely the deer with plants growing from their antlers they saw walking around. It was a strange place no doubt, but it was presenting them a massive problem. The other road leads to another drop-off, a massive drop-off. There's lava at the bottom of it and I don't think we'll be able to cross it this time. How come? Sakura queried, wondering what could have been worse than their last one. Because the soil in that direction is scorching, Naruto informed, shivering at the memory of the numbness of his feet. My shadow clone tried jumping onto the ledge across, but it caught fire and fell to its death. It tried getting around before, but the climbs were impossible. The area surrounding it has serrated stalagmites acting as heat vents, so if you try climbing or jumping, you're going to get skewered by hot knives. Yeah, we're going to need to find another way. So, this mountain is filtering lava out of it at a low level to keep the pressure down on one side? Sasuke murmured. Yeah, they were standing on volcanic ground, but from the way all of the heat was escaping the crust on this land, slowly relieving the pressure, it meant that the place they were standing on wasn't likely to erupt for another few years or so. Nevertheless, it made every possible route available to them treacherous. How the heck were they going to get around like the other teams were going to? Surely no one was going to have it easy. The Uchiha then looked down the road they came. Backtracking will only waste time. It took us an hour to climb this far, and I'm sure more teams have already crossed that gorge. We're going to have to go through the cave then, Sakura said, looking over at Naruto. How's the passage that way? What are the conditions like? I think it's safe, Naruto said with a nod. There's a lot of cool air coming through that way. That's good then. It means that all of the heat is breaking through the earth in a very specific area, Sakura nodded, before turning toward Sasuke. She watched him step over to her and allow Eris to clamber onto her shoulder. Securing the animal, she then looked at both boys. We'll try getting through using the cave. If it's a straight shot, we'll be able to cut this journey down by half. All right, Sasuke nodded. We'll take the tunnels. Maybe we can avoid all of the other squads and keep Eris safe. He was about to take the lead when he felt two sets of eyes on him, and turned to see Sakura and Naruto staring at him. What? Naruto grinned mischievously and pointed at the fox. You actually called her by her name. Realizing his little blunder, the Uchiha stiffened before marching off quickly. His teammates couldn't even remember seeing him walk that fast before, which had them snicker. Let's go, you idiots. Ah, Team-chan. You're such a softie. Remind me to buy you a packet of tampons when we get back home, Naruto teased, getting the kunoichi he was now walking beside to giggle under her breath. Pulling the shirt he had shoved into his belt out and slipping it on, Sasuke grumbled, if we come to an acid pool I'm going to throw you straight into it. This didn't really stop Sakura and Naruto from laughing, since they finally made some sort of a breakthrough with their less sociable teammate. The kunoichi saw it as a big opportunity to get a little closer to him and bask in his presence, but the genius was still looking flustered at being called out. However, he didn't move away from Sakura when she decided to walk a little closer to him, and so continued on marching up the mountain at a comfortable pace. Naruto even had the time to pull his jacket back on, but left the shirt off and the front unzipped. At least the heat had let up a bit where they were. The three of them made sure to keep an eye open for anything dangerous in the woods surrounding him, but all they ended up spotting were a few deer, all of them turning to watch them pass without any trouble or concern. Eventually, after several minutes of walking, the whole group arrived at the cave entrance and began surveying the area more properly. There wasn't really anywhere else they could go to move around it. The trees growing on both sides and above were so big and ascended in such a congested manner that it would take even longer to sail through them like they normally did with other trees than taking the tunnel. This exam really was making life a whole lot more difficult for all of them, producing the most impassable obstacles as well as the most mind-numbing challenges. Sakura shivered when she looked at the entrance to the cavern. Now that I think about it, maybe it isn't such a good idea to use the caves. She looked across at Sasuke, who broke off 2 branches and wrapped medical gauze he had in his pouch around them. Should we go back and find another way? No, Sasuke replied, igniting both with a small fire jutsu before handing them over to Sakura and Naruto. Time is a factor and I don't want to even try skipping across the canopy through these twisting figs. He then activated his Sharingan and faced the blackness of the cave. We'll take it step by step. Come on. Seeing no one was going for it, the kunoichi made sure the fox across her shoulders was comfortable before following after both boys. Eris blinked as darkness overcame the trio when they entered the labyrinth, with Naruto and Sakura both holding up the torches to help light their way. The group felt the tunnel steepen as they started to climb, hiking up a path laid out for them made by heaven knew who. If someone was crazy enough to tunnel straight through into a potentially unstable volcano, then there must have been some sort of objective to this. It was a hell of a path they'd set up too, as everyone soon found themselves weaving through a seemingly random winding road, taking all three of them right into the heart of the colossal structure. It would be about half an hour of walking later that they didn't really need the light when the group suddenly entered an area lit by crystals. Looking around in astonishment, Team 7 counted all of the gems they could see carved into the stones, providing natural light for the narrow corridors, like stars decorating the cloak of night. Naruto tried picking one out of curiosity, but just as he tapped it he was slapped on the wrist by Sakura. "Don't touch them," the girl warned, glancing warily at the walls. "These were sealed into the earth, and if they are weight-bearing in any way I wouldn't want to take them out." This got an understanding nod from the Jinchuriki, who then proceeded to move on after Sasuke, who led the way with his finely tuned eyesight. What they ended up missing when they disappeared down the corridor while extinguishing their torches was the red crystal that Naruto had touched flashing brightly before sinking into the ground. After several minutes of more walking, with all three members of the squad wondering where the heck the new route was taking them, the group then stumbled upon something worrisome. It was something that had the Jinchuriki glare. Damn. 3 tunnels leading in different directions. Looking between them and down their glowing pits lit by the crystals, Sasuke attempted to gauge where each of them led. Deciding to help him out, Naruto produced several clones and sent them down the various paths, leaving the trio to wait. Being the more memorable of them, Sakura decided to mark their stopping point so that they knew they'd proceeded forward from this break-off. If this turned out to be a gerbil in a maze sort of deal, then she needed to be prepared to guide them down the right paths, even with the help of Naruto's clones. The white fox seated on the kunoichi's shoulder let out a yawn at how eventless things were becoming for them, with both Naruto and Sakura finding a place up against a different wall while their Uchiha teammate remained standing at the junction, hands in his pockets and glaring down each route. Eventually, after another half an hour of waiting and Sakura drawing various pictures in the ground with a stick, Naruto's head perked up and he looked towards the tunnels. Rising to his feet, he then stopped beside his still standing teammate and pointed down each channel in turn. "That one leads us out on the far side, basically taking us back the way we came, with several more branching out and leading to dead ends," the Jinchuriki informed before pointing towards the one on the right. "That one leads us further down and out another way, and there's a sheer drop into a molten pit. There is a path around it, but it basically takes us back in the opposite direction." Not good enough. By this time Sakura had joined them, and she listened to Naruto point up the middle. "This one will take us forward down several routes. I think we may want to go that way." "Why?" Sasuke asked. "There's something you've got to see," Naruto said, immediately taking point. When they watched the blonde swagger down the path ahead of them, Sakura and Sasuke looked at one another with concerned expressions in play before shortly afterwards following him. They knew full well their more excitable teammate was more than easily sidetracked, even by the smallest of things. However, they learned a while back that out of any real situation that required logic and reason, they could always trust his gut. The teen had this peculiar way of ending up in either the most impossible situation imaginable or a situation where he wound up solving everything and ending up on the other side victorious. Whether it was by luck or sheer skill they had no idea. In Naruto's case, that line was extremely blurred. They weren't going to be able to stop him anyway, so they decided to go along with his instinct. Eventually the rest of Squad 7 quickly found out what had had their Jinchuriki teammates so excited when they suddenly stumbled upon the mother of all chambers. Exiting the tunnel they were following into what could only be described as the central hub of the anthill, the trio discovered a massive room filled with crystals, stalactites and various other entrances to tunnels leading to different parts of the mountain. There was even a huge Buddha statue sitting right in the middle, with 4 heads and extra sets of arms, with fingers pointing down varying lines of sight. It was chipped and falling to pieces, but it was still a magnificent showpiece. "I think it's safe to say that's not a natural cave formation," Naruto said while nodding toward the Buddha lamely. "No duh," Sakura murmured, the team moving forward while looking over the various tunnel exits dotting the chamber around them. There were dozens of cavern entrances, all of them on different levels and all of them leading to different parts of the mountain. It was a miracle that they even made it this far with such an enormous and randomized network making up the underground structure. "I'm assuming the one we want is straight ahead." "Just to be safe," Sasuke spoke, looking back at the one they'd come from, "we'd better check all of them." Naruto. "Right on it," the Jinchuriki exclaimed before forming his trademark hand seal. However, before Naruto or the others could do anything to follow up on their investigation, the group suddenly heard the sound of rocks being kicked and the telltale scraping of feet along a hard surface. The sound echoing around the chamber had the trio look over their shoulder toward the giant Buddha statue. When they did, the team's eyes widened when they suddenly saw a shadow step out from behind the construct, the hand of the silhouette pressed up against the cold rock and their forms slumped over. It took one hard look and Sakura preparing a weapon to throw in case it turned out to be something hostile that the group saw it was a kunoichi from one of the other teams. It wasn't any kunoichi either. The snake pattern pants, green vest, and long black hair now no longer tied by a ribbon were identifiable traits of the girl from the Otogekyou team. However, unlike the perfect condition she'd started the test out with, she was now not only covered in dirt, serious cuts and bruises, she was also riddled with what looked like spear wounds, like she had been shot repeatedly but the attacks hadn't gone straight through, except for one large hole in her right shoulder. She was covered in blood, some trickling down her face and blinding her right eye. Not only was she trying to support herself on shaky legs, but she was also breathing heavily and wore an expression that conveyed nothing but fear. Naruto blinked in shock when he caught the look she wore. She was absolutely terrified. Through a blurry vision, the raven-haired girl saw the team turn to her and staggered forward, hand dragging along the statue's side and leaving bloody prints. Help me, please." Stumbling several steps more, she let out a pained groan before suddenly keeling forward. In the blink of an eye Naruto caught her, allowing her form to rest in his arms. Checking her wounds, the Jinchuriki looked up at his teammates to also see them looking down at them in shock. "She's hurt bad, guys." "What told you that? The fact that she was limping? That she's covered in puncture wounds? That she's soaked in blood?" Sasuke asked, walking forward before he was quickly overtaken by Sakura rushing over to kneel next to them. Placing a hand over the huge gap in her shoulder, the pink-haired kunoichi glanced across at Naruto, startled. What the hell could have done this to her? "I've never seen injuries like this before." She eased a finger around one of them, and found to her surprise that the size was a perfect fit for a finger through it. But, that was impossible. Was she nearly stabbed to death by a finger? Just as Naruto and Sakura were beginning to tend to her wounds, Naruto's head snapped up when he sensed something suddenly emerge from the dead spots of the volcano and into the very room. A second later, a flicker of light caught Sasuke's eye from his peripherals and the Uchiha acted in alarm. "Guys, move!" He leapt straight into the air while the other two dove to the sides, moving just in time to avoid the barrage of kunai that impaled the ground. The Uchiha slid to a stop in the direction his team had previously been moving, with his companions quickly coming to flank him and face the tunnel that the attack had come from. In the blink of an eye, 3 shadows leapt out of the darkness and landed in front of them. Eris let out a growl in alarm at the sight of the enemy, who rose to their feet in sync to glare back at the Konoha rookies. Sakura frowned. "Who the hell are you?" From the looks of their garb and the headbands they were wearing, they were genin from Iwagakure. The kunoichi in the center was a girl with short black hair, dark eyes, and a firm, athletic figure, wearing a dark red top with a long sleeve covering her left arm, same color pants, sandals, and a gray vest with a pouch at her side. She was about the same height as Sakura. On her left stood a big, burly boy with a bandana and headband, bulbous nose, wearing an armor-brown vest with no top underneath, dark red pants, with a long yellow scarf wrapped around his neck and trailing behind him. The other person was a kunoichi as well, wearing a long robe similar in material and color to the tops worn by her partners, with 2 extra long sleeves stretching down past her waist, white armor vest, and a wide straw hat with a wooden lantern similar to one you'd find in a garden on top. It was lit, casting a shadow over a fair face framed by short, dark blue hair. The lead kunoichi with black hair smirked as she placed a hand on her hip. "We're the competition girl, or did you forget that you're still in the Chunin selection exams?" Sasuke, glancing back at the fox on Sakura's shoulder as well as the girl Naruto was carrying in his arms, took stock of their condition before focusing back on the trio. "Listen, we don't want any trouble." That was a first. The big boy carrying their client on his own shoulder, a possum, smiled. "Neither do we. Which is why we've decided to take you guys down before running the rest of the way to the finish line," the black-haired girl replied, before pointing straight at the genius, who flinched when her eyes fixed onto him. "You're Sasuke, right, the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan?" The boy in question frowned as he activated his Sharingan, Tomos spinning into view. "So what if I am?" "Oh, this is going to be sweet," the girl exclaimed while cracking her knuckles. "I've been looking for an interesting challenge in this game and you're just the one who's going to give it to me." She then smirked at the entire team. "My name's Kuratsuchi. The big guy is Akatsuchi and the girl with the lantern on her head is Shiratsuchi. It's a pleasure to meet you." Charmed, Sasuke murmured rather distastefully. After all this time trying to avoid getting into a serious fight, it was no surprise to see how unenthusiastic he was about confronting a team so close to the finish line. "Unfortunately, we don't have time to be dealing with you 3. We have a client to escort safely and a girl who's badly injured, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to pass up on this challenge. Kuratsuchi grinned, you're acting like you don't want to do this. Yeah, Sasuke nodded, because I don't. Neither do I, Naruto murmured. Seriously, the kunoichi he was holding needed help. He didn't care if he wanted to fight them or not, he just wanted to get the hell out of there. Hell, he was actually more worried about the thing that did this to the poor girl than anything else, and they were being challenged by what he assumed was a strong team. This was saying something. Sorry kid, but you don't get a choice here, Kuratsuchi snapped her fingers to her right, Shiro. The girl she shouted at smirked and threw both arms out. Sleeves flying back, she then slapped her hands together and flipped through hand seals, before suddenly slamming them into the ground, one party favor coming right up, Chief. Yoton, Tokudai no Makiandoru. Lava release, huge candle swamp. The moment she spoke the incantation, jets of thick white sludge suddenly burst out from the ground beside her and flooded towards Team 7 in the form of approaching waves. Not knowing what the hell that was, all three teens bailed out by leaping straight into the air and onto the statue, dodging the thick substance stretching up to grab them but watching it miss them by a few feet. When they landed on the arms of the statue, they saw the sea of what they judged from the smell was wax crawl to a stop around the Buddha, where they then saw bumps stick out with candle ends burning. Naruto raised an eyebrow, that's a nice trick. Not waiting for them to make another move, Sakura pitched a cluster of kunai with explosive tags attached to the ends down at the team. Kuratsuchi immediately responded by slamming her fist into the ground, which erected massive slabs of stone that suddenly encompassed all three of them. The knives struck one after the other before detonating simultaneously with concussive force. When the smoke and fire eventually died down, the cracked earth barriers then sunk back into the earth from whence they'd came, with Kuratsuchi holding her ground and her kunoichi partner finishing flying through another combination of seals. Yoton, Tajuu Doru Chikoku Mori. Lava release, multiple wax sculpture harpoons. Shiratsuchi then slammed her foot into the ground, in which the swamp of wax she'd laid out on the floor suddenly began shooting up in spears, which began impaling the massive statue straight through to the other sides and forcing Team 7 to move out of the way as their position was reduced to rubble. While in flight and dodging debris with Kin in his arms, Naruto suddenly felt a shadow come over him and looked up in alarm to see the big member of the enemy team plummeting towards him. Look out! Akatsuchi grinned. Shit, the Jinchuriki cursed, realizing the guy must have made a clone under the barrier and sent it up onto a higher level while the smoke from the exploding tags was still in the air. Just as the still descending Naruto was turning to counter the coming blow with a kick, Sasuke suddenly darted between them and kicked the attacker's fist out of the way first, allowing his teammate to descend safely. Naruto and Sakura landed together closer to the exit tunnels while Sasuke, still suspended in the air and clashing with his opponent, slammed another kick into the Akatsuchi clone right in the chest, sending it plummeting straight into the wax swamp where it crashed with a loud bang. The Uchiha used the momentum from his blow to fall the rest of the way down and land with a light tap. Thanks a lot, team, Naruto nodded gratefully. Just focus on keeping the girl safe, Sasuke shot back, pulling out a kunai and taking it into a firm grip while the IWA team members circled to face them fully again. We'll get out of here soon. Kuratsuchi grinned and flipped through seals. You're not planning on running away, are you? She finished and brought her hand to hover over her mouth. Don't insult me. I've worked hard to get this far as a ninja and I'm not letting my best chance for the perfect skill test slip through my fingers. Sasuke had already worked through his own hand seals to counter the water technique that was coming. Though I'm flattered at your insistence, I'm afraid I'm going to have to continue to decline your challenge. However, just before any more techniques could be thrown and just as the clash between the two squads was beginning to escalate, a loud rumbling sound suddenly echoed throughout the great hall the two teams were occupying, followed shortly by a violent tremor. Feeling their foundations tremble and bits of rock start to fall from the ceiling, both squads broke off from their engagement and began looking around in confusion. The feeling of a growing heat followed shortly by an eerie orange light from the tunnels behind the statue had all of them glance in that general direction. When they did, eyes literally bugged out from sockets all around when the six kids unexpectedly saw boiling hot lava suddenly start spilling out of the tunnels and begin crawling towards them. Fast. Really fast. Oh dear, Akatsuchi exclaimed. Shit. We need to get out. Now. Sakura shrieked, not really caring that the IWA team that they had been fighting had backed into them. Now mixed in with one another and retreating from the fast-approaching molten rock starting to surround them, the teams then turned to look at the various tunnels not spitting magma. Fuck. Which way do we go? Kuratsuchi asked. That one. Naruto shouted, pointing towards an entrance up a level. Take that one? Shiratsuchi turned to him while sweating profusely. Are you sure? No. Just go. Naruto yelled, making sure he had Kin safely secured before jumping straight up. The other teams wasted no time and jumped after him, not even looking back to see the hot wax become consumed in magma and the giant Buddha statue collapse into it. Seconds later, more lava began bubbling out of the tunnels and started filling it like sauce in a bowl at an alarming rate. The chamber was brimmed in seconds. Well, at least Sasuke and Sakura had been on to something about their teammates' unpredictability. He really did lead them into shitstorms when he didn't want to. Oh. Meanwhile, Kiba was baffled. He and Akamaru had been attacking the orange-haired girl who just appeared out of nowhere on the rock for the past half hour or so. After assessing her strength from a distance, he and Shino concluded that her chakra level was on a whole other level in contrast to their own. But when she invited them to try and take her down, and literally presented them with an opening by saying she would just sit there until she'd had enough, the Inuzuka leapt at the chance. However, when it seemed like he was going to secure a quick and easy win over a seemingly vulnerable foe, his confidence gradually started to slide. It was gradual for a simple fact. As a member of the Inuzuka clan, Kiba specialized in close-range fighting, utilizing an aggressive fighting style in tandem with his partner to deliver powerful and vicious attacks from two sides. By gauging an opponent's scent and honing in on it, there was no way for a target to escape once a beacon was slapped over them. Despite Akamaru's fear of the individual, Kiba was determined to follow through on his plan and bring the girl down no matter what it took. However, the moment he started dealing out attacks that would have rendered an ordinary person mauled to the point of bleeding to death, Kiba found that none of his physical attacks were working. Before anyone started jumping to conclusions, no, he wasn't missing or anything like that. All of his attacks were landing dead on with his target, which was still remaining perfectly stationary on her boulder with her legs crossed and her head resting on her hand and elbow propped up on her leg. The problem wasn't that she was blocking or resisting any of his attacks, it was that every single one of Kiba's blows passed right through her like she wasn't even there. It wasn't an illusion. She was physically there. They knew this because she had a shadow and interacted with every environmental change, not to mention Kiba, Hinata and Shino could all sense she was sitting there. The thing was that nothing physical meant to inflict damage upon her was even touching her. Her body was phasing through all of the boys' attacks. What's more, she continued to wear that all-knowing smile on her face as she let the Inuzuka have at her. Kiba stood in front of her looking absolutely bewildered. He'd hit her with everything so far, taijutsu, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, even both variations of his Getsuga, but none of them were working. Frustration and exhaustion overcoming him, the boy leapt back and took another stance, his partner continuing to growl across at their stoic foe. What the hell is going on? Kiba asked, shaking his head. None of my attacks are landing. Why? Tsubaki chuckled. Are you done already? She asked, seeing the Inuzuka flinch and grit his teeth. The girl grinned pleasantly. You look a little tired. Want to take a break and try again? Why you? Kiba growled while his fists tightened. Looking just as surprised as his teammates, Shino stepped forward in alarm. Kiba. Don't get frustrated. Step back and reconsider your situation. Fuck that. Kiba growled, pointing at the orange-haired girl staring at them. I've had enough of this bitch. I'm going to wipe that arrogant smirk off her face and stomp all over her. Then by all means, try, Tsubaki chirped. Taking that as another challenge, Kiba ducked low and charged forward along with Akamaru. His companion leapt onto his shoulder while he lunged straight at the girl, claws bared and his right reared back for a devastating strike. Like a samurai, he ran right through her with his nails cutting like blades through the air. However, when he was sure he would be able to land a hit on her, his attack instead passed right through her for the 100th time, leaving no signs of damage whatsoever. As he passed her, Kiba looked over his shoulder in shock, where he met the girl's sharp eyes following after him. And no way. Tsubaki grinned. I thought we went through this already. You can't touch me. Kiba slid to a stop, spinning around across the grass to glare back at his opponent. However, when it appeared he was about to go in for another attack, Tsubaki's eyes were suddenly drawn ahead to see a swarm of insects crawling toward her along the ground and were now beginning to encompass her. Looking up, the kunoichi saw that it was Shino who was sending them after her, his hand on the ground and thousands of beetles pouring out of his sleeve to attack. Oh, an Aburame, the girl exclaimed brightly. If I'm not mistaken, you're from that clan of bug users that controls insects capable of feeding off of people's chakra. I see. She grinned at him. So you used your friend's attack as an opening to surround me when my attention was focused elsewhere. You would then have your little friend swarm when I had nowhere else to go, and drain me of my energy. That's a good plan and all, but... Raising her free hand, making it her first actual move the entire fight, Tsubaki then flicked her index finger in the air. When it first seemed like nothing had happened, Shino, Hinata and Kiba then looked on in surprise when the army of beetles encircling the girl suddenly retreated before quickly returning to their host, startling the user. I'm not someone who would fall prey to an attack of that level so easily. Shino waited until all of his friends had returned to him before looking up in astonishment. She chased them away? How did she do that? Whatever she did, he could feel all of the insects inside of him were skittish. They did not like the chakra signature she was giving off, which had the Aburame worry. My insects can consume any and all types of chakra, no matter how volatile it may be. What kind of monster is she to be able to force a swarm of my Kikaichu away? Pondering on it a little more, Shino then realized his bugs had picked up something before retreating to their host. It was strange, because he hadn't felt a sensation like this before, at least not targeted directly at him. His insects weren't driven off because of the chakra they sensed coming off of their target. No, it had been something else. It was something static, something that was causing the colony dwelling inside of him to jitter and row, something in the air that had scared them. Whatever it was quite clear that it was the girl responsible for the strange phenomenon. Hinata, becoming increasingly concerned in the threat posed by their opponent, laid the otter she was carrying on the ground so that it could huddle up at Shino's legs. When she stood back up, she formed a few hand seals before opening her eyes. Byakugan. The veins that sprouted on either side of her head signaled the activation of her clan's bloodline ability, allowing her to get a better scope of what they were up against. Her eyes widened when she saw just how much chakra was radiating off of the girl. So much? She whispered, getting Shino to look at her. What is it? This person's energy is off the charts. She has chakra radiating from every pore on her body like it's on fire. Not only that, but it is fluctuating ad infinitum, like there's a storm sitting inside of her, Hinata informed before narrowing her eyes. While this news didn't surprise Shino too much, it was what came next that had both him and Kiba wearier. I don't know how to explain it, but it's almost like she's made out of chakra. Kiba frowned, glaring back at the girl who had now lowered her arm again. That's impossible. Wouldn't that make her some kind of monster? Tsubaki looked back at him. Hey. I may be a monster, but I still have feelings. It seemed like a contradiction, but the group wasn't too sure. All they knew was that this girl was just playing around with them. If she was as strong as she was registering to the team, then she would have done away with them ages ago. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata dashed forward with her palms held up in an offensive guard. Her tapping footsteps drew Tsubaki's focus ahead of her again, where she saw the dark-haired girl rushing right at her with her eyes fixed and an intense look on her face. Gone was the previously timid girl's earlier visage, which was now replaced with one of determination. It was almost like she was responding to the absolute danger the Kiri Kunoichi posed, which only served to have the smile on Tsubaki's face widen more in excitement. I will not back down. Hinata thought furiously, her right palm pulled back for a straight. I must be strong for my team. If I want to become as strong as Naruto-kun, to one day walk beside him. I must stand up and move forward. Her inspiration was her idol, someone whom she cared deeply for. This gave her all the strength she needed to launch her attack. Seeing the blow coming, Tsubaki looked at the girl in interest. A Hyuga, huh? You're from the clan that is able to attack a person's internal organs and chakra network using the Juken style? In the blink of an eye, just as Hinata's piercing right was converging on her target and threatening to cut her down, the Hyuga was suddenly stopped dead in her tracks by an invisibly fast and powerful force. The loud thump that rang out caused the young attacker's eyes to widen as she looked up at the teen in front of her in shock. When she did, Hinata saw that not only had her attack been halted in mid-swing, but the kunoichi she had been targeting had also jumped to her feet and lifted her left foot to plant against her arm, preventing her blow from following through. Tsubaki smirked as she effortlessly held the girl's arm back with her leg. Hands in her pockets, she showed just how at ease she was even in the presence of a potentially lethal foe. Your fighting style might be troublesome for me. Out of everyone in this entire exam, you're the only one who might be able to damage me. I'll be sure to end this quickly. The grin she wore had shivers run down Shino and Hinata's spines, which she then turned on the startled Kiba. Sorry, but you've used up the last of your strikes. The Inuzuka growled, the hell we have. However, before any of them could mount any form of defense or attack, Tsubaki suddenly acted. Using her same foot, the enemy kunoichi push-kicked Hinata away from her, sending the girl tumbling violently back towards Shino, who caught her in his arms. The power of the blow stunned the Hyuga somewhat and, even though it didn't physically affect her, it did knock her guard down momentarily. Once she was clear of the clan heiress though, the Kiri kunoichi then rose up to full height and trained her attention onto Kiba. The Inuzuka lowered himself into a wider stance while glaring up at the girl standing on the boulder, his intentions becoming absolutely clear as he prepared for an attack. His feet readied themselves for a lunge, but just as Kiba was staring his foe down and expressions challenging her to a brawl, she suddenly vanished from his sight. Before either member of the team could even begin to react to her disappearance, the Inuzuka was unable to see the same girl moving in a completely different time frame reappear directly in front of him and swing a kick right into his face. To Tsubaki, the whole world moved in super slow motion. So slow in fact that it was practically standing still when she, with her hands still in her pockets, slammed a roundhouse kick with so much power into Kiba's mug that the boy and his companion were sent rocketing into the woods behind them, where they literally snapped several trees in two as they were sent plowing through them. By the time the dust from the lightning-fast blows started to settle, Shino and Hinata quickly realized what had happened and were now looking across at the attacker in bewilderment. How did she do that? Hinata murmured. She's even faster than Kurenai-sensei, Shino said, absolutely dumbstruck at the display of raw speed. Knowing she still had two more to deal with, Tsubaki looked across at the startled pair and smiled. She turned to face them completely and pulled her right hand out of her pocket. It's clear that your friend has never been kicked at the speed of light before. When he wakes up, I'm sure his head will be spinning like a top. Hinata and Shino took defensive stance when they saw the girl raise her hand. Their client, the small otter, whimpered when it suddenly felt waves of killing intent fall upon them. Tsubaki grinned widely when she pointed her index finger at the pair. You two are lucky. You'll be the first ones to ever have this technique used against you and live to tell about it. The tip of her finger suddenly started to glow a bright blue, before a flash of light suddenly shot out and blinded both of the genin she was aiming at. The entire area of woods was flooded with blue light, enveloping Shino and Hinata before wiping them out altogether. Raitun, Chodenjiho. Lightning release, super electromagnetic cannon. In an instant, everything for Team 8 went black. Oh. Meanwhile, inside the mountain. Niji, are you sure you know where we're going? Tenten asked incredulously as the three found themselves in another junction, with a tunnel leading left and right from the one they just exited. We couldn't get across that smoldering pit, and instead of going around the long way you decide to cut across through this place instead? It's like we're trying to get ourselves lost. Relax Tenten, Niji replied, his Byakugan blazing as Lee, the Kunoichi and himself entered the next passageway, where he directed them left and down. I was able to see the entire network and where each of the entrances led from outside, so we should be able to get through this no problem. That's my eternal rival for you. Lee exclaimed brightly as he balanced the tortoise on his head while grinning at the two beside him. He held up a fist in confidence, diligent and sharp-eyed as always. Niji's mighty doujutsu will lead us through this maze of deception and ensure our safe passage through it. I hope you're right, Lee, the girl murmured. Do not worry, Tenten. If anything should try to divert us or attempt to block our way, I shall defeat it with my own two hands, the Taijutsu wonder added while pumping a clenched fist in front of him. The Kunoichi smiled towards the positively sparkling boy. She didn't know whether it was the crystals surrounding them or not, but there was no way that could be considered a normal occurrence in and around a person. I'm sure you will. I know I will, the teen replied while thumping his chest, I just need to be focused. Tenten giggled before shaking her head at him as they trudged along unimpeded. It's simply astonishing how you can be so psyched 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It makes me wish that I could have your level of confidence. There were two other people she knew who were exactly like that, their sensei Guy and Naruto. What was it about these people that made them so enthusiastic? I'm positive that you can, Tenten. All you have to do is embrace your passions and allow your flames of youth to take hold of you, the boy stated while clutching his hands together firmly. It's really quite simple. I'll show you how to do it once we get out of here. No thanks, Tenten exclaimed nervously. She'd seen what Guy and Lee did on a daily basis, so there was no way she was touching that offer even with one of her 8-foot staffs. I think I'll stick to my own way of mentally preparing myself for the day ahead. If I want to do this the right way, I want to do this on my own. Please buy it. Then I will do my best to support you, Lee cheered while making yet another pact, one which had Niji and Tenten groan silently to themselves. If I fail in that mission to help my dearest comrade in building up her fervor, then I shall do 2,000 kicks to increase my own mental presence to help me succeed in my endeavor. If I am unable to do 2,000 kicks, then I will do 3,000 punches to inspire your development. Niji chuckled and shook his head. It's an endless cycle with this guy. He remembered not too long ago he would have chastised his teammate for his exuberance and constant need to improve his skills in a heartbeat, but the genius learned recently to just accept his friend's weirdness at face value and to support him as a friend. After all, he'd had the privilege of fighting against someone who believed in the same thing as Lee did. It's what allowed him to question the idea of a fixed destiny and instead believe that a person could change their fates by facing it head on instead of allowing oneself to be dictated by it. He only had one person to thank for that. Keep at it, Lee. Just, try not to overindulge yourself. It could be more detrimental to your health than something that's meant to be beneficial. Lee nodded before saluting. Roger. Processing Niji's words of wisdom, Tenten grinned and nudged him in the arm. Good one. He was able to quell the raging storm. Thank Cammy. However, just as they were continuing to slug down the tunnel at a comfortable pace, a low rumbling followed by the sound of fast-approaching footsteps from behind caught the trio's attention. Stopping, the three turned around, only to quickly hug the walls when 6 teenagers suddenly came charging right at them, screaming their heads off. Run! Run! Naruto shouted, being the first to pass Team Guy, all of whom stared after him with owlish expressions as he was also carrying another person with him. What? Tenten exclaimed, shaking her head. Didn't you hear the bastard? Run! Kuratsuchi shouted, seconds until all of them had passed them, leaving a cloud of dust and a stunned group of kids behind. From what? Niji asked, before he and the other two also looked down the tunnel they'd just come from. When their eyes locked onto the far corner, they suddenly realized why they were running so fast when a bright orange glow followed by a wave of lava came charging down the corridor. The sight of the molten rock flooding towards them had all eyes of the older team widen before they turned heel and sprinted after the other squads, freaking the fuck out. Run! Tenten yelled. Right! Lee cried out, making sure to hang on tightly to the tortoise now secured in his arms. Wait for us, Naruto Kun. Within seconds Team Guy was right behind the other two, who were now ducking and weaving through the one tunnel, while avoiding moving off down another. It was a good thing they did too, because as soon as they ran past those tunnels, more lava started spewing out. The fumes and the magma basically funneled them out down the linear path as they shot straight down the crystal-lined hallways, searching for the exit. Any exit. The last thing all of them wanted to become was a petrified corpse encased in magma in the center of the earth. After darting down corridors as a group one after the other with Naruto in the lead, the signs of light at the end of their tunnel came within sight and, without needing a second glance, went for it. Light meant sky. Sky meant freedom. Freedom meant not having to die in this fucking gerbil maze. An exit. There. Naruto shouted. Don't stop. Just go, dope. Sasuke yelled, also sounding desperate. If they were to look back, they could see lava still thundering toward them in waves. Naruto reached the entrance before anybody else, the darkness opening up to sunlight of a drawing afternoon. It would be a few milliseconds later that the boy realized that the tunnel opened up to nothing but a slab of rock for a ledge and a steep cliff leading down the side of the mountain. It was a straight, vertical drop then a slide, which the blonde didn't feel like doing with his body and hit the brakes. With Kin in his arms, the Jinchuriki slid to an abrupt halt right at the edge, yelling in shock when he nearly went over and quickly shifting his momentum back. His friends were right on his tail, all of them sliding to a stop like he did and sandwiching the ledge. Like dominoes they slammed into Naruto's and each other's backs one after the other. First Sasuke, then Kuratsuchi, then Sakura, then Akatsuchi, Lee, Niji, Shiratsuchi, and Tenten shortly afterwards, all of them grunting when they were forced to a stop and nearly knocked the blonde over. Naruto was actually forced to hang onto the edge with chakra. Bits of the stone slab crumbled over the side and cascaded down the slope below, leaving the Jinchuriki sweating bullets at nearly being sent plummeting to his doom, and the animals each of the teams were transporting to stare in awe. Panting heavily, the sandwiched group stared over the side silently, frozen, before they all breathed out at once. That was close, Akatsuchi exclaimed. I can't take much more of this, Shiratsuchi. Keep it together everyone. We're almost there, Lee exclaimed, trying to sound positive despite the mass of bodies pressing up against one another. Yeah, well, thank Kami Blondie up front stopped or we would have all gotten there several seconds early, Kuratsuchi spoke up, earning nods of agreement from Niji and Sasuke. Tenten, having the sense to look back, widened her eyes when she saw the orange glow radiating out of the tunnel. Guys, I don't think we're out of this yet. Her words of warning and tone had everyone look over their shoulder. When they did, they saw that the lava was still fast approaching, getting all of them to tense up. As if on cue, a loud cracking suddenly drew their attention down to the base of the ledge they were all standing on, where all of them saw a large split take form and run along the face of the rock, causing bits to fall away and the chunk they were on to tremble. When the crack eventually ran around the entire slab and the group felt the ledge they were on jerk downwards violently, they knew right then and there that a fall was imminent, as their foundation was steadily giving way. Eris whimpered, while the possum wrapped around Akatsuchi's shoulder snapped worryingly. Kuratsuchi gulped before looking forward again. fellas, we have a bit of a. With one final crack of large stone breaking away, the entire ledge suddenly dropped and all three teams fell, probably. Miraculously, the ledge they were on skidded down the steep slope before suddenly flattening out and beginning to careen down the side of the mountain like a toboggan, carrying all three groups down a trail forged by nature at a ridiculous speed. At the exact same time the makeshift sled began sliding down the slant, the tunnel they had previously been standing at began ejecting lava like a geyser spraying boiling water into the air. The molten rock began thundering down the same path they were following as if the liquefied earth was following a slide, sticking right behind them as the stone toboggan carried the groups down towards the bottom of the mountain. Were the start of the ride a lot smoother and if they weren't so caught off guard, the teams would have seen another gorge sitting right in their path several hundred meters down, as well as the tower that was their finish line sitting far on the other side. That was not the case unfortunately, and within seconds the three teams started screaming in terror as they slipped and slid down the mountain on a route that would surely lead them to their deaths if this hell didn't kill them first. They moved so fast down the volcano that they left a cloud of speed dust in their wake, with every individual team member crouching low on the rock and holding on for dear life as stalagmites and woodland on both sides zipped past them in a blur. As they skidded around random turns and over various bumps down the rocky slope, the only person out of all the terrified participants who was laughing right now was Naruto, who while holding onto the severely injured Kin, cheered and cried out in excitement as their super-fast raft carried them right to the bottom. At the same time, he provided in-flight commentary that several of the others quickly went along with. "Ladies and gentlemen, please restore your seats to the upright position," Naruto shouted as they hopscotched over several more mounds before making a hard turn on a funnel. "Assume the crash position and hope you don't smell your socks." Tenten immediately followed up, "Tray tables up. And put away your sandwiches," Lee shouted. "Turbulence." Akatsuchi and Shiratsuchi bellowed in unison. "Naruto." Sakura screamed when their ride took another hard turn and sent them flying through the air before beginning to slide at high speed again. "If we die right now, I will fucking kill you." "We're going to die anyway, Sakura-chan," Naruto yelled back before letting out another laugh when they flew past stalagmites that chipped away at their ride. They clipped several more before flying down another drop, with everyone on board crying out in terror. "Just go with it. Live in the moment. Yawa," he roared at the end. As they dodged and zipped past obstacle after obstacle, the lava splashing down the same mountain face after them cascaded over the exact same routes they took. The molten rock smothered the land it crossed and burned everything in sight, falling behind as the toboggan the group of teenagers was riding blasted along. Eventually, the sled came upon the final gorge, the very last obstacle that would be the thinning out of the rest of the competition. Due to the speed the toboggan had built up and the fact that the mountain only leveled out right at the very edge of the damn thing, the squads knew instantly that a short fall and a crash landing would be their end. Goodbye cruel world and goodbye opportunity to become Chunin. However, this was not to be. Just as it seemed like their fates were sealed and their lives were forfeited, their toboggan suddenly hit a dip right at the edge of the canyon that, instead of sending them plummeting into the ravine, sent them flying right over and onto the other side. They skipped across the ground from there, more and more of their limestone transport filing away before they began sliding down the bumpy road all the way down to the tower at the end of the Boiling Lands. Hell, the gradient of the valley that remained before them allowed them to see the ocean as the rest of their surroundings were blurred and made out of focus. Several minutes of bone-rattling hell later, and the toboggan coached to a stop. When the dust settled to the ground, marking the end of their ride, it revealed three whole teams perched on the same raft, frozen in horror with wide eyes and all of them literally clutching at the stone monolith that had carried them a good several kilometers down the most impossible terrain imaginable for dear life. Not only was everyone completely shaken up, but Niji, Kuratsuchi and Sakura had their nails literally digging into the slab of stone that they'd been holding onto with chakra. Naruto, being the most composed, looked back up the mountain to see thick, black smoke rising from its side as the lava spewing out of the one face flowed safely down over the gorge they'd just passed. After a minute or so of regaining his bearings, the boy holding the girl to him grinned before looking at the squads that had ventured down the same slope on the same transport with him. "Awesome! Let's do that again," he exclaimed. He was then pacified by Sakura lifting her right fist up and nailing him right on top of his head, slamming him into the ground with a dull thud. Sasuke, after pushing himself up onto his hands and knees, tried to re-establish proper equilibrium, but then turned a shade of green and puked off camera. Managing to drop back onto solid ground while holding her head, Tenten looked up to see the tower they were supposed to head to only several meters away. It was a traditionally designed structure with an archway entrance and several smaller buildings surrounding it. Because of how it was isolated, she concluded that it not only acted as a beacon during the exams hosted here but also as an outpost. Truly, multi-purposing at its finest. Staggering forward, the nauseous girl made her way over to the gate where Tu Chunin could be seen standing. While everyone else on the stone slab was recovering and stumbling about out what could only be described as jelly thanks to their terrifying fall, Tenten came to a stop in front of the two guards to see them looking up at the erupting volcano in surprise. Clearly the pair of officials had never expected a whole bunch of kids to suddenly come shooting out of a mountain now spewing volcanic earth out of its side and leap clear over the gorge that was meant to be their final obstacle. In all their years of being Chunin or whatever, Tenten assumed from their expressions that they had never seen such a thing occur before, as it defied all logical sense and reason. The kunoichi waved weakly at the two men when they looked down at her. Hi. She looked back at the teams to see Niji fall flat on his face before Sakura and Lee helped hoist him up. Ignoring them, Tenten looked back. Give it to us straight. How badly did we screw up? Looking at each other, the Chunin to her left smiled before pulling out his clipboard. Actually, you guys are only a few minutes behind the first team to get here. This places your squads in second, third and fourth, if you were able to escort your clients here safely and all of your teammates are intact. Oh good, Tenten nodded with a smile. Well, that was a relief. And here she thought they'd all done something wrong by coming in at the same time. Niji and Lee managed to stagger over, with the latter carrying the tortoise in his arms. Showing them the number on its back, the Chunin with the clipboard marked it off before allowing them to pass before the rookies from Konohagakure stepped forward. Eris was still sitting comfortably on Sakura's shoulders, and judging from the cuts in her clothing from the animal's claws the poor thing had been scared out of her wits. Thankfully they were all in one piece, save for their clothes that had steadily been deteriorating thanks to their trips past the acid fields. The Chunin counted each of the members before then noticing the girl Naruto was carrying. The one on the left noticed her headband and pointed at her. Hey. She's not on your team. What happened? Naruto stepped forward quickly and held her up a little more, the girl unconsciously resting her head against his shoulder. We found her inside the tunnels. She's badly wounded. Can you help her? The man bent over and checked her condition. Looking at her injuries, the proctor cringed before nodding. Take her into the waiting room. I'll have a medical team take her up to the sick bay. He then got on the comm in his ear and forwarded the information to the next party of interest. Ticking off their names, the Chunin with the clipboard ushered them in. While they were going through, Sasuke suddenly felt a tug on his shoulder and turned around, where he saw Kuratsuchi and her team glaring across at him. The rest of Team 7 did the same, and when all eyes turned to face the antagonistic group they'd encountered inside the mountain, they saw the lead kunoichi smirk. You guys are a good squad. Since you not only had to watch over your client but protect an injured person as well, I can see why you didn't want to fight with us back there. Sasuke blinked as he looked back before allowing a smirk of his own to cross his face. Maybe next time we'll be able to fight properly and see how strong you three really are. He had to admit, the IWA chick could really throw some heavy-duty shit. The girl smirked while looking around at all of them, seeing Sakura's curious gaze and the smile on Naruto's face, which also got her to grin brightly and step back into line to continue jotting her name down with the Chunin. I'd like that. Guess I'll be seeing you guys in the next round. With pleasantries made and no hard feelings maintained, Team 7 then moved on into the tower, not knowing what to expect when they got there. Some hours later, the waiting room at the base of the tower the squads found themselves in was, to put it bluntly, just your basic cafeteria really, with some potted plants sitting here and there and a vending machine or two also thrown up against the walls. The teams that did arrive there first had spread themselves out across the room and were basically keeping to themselves. Neither one of them tried to make eye contact with the other for fear of breaking the mood that they had set. Even those from the same village wanted to give each other a little room to breathe after the ordeal they'd been pushed through. After arriving at the actual tower, the Chunin guarding it informed them that no fighting was to take place there, and that they were to remain in it until the 3 days had passed. This pretty much gave them all the time they needed to rest and recuperate from the long, grueling, spirit-hazing period that saw some of them shaken to the core. Regardless of their feelings about the whole situation, those groups that arrived here at virtually the same time couldn't help but shoot a few glances towards the one squad that had arrived here before them. The Kirigakure team, the group that Kabuto warned the rookies earlier to stay the hell away from because of the overwhelming stats he managed to snag about them. It was kind of odd that a mere Konohagakure genin knew so much about the exams as well as the people in it. The material and information he acquired hinted at an experience level far greater than a senior, low-level ninja. Odd. Anyhow, those three that actually came in first in this competition were sitting over by the table eating. The only member of their group who wasn't was the orange-haired girl, who'd taken to leaning against the wall beside a vending machine drinking a soda. While their presence didn't affect the others too much, it was the fact that neither one of them had a single scratch, bruise, nor smidge of grime on their person that did. The entire squad from Kiri looked just like how they started this thing, in perfect condition. What the hell? Even the Iwagakure team from before didn't look as good, and they got there at the exact same time as Team 7 and Team Guy. How good were they to avoid even the slightest scuffle? Worrying too much over it didn't really do anything for Sasuke and Sakura right now. Since they had little to no idea of what they were capable of, they chose to leave them alone afterwards and focused on other, important things. They were starving, and thanks to the circumstances presented there was no way they were passing out on a meal here. The Uchiha managed to grab some steamed buns from the cafeteria, while Sakura went for some yakisoba. The pair ate across from one another in relative silence, all the while looking around the waiting room for anything of interest. All the while, it didn't escape their notice that their other teammate wasn't there, obviously worrying about the kunoichi from the other village that they knew nothing about, but he was especially worried for, and had taken up to the medical bay. In one day. Sakura stated with a smile, looking across at her teammate fondly, in one day we managed to get to the other side of a landscape that should have killed us, and in third place to boot. Sasuke smirked confidently as he took a sip of tea. It means we're ready to become Chunin. Yeah. I wouldn't want to go through this ordeal again, Sakura sighed, rubbing the side of her head as she picked at the noodles on her plate. This was awful. And to think that there are still teams out there that now need to get past not just that final stretch over the mountain, but now an active, volcanic area still spewing lava out from its side. You know what I think, Sasuke said, looking up at the girl to see her focus shift to him again. I think that the people who designed this year's exam actually set that mountain to erupt when people passed through into the tunnels. The firmness he said this with had the kunoichi in front of him blink in surprise, getting him to shrug and pick up another bun from his plate. How else were they going to thin out the rest of the competition? They intentionally pushed teams through an impossible wilderness and set up traps along the way to either take them out or to test their nerve. Just like with the tunnels, they wanted to trap teams inside that mountain to either kill them off or force them to think for a way out of there. Well, I don't think the proctors expected 3 of the teams participating to actually link up, run like scared mice through the maze and out the other side to nearly toboggan down the slope to their deaths, Sakura exclaimed, making the motions to emphasize their near-suicidal run. She then groaned and rested her head on her hand. My head is still spinning from that. How the hell did we even survive? Let's just be grateful that we made it here in one piece, Sasuke murmured, taking a bite out of the food in his hand. If we don't become Chunin after this, I'm going to murder somebody, Sakura growled, taking noodles up on her fork and devouring it in a fit. Just like before, the genius could only agree with her wholeheartedly. Together, as a team, Squad 7 was proving itself to be a force to be reckoned with out there on the field. As jagged as some of their dynamics were and as strange as a lot of its members came off, all their faults and dissimilarities actually made them more complete than any other team out there. It was a miracle they hadn't fallen apart yet. Perhaps it was their weirdness and personality quirks as a whole that managed to keep the team together. While she was eating, Sakura then looked down at the seat beside her where she saw the white fox they had escorted all the way here asleep from the day's events. Breathing lightly with her head resting on her arms, the kunoichi smiled sweetly before scratching Eris on the head. Before she could say anything else regarding their tired client, a cold chill suddenly drew both her and Sasuke's attention to the door, where they saw a team from Sunagakure march into their midst. The pair blinked when they got a good look at the 3, a boy with red hair carrying a gourd on his back, a taller, older one wearing black garb with face paint, and a girl with golden hair tied into 4 ponytails and a massive war fan folded on her back. The trio looked around the room curiously before marching over to a table on the far end. In doing so, the 3 of them passed by both Sasuke and Sakura, who froze when they saw the boy with the gourd glance at them and shoot rays of killing intent that nearly had them choking. They shivered and broke out into a sweat through the few seconds they had of being in such close proximity of the genin, before watching him and his teammates pass them completely and move on to their chosen seats. Once they were gone and well out of earshot, Sakura nearly collapsed onto the table in front of her, hands clenched tightly and sweat dripping down her chin. What the hell was that? Breathing deeply, Sasuke wiped the sweat from his own face before glancing back at the Suna group, watching them all take a seat. I don't know. Whatever the hell that was, it wasn't friendly. Not at all. It almost felt like an entity of fathomless power and presence just strolled past them. What kind of boy or monster was capable of radiating such intensity? Not only that, but didn't Naruto talk with those guys before? Shit. Maybe he pissed them off somehow and that kid was onto them. Sakura gulped when she too spared the group a glance. Now I'm starting to worry about what this third test is going to be. Don't, Sasuke stated, glaring back at her firmly. If we show these guys even an inch, they'll walk all over us. Don't give them a reason to scare you off. After coming this far, they had to keep it together if they were going to get through to the end. The Uchiha was determined to do this, not just for his own ambition but for the benefit of his team. Hearing this had the Kunoichi nod affirmatively, before trying to return to her meal. For some obvious reason, she didn't feel hungry anymore. Oh, crap, Sakura cursed. What? Sasuke asked. The girl looked up at the boy with a grimace. I totally forgot about the race we were having with the other team? They walked through the gates before us. Remembering the bet as well, Sasuke looked back down at his bowl. Don't say anything. Maybe they'll have forgotten about it too. Doubt it. Naruto. Drifting. Perfecting your weaponry. Late evening. Up another level, lying in one of the beds in the medical bay of the outpost tower of the Boiling Lands, a white room with curtain dividers, white sheets, and a window open up in the direction of the coast, a now thoroughly bandaged Kin lay gazing up at the ceiling. Having awoken just a few minutes ago, she'd spent the period following her return to the conscious world just staring in whatever direction her body was positioned, all in an effort to regain her bearings and to figure out what the heck had happened to her. Not only was her body all numb, but her head was a complete mess of thoughts. When you remember seeing and experiencing one thing at one time and then end up waking up someplace else a split second later, while not remembering anything that happened in between, it did tend to put your mind in a bit of a jam. However, Kin made good use of the temporary relief given to her composing herself, getting a feel for her environment, and slowly working all her memories up to her current point of rest. What she remembered before blacking out was a fierce battle, her teammates Dosu and Zaku fighting alongside her against a foe that was just out of this world. A wild animal, a yellow demon, a monster of incredible strength, which ran circles around them and cut them down despite throwing everything they had at her. What she got were flashes of the event. Zaku had ripped apart their surroundings using his concussive shockwaves, which tore whole trees out of the ground by their roots and disintegrated stalagmites. Despite getting a good hit on their target and presumably sending them to their grave, Kin then remembered seeing her silhouette stroll out of the blast zone completely unscathed, before battering Zaku with a flurry of punishing blows. A swift exchange saw the boy losing his arm on a pass, before he was suddenly riddled with holes brought on by their opponent and dropped to the ground dead, a price he paid for getting back up and trying to continue a fight against a seemingly invincible enemy. Kin remembered the person they fought wore the smile of a child and had a laugh to match. However, all of that changed during the fight when she became stone cold serious and then, without mercy, cut down both her and Dosu in several seconds flat. The latter managed to get up after being hurled over the side of a drop and ran. He just ran, disappeared from sight, allowing the yellow creature to then concentrate her full and undivided attention on Kin, and attempted to finish her off. Knowing a victory was impossible, she'd ran too, deep into the heart of the mountain. After what felt like an eternity of running with a vision that was steadily fading, Kin then remembered finding herself in a large chamber, facing one of the other teams that happened to be in the vicinity, before blacking out completely. How she was still alive she had no idea. It had been a completely one-sided slaughter that saw the death of one of her teammates and the withdrawing of another. She had been left alone to fight an unwinnable battle against an enemy whom she could no longer sense or see. So what happened to her after that? How did she end up here? Baffled, the girl craned her head to the side in wonder towards the window, where she saw a very familiar face grinning back at her from. A boy wearing an orange jacket, now unzipped, with blue trim and arrows on the shoulders, goggles around his neck and blonde, spiky hair over a Konohagakure headband and warm blue eyes. The moment he saw the girl turn to him, he smiled and waved. Hello. It took a second to realize exactly who she was looking at. After which Kin's eyes widened in shock before she suddenly sat bolt upright in her bed, her actions throwing the covers off of he in the process. When her brain registered to the insane amounts of damage her body had sustained in her trying ordeal, the Kunoichi quickly felt sharp pains fly through her midsection, which forced her back down. Cringing, groaning, and holding her side tightly, the girl laid her head back onto her pillow. Waiting for the electricity to subside gave Naruto enough time to hop over and onto the chair beside her, where he crouched down on top of it and looked upon the patient with concern. Stay still. The doctor said you have cracked ribs, a shot scapula, punctured abdominals, and you've also torn your serratus anterior and your external abdominal oblique. Hearing the girl breathe to calm herself, the Jinchuriki tilted his head. In other words, you're in pretty bad shape. It was a miracle you were even able to move the way you did, Naruto informed, looking at her seriously as he waited for the girl's agony to ease up. He then smiled when she glanced up at him. Consider yourself lucky you ran into us, otherwise you would have collapsed out there in the field and died of your wounds. Panting, Kin gave the teen a pained breakdown before scowling. You? What the hell are you doing here? She then looked around, which brought about another question, and where the hell am I? We're in the medroom at the end tower, Naruto informed, gesturing around the place before smiling good-naturedly. It's a good thing they had one here in the first place, otherwise I would have had to run with you in my arms all the way back to the main village. You're looking at a genin from the team that came in third place. Kin glanced back at him in surprise. As seriously, the girl croaked before giving him a doubtful examination. You, out of all the people participating, were able to survive out there in that hell? Naruto nodded affirmatively. Yep. This had the kunoichi stare at him seriously for the next several seconds, conveying her disbelief, before focusing on his jacket. Given your state of dress, you should have been bullseyed the moment you stepped through those gates on the first day. Blindness to all those who looked at him would have been the only reasonable explanation she would accept for this kid's continued existence. We fell behind, the Jinchuriki disputed before shrugging. It was our intention to stay in the back and keep a low profile. If we'd simply charged out there the moment the whistle was blown, we would have been spotted by the other groups and picked off like flies. We let everybody else get ahead of us and just walked the first third of the way across. Kin blinked as she considered his information before huffing. Now it all made sense why her team's initial investigations came up blank. No wonder we couldn't find you or the Uchiha. You guys were in last place. The youngster grinned proudly and plopped back onto his seat, looking especially proud, from last to third. Oh yeah. Life was good. Naruto breathed out triumphantly while slipping his hands behind his head and leaning backwards, preparing to go into full lounge mode. After a moment of pause however, the Jinchuriki then glanced down at the girl where he noticed something a bit out of place concerning her appearance. It was lying right there in plain sight, but it had been an issue both he and the kunoichi in question had just plain overlooked and let go unaddressed for the past few minutes. Now that his sense of awareness over concern had returned, he decided to attend to the problem right away, albeit a bit uneasily. Just so you know, you're in a hospital gown. Confused, Kin looked down to see exactly where the boy was pointing. When she noticed her current state of dress, she blushed brightly when she realized she wasn't wearing any underwear under the single piece of cloth she was adored in and reacted instinctively. Eeping cutely in surprise, the red-faced girl grabbed the sheets of her bed and pulled them over her completely, before scowling up at the boy who was now looking away with a bit more warmth in his cheeks than before. Pervert, she shouted, getting Naruto to cringe. Now that's not fair. I wasn't even paying that much attention, he shot back, getting Kin to glare even harder. What? I didn't see anything. Honest. You're lucky I can't move right now or I'd be kicking the shit out of you. It was humiliating being caught out like this, but it was unavoidable. The staff had needed to work on her somehow, and apparently the best way they'd had to do that was with her clothing out of the way. The kunoichi shook her head at him before looking away with a look of anger slapped across her mug. When an awkward silence fell over the room once more and the pair listened to the clock ticking away on the nearby wall for a minute or so, it allowed Kin time for a moment of thought until she decided to inquire about the one thing she was most concerned about at the moment. Above everything else, this one was the most pressing. Am I right in saying that my team's been disqualified? Naruto's expression changed from bright to serious in a heartbeat at that question and he gave a nod, confirming her fears. Yeah. They said your summon returned home after receiving damage during a battle and that one of your teammates was found dead on the far side of the mountain. There's no sign of your other teammate though. I figured as much, Kin sighed, appearing despondent. Dosu really wasn't much of a team player to begin with, neither of us were. Heck, we didn't even like each other that much. Since all three of us were hard-headed and only looked out for ourselves, I wouldn't have expected the bastard to stick around to try and win a fight that was beyond winnable. Heh, so much for teamwork and promotion. This had the blonde's immediate attention. If that's true, then why the heck did your village allow you guys to participate in the exams if you didn't look out for each other in the first place? A team that didn't function like a team was just a bad day waiting to happen. Kin chuckled darkly, because our village leader is a prick, that's why. He believes that a shinobi shouldn't have any lingering feelings of attachment, friendship or compassion, and that we should only focus solely on the mission. A shinobi in our Kage's eyes is nothing more than a living weapon, a means to an end, a tool. Being a ninja from Konohagakure though, you wouldn't really know anything about that. Oh. I have a pretty good idea, Naruto nodded, thinking back to all the times he'd heard those words coined before. This quickly had Kin look at him in surprise. What? Yeah. I've been around a lot, so I think I know a bit about where you're coming from. Your Kage's an asshole. He treats you and your comrades like garbage. He's only using you to get what he wants and nothing more. I've seen that stuff many times before. The dark-haired girl frowned at him. Don't screw with me. How does a kid like you know anything about that? About being treated like your life doesn't matter? Her glare hardened on him in an attempt to get him to back down, but failed miserably in this endeavor as his expression didn't even waver. We know all about your village and the people inside of it. Every shinobi does. You ninja from Konoha are all just a bunch of soft, third-rate fighters with no bite to them, just a group of weaklings who embrace the ideas of comradeship and the will of fire. She added a little disdain to that last one, showing how laughable she found the beliefs and ideals of Konoha shinobi. I mean, what the hell is that? The will of fire? It was clear she was really upset, as well as shaken up. After what she must have been through, the boy wasn't surprised by her rather irritated responses. However, in spite of her angry words and her outbursts, she was revealing some rather interesting things about herself to the young Jinchuriki. Apparently all of the animosity she'd built up over her life was starting to come to the surface and mix in with the frustrations of her team's failure. Her current position wasn't helping much either, and the blonde knew this as he caught good glimpses of the feelings flashing across her face. Regardless of them, he was still conscious enough to continue the conversation. Frowning and looking back at the girl seriously after sensing her scorn and uncertainty, Naruto responded likewise, "It's the life philosophy of our village's first Hokage, something that he passed down to all of us through the academy. Just because my village believes in stuff like caring, don't think that you can look down on us because of it. There's much more to that than what you can see on the outside." "Yeah right," Kin muttered while turning away again, apparently losing patience with the person she was speaking with. "I'm not from your village. All I know is what I've come to realize myself and what my own village taught me, so what makes you believe that I will be able to trust the word of someone who's lived a comfortable life since the day they were born while I've had to struggle and fight all on my own just to have one? You don't know anything about me or what I've been through." Pausing for a moment, Naruto thought long and hard about her words and the point that she was trying to make, being that he wouldn't be able to understand her no matter what he said. He didn't want this girl to stay angry at him throughout his entire stay here. He wanted to be friendly with her because she seemed like an interesting person to him, one whom he could have a good time knowing. He was a stubborn bastard in that way. Not to mention he didn't want this girl to go on the rest of her life not trusting anyone and treating other people around her with hostility and contempt. That was not a life he wanted someone like her to carry on with. It was too painful. No doubt she'd had it tough. Because of circumstances beyond his control, the Kunoichi had grown to believe that no one, not even him, would know what it was like to be in her shoes, to live a life void of purpose and people to care for. Of course, while he was just learning this about her now, she didn't know much about him either. He resolved to change that. "True, I don't know you, but I do know what it's like to scrape by living all alone," Naruto replied firmly and with such a tone that it had the Kunoichi stiffen in her bed. "Living day by day feeling like the whole world is against you and having everyone treat you like you're not even there, honestly, it's a really shitty way to grow up." Caught off guard, Kin turned to look up at the Jinchuriki again. When she saw his face, with eyes reflecting old feelings of hurt and forlorn, she saw a smile cross his lips as he rested his arms on his legs and leaned forward a bit. "You can doubt me all you want, but I think I know a thing or two about having an uncomfortable life. Growing up on the streets as an orphan does that for you. It was tough and I hated every minute of it, but that's the way it was for me and there's no way I can change that. It doesn't stop me from trying to be a nice guy though." Kin looked across at the boy silently for the next minute or so, considering his response carefully and scrutinizing his expression. After processing his statements, the girl clenched her fists tightly and looked away while biting her bottom lip, as if attempting to quell a series of troublesome arguments. Trembling momentarily, she eventually reasoned with whatever issue she had to contend with and relaxed. I'm sorry." Her reply got a surprised blink from Naruto, before a small smile returned to him and he nodded towards her in acknowledgement. "That's all right. It's just, my team and I had a mission to do in these exams, and we failed it." Gritting her teeth, the raven-haired girl shut her eyes before cutting back to the Jinchuriki with a tense expression. It was the look in her shimmering irises that really caught Naruto's attention, as he saw a mixture of fear and unease flicker through and fade into view. "Because we failed, if I was to try to go back to Otogakure, back to my village, my leader would kill me." This information surprised Naruto greatly, his visage remaining stunned as he saw the girl run a hand uneasily through her hair and visibly clench her teeth. "I don't know what's worse, getting beaten up to the point of dying or knowing that I'll be killed anyway once I get out of here and back home." Naruto's jaw hung slack for a moment before he pressed forward. So, in your village, they would kill you for failing a mission. What the hell kind of old-school system were they running there? The nod from the kunoichi answered his question. My Kage hates weak shinobi and doesn't tolerate failures within his ranks. If I was to try to return and plead my case to him, it wouldn't matter. He would still kill me on the spot. She visibly shivered at that thought, feeling anxiety start to wash over and emerge from her stress. This was my one shot. All of this talk of execution for failure brought another query to the Jinchuriki's mind that had him look at her suspiciously. What exactly was your team's mission? It had to be something super important that he would put you guys into such a dangerous environment to do it. Looking at him when she heard his inquiry, Kin narrowed her eyes momentarily before glaring at the bed in front of her. Since she'd failed her task and she was going to have to return to her village to face the punishment for her actions anyway, she eventually reasoned that there was no point in her being secretive about it anymore. Though hesitant at first, she quickly cracked. Our village leader wanted us to test certain candidates participating in the event, most notably Sasuke Uchiha, the young prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Kin answered, getting the Jinchuriki to reel back in surprise. Pondering on this little piece of info, the boy then gave the kunoichi an incredulous stare. So that's why you were surprised when you said why you couldn't find my team, you were ordered to fight us, to fight Sasuke. Kin braced herself under the disbelieving gaze of her audience, at the same time closing her eyes as the fears started to come back to her. He said that it was important that we fight him. All three of us took it as a personal challenge, something that we had to do to prove to ourselves and to our village leader that we were worth something to him and that we were strong. All he wanted us to do though was this mission, and that he didn't care if we passed or not. Her trembling continued as she went on. Basically what he said to us was that if we failed we wouldn't have to bother coming back, that our usefulness would have run its course. He didn't actually say it, but that's what he meant to say when he gave us the assignment, so it doesn't matter if I live or not. I'm finished. I'm done. She looked back up at the boy and showed the hurt and defeat reflected in her eyes, surprising the boy once more. I have nowhere to go back to now. Blinking, the Jinchuriki folded his arms and leaned into his seat with a thoughtful look on his face. So, there was someone out there targeting a specific member of their group? While it made sense to Naruto that competitors would be going after one another in the exams, the fact that someone on the outside of it, a village leader to boot, was adamantly pursuing one member of a team specifically to test them gave Naruto incredible cause for concern. Why go after them specifically? Why was their team so important that Kin's team was instructed by their boss to find them and fight with them? She mentioned the Uchiha, the well-known rookie of the year, the prodigy of Konohagakure and the last of the Uchiha. The name did carry merit out in the world, so Naruto wasn't that surprised knowing that someone would find him interesting. His teammate was a member of what was one of the most powerful clans in the Hidden Leaf after all. Everyone was familiar with the title. This raised another question, one concerning the actual person responsible for setting a lone team onto them. This wasn't the first time this happened if their first mission outside of the village meant anything. Naruto wanted to find out more about this. However, the matter wasn't enough for him to completely dismiss the girl still lying in front of him in bandages. Seeing her tense and expressions twist both angrily and despondently, Naruto leaned forward again and rested a hand on her arm. He could feel her shaking as she allowed her string of emotions and worries to run their course. I'm sorry. Naruto murmured, sitting up and moving onto her bed. When he gave her a smile, he felt the girl relax more, which eased his own consciousness over the matter. Do you know what you will do now? Do you know where you can go? He saw the girl shake her head and tense again, conveying her worries physically. This was all the answer Naruto needed from her for him to come to a decision. Hell, her village or its leader didn't want her back. That was terrible on hundreds of different levels. However, this did give the Jinchuriki a rather ingenious idea, which he expressed with the sincerest of expressions. If you don't have anywhere to go, then why don't you come back with me? Kin recoiled at his question and winced when she felt the pain in her side again, but managed to hold firm and look back at him in surprise. What? Naruto chuckled at her initial answer, you can come back with me to my village. Considering what would happen to you if you tried to go back to yours, I'm sure Hokage Gigi can do something to help you out. There's no way he'd turn someone in need away. I know I wouldn't. The kunoichi searched his stare momentarily to see if he was playing with her. However, upon seeing the sincerity in his eyes, the kunoichi gulped and turned to face him properly, her expression showing renewed signs of hope. It was a new look on her, but Naruto knew it well when he saw it. Really? Her gaze then hardened somewhat. Why, you're not fucking with me, are you? No. Of course not. It's no skin off my teeth, and if they try anything funny with you I can make their lives really miserable. He then gave her a look that sent a shiver down her spine. That or it was the morphine kicking in again. Believe me. I can. Giving his words further thought and weighing her options in her hands again, the kunoichi pressed her lips together tightly, her mind racing as she quickly arrived at a decision and nodded. What did she have to lose from this? She was being given an out and she was taking it. Who wouldn't in her situation? This way she wouldn't have to go back to her village and risk being executed by her boss or used in one of his twisted experiments. As harsh as her previous qualms about Konoha had been before, the boy she was speaking with at least seemed nice. She didn't sense anything deceitful or malicious in his words or character at all, and even though she'd practically snapped at him, he just bounced right back without reciprocating to her anger. That was good enough for her in her book if it meant dodging the point of a sword, so to speak. Taking the girl's nod as her answer, Naruto then leapt off of the bed and rushed over to the door, leaving a still baffled Kin sitting alone for a moment while he went to see the Chunin standing guard outside. When he stuck his head through the door after pushing it open, he saw a Konoha Chunin nearby and tugged on his arm, getting his attention. "Excuse me, but is it possible to get Kakashi Hatake down here? I need to ask him something important." "Your team leader?" the man asked, seeing the Jinchuriki nod. The man complied, "Sure. The squad leaders for the winning teams will be here tomorrow anyway, but I can call him in ahead of time if it's urgent." The shinobi then promptly moved off, allowing Naruto to slip back into the room and return to Kin's side. The Jinchuriki sat on her bed again when silence fell, smiling brightly and meeting Kin's look eye to eye. It was obvious she was still trying to process what had just happened and what was currently going on, but one way or the other things were getting done. Naruto couldn't have asked for anything more. "Hey, I never got your name," the Jinchuriki spoke up, jolting the kunoichi out of her stupor. He jabbed a thumb into his chest. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of Konohagakure, part-time seller of body oils and full-time hero." The raven-haired girl shook herself out of her daze and smirked back. "I'm Kin Tsuchi." She then suddenly remembered that she was still sitting up, and that the sheet she had covering her had fallen back down. The blonde's small glances drew her to the problem, and she quickly covered herself up again with a deep shade of crimson on her face. She shot a glare at him again to see him turn and start whistling. "Stop peeking at me, you pervert." Sorry," Naruto replied nervously, glancing back at her several times but looking away with a little more red in his cheeks. "I can't help that you're so cute." This didn't seem to help her position any as Kin blushed even more. However, she refrained from attacking him or giving him a further tongue lashing, since she couldn't really muster the strength for it. He may act a little odd, but at least he's okay. Better than some of the other guys she was used to seeing. The kunoichi threw him a sour look. "Don't expect me to be all grateful and mushy just because you're helping me out. I don't do that shit." The Jinchuriki grinned sheepishly. "I'm not expecting anything like that from you. I just wanted someone to talk to." The girl grunted while keeping her gaze locked firmly on him to make sure he didn't look her way lewdly again. Of course, once the awkwardness came and went, Naruto turned to look back at the girl, this time keeping his eyes up. Remembering why they were there in the first place, the Jinchuriki raised an eyebrow at her. "By the way, who was it that beat you up so badly to put you in that state to begin with?" His question had Kin look at him with a start. "It must have been one hell of an opponent to hit you with attacks that looked like you were stabbed repeatedly with a kunai." Tensing up, the girl shuddered when memories of her battle hit her once more and she leaned back against the frame of her bed. To go along with the flashes, Kin laid her hand across her abdomen with a pained expression taking hold. She looked down when she spoke again. "You probably won't believe me, but my entire team was taken out by just one person." "One?" She glanced across to see Naruto staring in surprise. "You should know who I'm talking about, since you were the one that broke out into song and dance with her before the beginning of the written exam. She was that blonde-haired girl from the Kirigakure team." "She beat you guys? Well, wasn't that something?" Naruto knew he'd felt something off about all three members of the group, especially from the boy and the orange-haired girl, but their teammate seemed really nice. As it turned out though, despite all her smiling and her fun-loving personality, she had some talents hiding behind her cheerful disposition. "How?" "I don't know." Kin shook her head, sweat beginning to appear on her temples as she stressed over the memory and the beating she took. It was unreal. She took the full power of Zaku's concussive shockwaves head-on and survived. Dosu then hit her with his melody arm, but the sound waves had no effect on her, and every attack I threw at her bounced off like they were nothing. It was like her skin was made of steel or something. I can't really explain what happened afterwards, but when we stopped to catch our breaths, she ripped through all three of us using only her finger. "Seriously?" Kin nodded, eyes shaking with fear at the memory. She was faster than anyone I'd ever seen before, and her physical strength was out of this world. When she hit me with that finger of hers, it felt like being hit with a spear. We couldn't even put a scratch on her. Okay, that was scary. Someone in this exam was strong enough that they could not only take on an entire team of fully fledged genin using just a finger, but plow through them like they were nothing and walk out unscathed. Any other person would have been shaken up by this news. But Naruto, after processing these new pieces of information and learning that there was someone in this competition with hand-to-hand capabilities way beyond that of an ordinary shinobi's, a grin spread across his face and he looked up with determination burning in his eyes. Kin saw this too and blinked in confusion. I think I found myself a new challenge. His words stunned the Kunoichi, who could do nothing but gape as Naruto clenched his fists excitedly. It looked like things in this exam were starting to pick up. Oh. Nighttime? Boiling lands. Standing on top of a cliff way behind the other teams and looking over the wastelands making up their second challenge, the genin team from Konohagakure with Kabuto Yakushi as its head waited silently and patiently, as if the fact that they were supposed to be in a race to the finish line didn't matter to them. Were they actually genin gunning for a promotion, they would have been over the halfway mark by now. But the fact was that they weren't here for something trivial like that. Oh no. The three men dressed in purple garb, two of them wearing cloths across their mugs to hide their real identities, weren't fussed at all. All of them were here for a completely different purpose, and that was simply to watch and observe, as all of the other teams fought for the 8 spots that would secure them a pass into the next round. While they could have taken one of the places for themselves if they wanted to, the 3 men making up the team felt that it was too much of a hassle to continue on at the pace that they'd set, and simply fell behind. Kabuto smirked as he stared across the wastelands, at the same time feeling the familiar presence of his team's leader and maker arrive on the scene. As if materializing from the shadows themselves, the dark form of a man with long black hair, pale white skin with magatama earrings, snake-like eyes, and wearing a khaki battle robe, dark pants, shirt and a purple rope wrapped around their waist forming loops behind them, stepped forward to stand beside the silver-haired genin. The other 2 also noticed the arrival of the individual and rose to their feet in greeting. Orochimaru-sama, Yoroi said. What brings you here? Misumi asked immediately afterwards. The snake Sannin smirked, oh, just, enjoying the sights and sounds of children squabbling over the 8 places for the next round. I must say, it is quite the show. The pale man glanced over at Kabuto, where he saw his most trusted spy smiling across the dark landscape. You've fallen behind. Care to explain why? Feeling the powerful individual addressing him directly, Kabuto turned and smiled. I've suspended our progress based on my own assessment of the situation. After following up on the information I was able to acquire, I've come to the conclusion that it would be more beneficial for us to watch from a distance than to join in the pecking order. I think you'll find some of our intelligence most interesting. Orochimaru smirked as he gave his right-hand man a more curious look. Go on. Reaching into his pocket, Kabuto pulled up a card and smirked down at the contents that appeared. The team with Sasuke Uchiha has moved into the next round. Their strength as a team is quite impressive, especially from the 2 male members. The genius is progressing well. I believe he will be a most interesting test subject in this exam in terms of well-rounded technique. Oh, he'll be more than just a mere test subject, my dear Kabuto, the Sannin responded while looking back at the exam grounds. I plan on making Sasuke-kun my number 1 prospect, the next stepping stone in my great plan to inherit all ninjutsu in the world. Nodding in understanding, the bookish-looking spy looked back at his card. Including his team, the 3 squads with Jinchuriki in them have made it into the 3rd stage. The Kirigakure team especially. I found out that they have 2 very interesting bloodline users in their group that you might like to add to your collection. Well, one can't have too many experiments, Orochimaru chuckled. I'll put that team as a footnote to be recorded in further detail later, since you've gone out of your way to highlight them. What about our good little pawns? How is Dosu's team doing? Unfortunately, Dosu's team ran into one of the members of the Kirigakure team, and met a swift and premature end at her hands, Kabuto said, looking up worryingly at the man. Zaku was killed, and Dosu is missing. I believe Kin is now in the hands of the proctors. Leave them be. They were merely lab rats to test the capabilities of the other candidates. If all 3 of them together were unable to handle one prodigy from another country, then their usefulness to me has forfeited, Orochimaru spoke lowly with a disappointed sigh. It's a shame. They were so determined. I actually had high hopes for them too. Kabuto nodded before running a finger over his card. Then that part of the plan is done and dusted. What's our next move? We sit back and enjoy the rest of the show, of course, Orochimaru answered while licking his lips with his freakishly long tongue. I wish to see the fruits I plan on harvesting in the near future grow and ripen some more, until the time to pick them arrives. A venture like this requires you to be patient, and be patient I shall. His 3 underlings nodded affirmatively, while the boy with the information card in hand lowered it and smiled. Of course, Orochimaru-sama. XXX. After the 3rd day. It had been a long, grueling haul for all the teams that had participated in the 2nd stage of the Chunin selection exams. Most of those that had managed to make it across, even well after the allotted time, were carrying the burns and scars of an unforgiving landscape racked with warfare involving genin shooting for the top spots. But despite the best efforts of most, it came as a big disappointment to them to learn that by the time they ended up staggering through the gates that they didn't make it. Hell, it came as little surprise to see those teams that ended up arriving late break down and complain, but that's how life was unfortunately. It didn't play favorites and it was unpredictable. People had different ways of coining what life was, but no one was going to be bothered spouting that philosophical crap here. If you didn't make it, you didn't make it. By the end of the 3rd day, all 8 spots granting leeway into the 3rd stage of the exams had been filled, with shinobi from all 5 of the great nations making it through. Obviously the team from Kirigakure that came first was there, as were teams from Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Konohagakure. It was surprising to see the number of teams from Konohagakure that had made it, 4 teams. The others had 1 team each. What struck the Konoha genin who did make it as odd was the absence of Team 8 under Kurenai. Out of all of them, they expected those 3 to have got here on time. However, when Naruto and the others met their senseis to inquire about their well-being, they said that all 3 of them, Kiba, Shino and Hinata, had been taken out before they could arrive at the finish line. They were alive, yes, but they were in pretty bad shape and were spending time resting up in the hospital back in the village. It was upsetting, but it was to be expected. Not all of them were anticipated to make it past the cutoff point for the biggest and hardest exam ever to be held between the shinobi villages. Maybe they would have better luck next year. Anyway, after the 3rd day came and went, and those that had arrived on the 2nd day were given time to rest and recuperate in their own rooms, all 8 squads that had made it into the next stage were then called back down to the main hall of the tower to meet with their instructors as well as with the proctors in charge of the 2nd stage. They were arranged into orderly lines in front of their team leaders, where Naruto was pleased to see a lot of the ones he expected to have made it there with them in the same room. He'd also bumped into Samui and her team on the way down to the meeting place, where he had to contend with the annoying looks Karui gave him and was able to have a quick, friendly chat with the blonde-haired Kunoichi of their squad and promised her that they could meet up once all the exams were over and done with. It was a promise the ever-composed Samui would hold him to and took off while making a show of leaving, bringing a new shade of red to Naruto's face. That girl was simply beguiling. The sheer amount of tension that hung in the air following his little rendezvous became almost palpable. All those participating knew that the next test was going to be a big one if everyone here was so psyched up for it. The only people who weren't really taking the excitement in stride with the rest of them though were the older boy and girl members of the Sunagakure team, who were looking towards the youngest member of their group with grave concern and nervousness. Even those standing nearby could feel the terrifying vibes coming off of the redhead with the gourd on his back. It was almost choking, especially for the team next to them. Man, what's with that guy? Shikamaru wondered while looking across at the Suna genin, who had his arms folded and was glaring at the back of his instructor with full use of the 1,000-yard stare. Everything coming off of him screams, "Stay the hell away from me." I wonder what's got him so worked up. When the Nara saw said individual glance at him, he quickly looked away so as to not to incur his wrath should his stare be bothering him. Geez, this is so troublesome. Everyone in each squad was lined up behind the other, with their teachers up front and their summoned animals standing at attention at their feet, giving them a good view of the podium and the individuals standing on top of it. Anko, Darui and Tsurugi faced the small crowd with smirks on their faces and their own hands positioned comfortably inside their pockets. They counted the numbers and took stock of all those who'd passed, with the former sparing a grin when she saw her old student standing in amongst them. Speaking of which, Naruto looked across the rows to see Tayuya do the same, both of them smiling and waving to each other before moving their eyes to the front once more. Darui stepped forward when he felt the time was right, his action prompting all eyes to fall on him and silence to completely fall. I'd like to congratulate each and every one of you for passing the 2nd stage of the Chunin exams. It was a rough run and many of your allies and comrades didn't make it, but this is now your moment to shine. You have succeeded where all the others have failed, and I'm sure all of you will do the very best that you can in the final stage of the exams. He saw every student in the hall brace themselves for the information to come, which had Anko and Tsurugi smirk in amusement at the build-up that was taking place. Stepping down a little, the Kumo ninja then allowed Anko to take the stage with a wide grin and the glassbreaker of announcements. That will take place in another month or so. This had everyone's heart stop and jaws drop at random. This was most notably the case concerning the members of Team 10, the team from Iwagakure, and a wide assortment of individuals from other villages. The Jonin instructors of each team snickered when they felt the intensity of the atmosphere just drop like a stone, and they could almost see the expressions on their students' faces as if they were looking right at them. Tsurugi then used this opportunity to cut in and put the now startled minds of the potential Chunin candidates at ease. Just to make it clear to all of you who didn't get it, we're not jumping directly into the final test. Much like the last two, you can choose whether or not you wish to partake in it, as I'm sure this one is going to be your biggest challenge yet. The time we are giving you will allow you to rest up and prepare yourselves for the final event, which we are currently in the process of preparing. Wondering what kind of event would call for an entire month of preparation, Tayuya spoke up. What exactly is this next test? It was a question everyone was glad she brought up. Anko smirked. Before we reveal to you what is involved in the final stage, I need to know that each and every single one of you is on board with this. Upon seeing confusion fall across some of them, the woman continued on without missing a beat. Be warned, this third and final test will be the backbreaker of all the trials you have faced thus far. There is a good chance that most of you will die in the stage to come and end all of your dreams before you can even see them realized. Knowing that your odds of failing in this next part are even higher than the ones before, do you still wish to continue on with it? Because if there is anyone here not feeling too confident about moving on, hold up your hand and we will subtract your name from the board. The woman then waited eagerly for their responses. When all three proctors saw the faces on all those present steal and become more attentive, those in charge gave each other looks of approval before turning back to the crowd. Very well then. You have decided your fates, Anko said, stepping back and out of the way as the whiteboard behind her was pushed forward. Darui smiled out at the teams standing in front of him. Just like we promised, only 8 teams were allowed to pass through into the final stage. That's a total of 24 participants. These 24 participants will be entered into a tournament, which will be held in a public venue at the end of the month in the village of Yugakure. As this is going to be the main event of the Chunin selection exams, you will all be observed by your respective villages, village leaders, high-ranking individuals, potential clientele and the daimyos of multiple countries. This tournament basically pits all of you against each other in a fight to see who will come out on top, so performing to the best of your abilities and showing your true merit as shinobi of your villages is top priority. But don't just think winning matches and plowing through the competition will get you promoted, Tsurugi stated while folding his arms. There's more to this test than just sheer, brute force and acting without prior consideration. That's not how a good shinobi should fight. Darui nodded in agreement. You need to show the judges and all those watching you why you should be promoted. Sure, you may show the strength and skill worthy of a Chunin-level shinobi, but all of that counts for nothing if you're unable to lead a team on a mission or make tactical decisions. Simply having power and not knowing what to do with it will lead to a lot of comrades getting injured or killed out on the field, and that's something that we don't need, Tsurugi followed up, also stepping aside so that the board could come into view. If you win, you get to show more reason as to why you should be promoted, but even then you can go the entire tournament and not get anything in the end. The same could be said if you lose. You might end up losing in the first round, but if you show the audience that you have the capacity to lead and possess the right qualities of a Chunin, you can still be considered for a promotion. Well, that's comforting, Tenten murmured while pulling a face. As long as we show enough brain, our names can be put down for consideration. Naruto was sort of thinking the same thing, but he had most of his thoughts currently fixed on other things. And just if you're all still wondering, yes. Your actions in the first and second exams have all been taken into account and have been added to your resumes, giving us more information to mull over regarding your status as shinobi. Furthermore, the summons that you escorted here have served another purpose, Anko informed while gesturing to the critters standing in front of each of the jonin. These clients carried your names and registration forms here on their backs, which have allowed us to double-check and confirm your identities, and grant you permission into the third stage. She then pulled out a clipboard and gestured to the whiteboard, flipping it over so that she revealed a line chart on the other side. We will now have an official move down each of your rows one by one. You will each pick a number out of the box he's holding. That number will determine your place on the bracket. The Chunin official then did as instructor and went down row after row. He didn't follow it team by team and instead moved across, watching carefully as each genin stuck their hand into the pot and pulled out a slip of paper. He continued to do so until arriving at the last person, before turning heel and retreating into the background. Anko then waited with pen in hand as she and the other proctors prepared to record the results. Now, we'll do this one squad at a time. When your squad is called out, you will each then announce your number in turn, Anko stated before smirking eagerly. The squad from Sunagakure, I'll let you kids go first. Temari raised an eyebrow at her number before holding it up, 11. I'm 16, Kankuro followed up, before both of them waited patiently for Gaara as he glared down at his number 3, the boy replied calmly. While Anko jotted down the results on her pad, the proctors beside her wrote down the names on the graph provided, placing their names with the corresponding numbers. Once that was done, the Tokubetsu Jonin then turned back to the crowd with a smile. Team 7 from Konohagakure. Oh goody, the one with her favorite, troublesome blonde. Sasuke opened up his first, 20. 12, Sakura exclaimed, holding up her own. Good. At least she wasn't first. Naruto squinted as his number momentarily, wondering if this was a joke or just some sort of coincidence. Unwilling to argue with the laws of the universe however, he gave his number up without argument and with a small smile on his face, number 9. Oh, well isn't that suspiciously convenient, the Kyuubi scoffed from inside. Once their names were slapped up, Anko moved on to the next group. Team 9 from Konohagakure. Heh. Look what I have here, I'm number 8, Tayuya said loudly, flashing her number. Number 22, Shiho chirped, adjusting her glasses. Number 7, Keed stated with a pleasant smile. Fortune favors those who embrace life passionately. What were the chances that the numbers would be so packed together? Of course, this was the luck of the draw, and once their names were written down without a fuss, Anko proceeded on without missing a beat. Team 10 from Konohagakure. Troublesome, Shikamaru sighed while waving his piece of paper, looks like I'm first. Number 1. Number 13, Ino exclaimed. Choji frowned as he looked at his, I'm number 23. Oh, so based on their results they had all the unlucky numbers. Well that was fun. Who were they going to be pitted against now that they knew where they were sitting on the tally? Team Guy? I'm pretty sure you fellas know who you are, Anko chirped. YOSH. Lee exclaimed, jumping in the air while thrusting his number up, I'm number 15. 4, Tenten said with a smile. Number 10, Niji answered. Good, Anko exclaimed. No worries there and the team seemed pretty cool about it. Team 6 from Kirigakure? Present. Kyoko chirped, grinning boisterously while holding up her number like it was a certificate, number 14 here. I'm at the end, number 21, Utakata spoke in his usual, monotone voice. Tsubaki stared at hers long and hard before lowering it and looking away, number 17. Team IWA, Anko said, holding back a chuckle at how obvious the name was. Who was lucky enough to get assigned that banner? I've got number 6, Shiratsuchi exclaimed, waving her number in the air as the candle sitting inside the lantern on her head flickered brightly and showcased her delight. The people who looked at her followed her headwear as it bobbed about on her neck with interest, unable to comprehend why someone would wear a candle with their hat. Didn't it get hot under there? Didn't it give away her position at night as well? I'm number 2, Kuratsuchi stated before grinning slyly in Shikamaru's direction. I wonder who my opponent is going to be. Her leer had the Nara shrink away a little at how intense her eyes became. Boy, she really wanted to fight. Not something that instilled much confidence in the most lax person on the face of the planet. I have number 18, Akatsuchi announced loud and clear. And last but not least, Team Samui, Anko called out, looking at the names before raising an eyebrow. Yeah, and that one was clearly not decided by a rock-paper-scissors competition. The girl must have been lucky to have the team named after her. Perhaps she was the most exceptional of the group. Speaking of which, the blonde-haired Kunoichi with the abundant chest size stepped forward and smiled. I'll be easy to place. 24. Spot number 19, Omoi announced, rolling the sucker around in his mouth while holding up his paper. I'm number 5, Karui said, flicking her paper away with a sigh. What a bother. Once all the names had been jotted down and their places assigned, Anko smirked and clicked her pen, folding her pad away and watching the other proctors step aside. The teams assembled before them were then given a clear view of the whiteboard, which had all of their names placed in the brackets where their numbers pointed them to. Needless to say, the sight had a lot of the participants stiffen when they got a good look at where their names were. XXX. First half. Bracket 1. Match 1, Shikamaru vs Kuratsuchi. Match 2, Gaara vs Tenten. Match 3, Karui vs Shiratsuchi. Matchdort, Kaideve Setayuya. Bracket 2. Match 5, Naruto vs Niji. Match 6, Temari vs Sakura. Intermission. Second half. Match 7, Ino vs Kyoko. Match 8, Lee vs Kankuro. Bracket 3. Match 9, Tsubaki vs Akatsuchi. Match 10, Omoi vs Sasuke. Match 11, Utakata vs Shiho. Match 12, Choji vs Samui. Triple X. Oh, what an interesting lineup, Anko exclaimed while licking her lips, looks like we're going to have one hell of a party at the end of this month. I can't wait. Darui chuckled as he looked over the graph himself. Well, it appears that whoever's picked to be the climber on the right-hand side is going to be running the gauntlet. If they can make it through to the end, then I will be one surprised son of a bitch. All those sitting in the second half of the tally frowned as they looked over their names, numbers, and who their opponents were. Those like Choji and Sakura gulped nervously as they spared a glance towards their respective opposition and saw them do the same, only with more confidence and less facial expressions. Others like Sasuke and Neji just stared silently at their names, making predictions and quick scenarios as to who they would be facing in the future, provided they make it past their first obstacles. Others, however, were a lot more vocal in regards to their positioning, which had a lot of eyes turned to them in bewilderment. Awesome! Kyoko cheered excitedly while bouncing up and down. I'm going to have so much fun. So my first opponent is Neji, huh? Naruto murmured to himself before looking in the direction of said Hyuga. When he saw the genius glance towards him in kind, the Jinchuriki grinned widely. I have absolutely no problems with that. Neither do I, Neji shot back in a quiet voice, a smile spreading over his own lips. YOSH! Lee exclaimed, raising a fist as his eyes burned with passion. What a wonderful setup. I will blow through this competition and win the entire tournament. Oh yeah, he was verbally expressing his excitement, while at the same time shouting inside his own head to stoke the fires of his youth. Watch me, Gai-sensei. I will overcome every single obstacle in my path and make it to the top. Then everyone will know the name of the boy who worked hard to become a Chunin, Rock Lee. Tayuya smirked, looks like you and I will be fighting seriously for the first time, Ekid? The redhead looked over her shoulder at the boy standing behind her, whom she saw smile back warmly. I am not at all fussed with a little healthy competition, Tayuya-san, the boy replied while bowing grandly. Shiho smiled back at them, while at the same time taking a moment to consider her own position and look over at the Kirigakure Genin who was her first opponent. Knowing that they were the team to make it here first, it was no surprise that those fighting them right off the bat were feeling nervous about the whole thing. While Shiho and Ino had a lot to be concerned about, Akatsuchi was considering his own opponent with a little more care. Out of all three of the Kirigakure Genin, the girl with orange hair and the samurai robe worn fashionably over her shoulders has shown to be the most versatile as well as the meanest of them all. That first impression back before the start of the written test in the first stage certainly had heads turning. There was no doubt in the bulky boy's mind that she would be the most bothersome to deal with. Tsubaki, on the other hand, spared the chart a momentary glance before breathing a sigh and looking away with a smile. I've got this whole thing in the bag. Of course you do, Utakata exclaimed, hearing the girl loud and clear. His pointing out of her confident statement got her to blush, while at the same time he pulled his bubble blower out from his robe and wiped down the cylinder. Just try not to make a show out of it. The judges will only be interested in how smart you fight, and not the amount of fireworks you can set off. Flustered, the orange-haired girl looked away with a sour glare and red in her cheeks. All right. Sakura clenched her fists tightly as she looked upon her name. This is it. This is the chance I've been waiting for. I'll show everyone here how strong I can become and that I am worth Sasuke-kun's time. She didn't just want to impress the judges, she also wanted to show her teammates that she would be able to fight alongside them, especially the raven-haired prodigy. Shikamaru breathed out a sigh and closed his eyes, at the same time trying to ignore the leer from the ever-enthusiastic Kuratsuchi coming from his 3 o'clock. Troublesome. Why was it that every conflict he was involved in, it had to involve a girl? Omoi rubbed the back of his head. So I'm up against the Uchiha? That's interesting. Maybe I'll get lucky and strike out early, or I just might end up winning this whole thing and get promoted based on my own devil's luck. It's going to be tough thrown into the last bracket. I'll have to run the gauntlet. A frustrated sigh came from the redhead behind him, who was bringing her hands up in a strangling motion but refrained from latching onto the column of flesh standing in front of her. Omoi, shut the hell up, Karui growled. Their more relaxed teammate on the other hand was considering the board while looking over at Utakata. Of all the genin she expected to face that would prove to be a challenge, he was second on her list. That guy is giving off a vibe that might cause me some trouble in the long run. I'm going to have to be cool about this. Just as some of the other contestants were doing, Naruto was sizing all of his competition up and who he was likely to face after Neji. The Hyuga was one problem, and while the Jinchuriki felt he would be able to handle him, there were others he felt that might be a test for his mettle. If Sakura-chan doesn't make it through, then I'll have Temari to fight next. After that, it's a toss-up between Lee and that girl from Kirigakure. If Ino didn't make it and that boy from Suna didn't either. He looked across at the above-mentioned individuals, frowning when he saw the boy in green with the equally dynamic personality grinning ecstatically in the same manner as the blonde. Naruto's frown intensified. Looks like I have my work cut out for me. Seeing the teams get fired up and trail off into random bits of conversation once the realizations of who they were up against next came and went, Darui cleared his throat to make way for his gentle dismissal. Alright you kids, that's it for the day. Now that all of you know what's coming up in the coming weeks, it's best that you all go home now and prepare yourselves for the final obstacle. Make sure to train hard, rest up, and improve on any faults you may have in your form to show what you've got to the judges. This will be your last chance to impress us, so make it a good one. Upon seeing the genin nod or stand at attention respectively, Enko grinned and waved a hand. Now get the hell out of here. See you in 5 weeks. Oh. Later that day. Confined to a hospital room in the village of Yugakure, the young genin members of Team 8 were currently in full recovery mode. Basically it meant that all 3 of them were stuck in their beds, one next to the other, completely dressed in the bandages and casts required for them to set whatever body parts were out of place back into their original positions. Of course, while there were few casts, all of them were wrapped heavily in gauze from head to toe, giving them the appearance of being partially mummified. This was necessary of course in order to cover up the burns they'd received from the one-sided slaughter they'd been a part of a couple of days ago. While Shino was no stranger to having most of his body covered up, which made his situation especially hilarious since he was still wearing sunglasses, the other 2 members of his team were in varying conditions of pain and despondency. Hinata was lying to Shino's left, wrapped in the same manner as the boy but able to sit up and enjoy a nice serving of ice cream and fruits to help soothe the ache she felt all over. It was kind of cute seeing her dressed up like that in a gown with her face parting through the bandages. She was quite enjoying the quietness of the hospital room too. Shino was silent as usual, watching the television playing over some documentary and doing everything he could to hasten his own stay here. Kiba on the other hand was in a worse state than both of them. Not only was he wrapped in bandages from top to bottom, but his mouth was closed up by said bandages and he had a cast around his neck and lower jaw. This basically meant his jaw was broken and he was unable to eat any solids, which explained the straw and soup sitting next to him on the table. Akamaru was with them too, wrapped up just as much as they were and lying in a doggy bed next to Kiba's, and was currently sleeping off the fatigue. Hungry, Kiba tried reaching for his bowl of soup again, albeit with great difficulty. However, just as his fingers came within brushing the edge of the plate, he suddenly saw it get picked up and leave his line of sight, which prompted the annoyed boy to follow it up to the individual responsible for its moving. The radiant smile of Naruto Uzumaki greeted the wounded Inuzuka, the Jinchuriki dropping down from the windowsill and sitting on his bed. Hey there, guys. Caught by surprise, Hinata and Shino looked in his direction, with the former pulling the sheet up to cover herself due to her state of dress. And Naruto-kun? Where in the world did you come from? The Aburame asked. Naruto chuckled as he stirred the soup, watching the broth clear as the spoon drew circles in it. Oh, I came up the storm drain. Everybody else is going through the lobby, but that's the chump's way up. I decided to cut out the intermediary period and break in my own way. After stirring the soup he looked up to see that Kiba was glaring at him, and both Hinata and Shino were sitting up. So what happened? I heard you guys got beat up by some freaky candidate during the second stage. Rushed Reeve Aaron, Naruto, Kiba mumbled through the bandages wrapped around his mouth. Just leave me alone, Naruto. Shino, passive as usual, gave the blonde a serious gaze as he adjusted his position on his bed. So, word has already gotten out about what happened to us? Yep. Spread like wildfire, Naruto responded in a carefree manner, taking a spoonful of the liquid and drinking it. The sight of the blonde sitting next to him and drinking his soup had Kiba frown deeply, even though nobody could see it. Rei, Ratsruiro. Hey, that's my soup. How are you doing, Hinata? Naruto asked with a warm smile, seeing the girl try to hide behind her sheet while blushing and stammering. I'm okay. Naruto-kun, the Hyuga replied while smiling in his direction. How about you? Did you pass the second stage of the exams? Yeah. That last stretch was pretty intense. I think I went a little nuts there for a moment, Naruto chuckled, before turning his attention back to Shino. Having a few more spoonfuls of Kiba's soup, much to the Inuzuka's chagrin and continued attempts to curse him out, the blonde then focused back on the current issue at hand, and that was finding out how all of Team 8 had been dealt with so handily. I can talk about the exam later. What I'm more worried about are the people who did this to you. Shino lowered his head a little, ignoring the searing pain of his skin so that he could properly recall what had happened. I can understand your concerns, seeing us like this. Looking at the Aburame's and Hinata's combined expressions, the Jinchuriki frowned a little as he panned over each of them carefully. I'm going to venture a guess and say that it was one of those guys from the Kirigakure team. Am I right? When he watched the pair's looks become ones filled with surprise, it gave Naruto all the information he needed to confirm his suspicions. It was the girl with the wicked orange hair, wasn't it? Shino nodded his head grimly while turning to fully confront their visitor. She was unbelievable. That Kunoichi was unlike any other we've ever faced before. Her presence alone gave us all chills. Her chakra level was off the scale, Hinata added, immediately seeing Naruto's head snap towards her and resulting in another stammer. I'd never seen so much chakra sitting in one place before, and not since you, and Naruto-kun. The Jinchuriki raised an eyebrow in interest, urging the girl to continue. Not only that, but every attack we tried to land on her passed through her completely, like she wasn't even there. Passed through her? Naruto murmured. What did that mean? They couldn't touch her? Kiba rushed her with his best moves, Shino informed with a firm gaze. Every technique he executed landed perfectly, but even though they were right on the mark they just went straight through her. It was almost like attacking a ghost, something that was physically there but incomprehensible. That's unreal, Naruto said in a low voice, lowering the now half-empty dish that Kiba tried to claw away from him. How can someone make their own body phase through attacks? Are you sure she wasn't an illusion? Yes. She wasn't, Shino replied quickly. Hinata attacked her head-on, but she stopped her before she could land a single blow because she was worried about being hit by her gentle fist-style attacks. My guess is that we can still attack her chakra network even if she can make herself intangible to most attacks, but even knowing this she was still able to defeat us without any effort whatsoever. How? It was scary, Hinata said, shivering at the memory. She moved so fast. One moment she was there, the next thing we knew. Kiba-kun was sent flying into the forest from a lightning-fast kick. He crashed through several trees and they all collapsed on top of him. She took him out with one shot, Shino stated, pointing down at the boy, whom Naruto quickly turned to. That was all it took. Not only did she move fast enough that we lost track of her completely, she was also able to take one of us down with a single hit. That speed is beyond even Kurenai-sensei. When he saw Kiba trying to grab the soup from his hands, Naruto realized what he must have been after and quickly handed it to him, sticking the straw between the bandages. This got a satisfied grunt from the Inuzuka as he happily started drinking his meal again. Oh, sorry, Kiba. Ro. Thank you. Naruto looked back up at the other two once the muzzled member of their team had settled down and returned to the conversation. How fast is she, do you think? Was it a shunshin that she used to get your teammate, or something else? We don't know. Hinata replied. All we saw was a blue flash, like lightning, Shino stated, crossing his arms and looking down at the bed thoughtfully. She moved as fast as lightning, instantaneously. And that's another thing. What? After she took out Kiba, she then turned me and Hinata and used a strange jutsu to finish the two of us off, Shino replied, looking up at the blonde to see him glaring back seriously. It was quick. When we woke up we found ourselves here, but before we were knocked out we remembered seeing a flash of light and a trail of it leaving her finger. That's the best way I can describe it to you, a beam of energy shooting out from her finger and enveloping us. We had no time to react. I see, Naruto murmured, rubbing his chin in thought as he mulled over the information given to him. So this girl with the orange hair, she's not only physically strong, she moves faster than anyone else we know, has a massive amount of chakra, and as far as we're concerned, physical attacks won't harm her. The gentle fist style maybe, but she moves so fast that she doesn't have to worry about being hit. The Jinchuriki looked up with a smile. Man, I know this may sound crazy, but I can't wait to fight her. Shino looked at him in surprise, as did Hinata, with the latter smiling brightly seconds later while bringing the sheet of her bed up to her chin. It was clear she was in awe at the boy's bravery, as evident by her silent appraisal of him. The Aburame on the other hand expressed his concerns visually through slight facial expressions, before his stare hardened once more and he faced the excited Jinchuriki seriously a second time. Naruto, Shino spoke, drawing the boy's focus to him, I know you are not one to back down from a challenge, but I don't think that this is a person that you can defeat on your own. This girl from Kirigakure, she's powerful. The blonde-haired wonder grinned from ear to ear as he leaned back a bit, maybe I can, maybe I can't. But I'll never know if I don't try. Either way, if I make it past the first few rounds, I just might end up fighting her in the semifinals. We have a whole month to prepare ourselves for the third stage, so that gives me plenty of time to think up a strategy. He then raised a hand and petted Kiba on the chest, getting the teenager to hunch forward in agony, groaning into the bandages over his mouth. Am I right, dog boy? Ro. Naruto laughed, yeah, I know. I'm awesome. Kiba just stuck to glaring, since clearly everything he was probably going to say to the blonde-haired idiot would be muffled by the gauze wraps. Aside from being unable to drink solids or make proper facial expressions, speech impediments was another problem he had to contend with thanks to having a broken jaw. While the four of them sat in comfortable silence, and Naruto was able to give Akamaru a scratch on the head when he woke up, the door to the room suddenly opened, and Kurenai allowed the other teams that had come to visit in. This basically included Team 10, Guy, Team 7, Team 9, and their teachers. When they stepped through across the threshold, they were pleased to see all members of the defeated team up, and were also surprised to see Naruto already there. Tayuya rolled her eyes when she saw the open window. The window again? Really, shithead, she asked. Hey, the main entrance to any establishment is for people who are willing to pay. I learned that a long time ago when I tried to get into a theater but they wouldn't let me in, so I improvised, Databeo, Naruto grinned. Tayuya chuckled with her hands on her hips, you're a full-on criminal, aren't you? The blonde rubbed his nails against his jacket, it's a living. Niji looked at the musician rather strangely as they slowly moved across the room. You know, I still don't see why you gave Naruto such a degrading nickname like that. It was still really strange to all of them how the Jinchuriki was able to go along with Tayuya labeling him with something so depressing. Maybe it was because they were such close friends that he wasn't at all offended by his affectionately given title. So, what did we miss? Asuma asked as the team stopped by each one of the beds to say hello to the temporarily invalid squad. I assume you three didn't take the second stage all too well, Ino said matter-of-factly as she looked across the beds while scratching her head sheepishly. She then tugged on her ruined top, don't worry, my team didn't cope any better in that environment either. How did you guys end up in this state? Sasuke asked, finding Kiba's current appearance quite amusing. The smirk he sent said kid's way was swiftly returned with a middle finger, before Kurenai acted as a go-between and got her student to calm down so that he didn't further strain himself. You didn't fall into an acid pit, did you? Tenten inquired curiously, figuring what must have happened based on their mummified states. Shino and Hinata looked at each other, before turning to face the other visiting groups firmly. It's a bit of a long story, the Hyuga answered brightly, sheet still held up high as she laid down a little more in her bed. Rubbing the back of his head, Kakashi then stepped forward as he looked over all of the squads present. All eyes fell on him when he made his presence recognized. Well, we have plenty of time to talk about it. However, I think it's important to tell you guys now that you're all together that the proctors have instructed us to tell you that all the teams participating in the third stage of the Chunin selections exams are to return to their home villages along with their other comrades as soon as possible. The Yugakure shinobi have said that we can't stay in this village any longer than we have to, due to the high volume of foreign shinobi in the area and the upcoming events. They say that we don't have to go home but we can't stay here, Asuma followed up, grinning slightly when Ino, Shikamaru and Choji looked up at him strangely. I've always wanted to say that. Basically, you three are going to have to be up bright and early by tomorrow morning. If you're unable to travel, we can provide you with transportation to take you home, Kakashi stated, looking towards Kiba, Shino and Hinata respectively. You'll be able to rest easy once you're back in Konohagakure. Shino nodded. Understood. Guy grinned brightly enough for his teeth to twinkle when he gave the injured team a thumbs up. Don't worry. If we are unable to secure adequate transportation, then you can count on my team to help carry you back to the village. Kiba sweat dropped, but was unable to voice any complaints or mount a form of defense due to the gauze around his mouth. Shino and Hinata however were still able to speak properly, and thus as soon as they saw the flare of enthusiasm in the strange, huge-eyebrowed team instructor's eyes as well as in his smaller counterparts, they both looked back a little more dispassionately. No thanks, they both exclaimed. XXX. The very next day. The trip back home, for the most part, was relatively quiet. The teams that had been eliminated earlier in the first and second tests returned to the Hidden Leaf ahead of everybody else, those who survived anyway, and the ones that had made it to the end of the second stage, third stage contenders or not, all set off back to Konohagakure in a single convoy. The squads outside of the Rookie 12 who didn't make it and had already done the Chunin exams a couple of times before couldn't stand to be in the same line as them. This was maybe because even after all the hard work they'd put into improving their skills and teamwork, they still weren't strong enough to become Chunin. To make it worse, a bunch of kids who weren't even into their first year as genin managed to get further than them in the exams. It was painful and it was a real blow to anyone with an ego, but that was reality. You win some, you lose some. Those with the skills, means, and the right chemistry would always hold an advantage above the others. But that wasn't always the case. The The fact was that it had been a win-or-lose situation for the rookies just as much as everybody else, the only difference being that they knew how to handle themselves better in tough situations. This was made glaringly clear because not only had a more seasoned team from their village made it through, but one of the rookie squads that had also participated had failed to even make it across the finish line. This showed that not everybody shared the same level of luck, but at least those that didn't make the cut would get another chance next semester. Kabuto and his group didn't make it through, which really made some of the rookies who had gotten to know the guy feel sorry for him that after so many tries he still couldn't get it. The only ones who didn't share the same sympathy were Shikamaru, Shino, and Sasuke, who continued to look towards the older boy with some suspicion as to how calm he seemingly was about the whole thing. Even his teammates looked a little shady to them. Naruto didn't really care about any of that though. He just couldn't stop grinning all the way back to the village alongside Tayuya. Out of everybody else, he was completely psyched up about the up-and-coming third stage of the exams, which was basically a whopping opportunity for him to show the world what an Uzumaki like him was capable of. Both he and Tayuya made animated conversation with each other all the way down the road in their little part of the convoy, along with Tenten, whom had also decided to become attached to the pair and spoke both frequently and fondly with the Jinchuriki. While her banter with the blonde did have the musician look at her with some suspicion, any calling out on her behalf was put on the back burner for the time being as they spent the walk resting and catching up on what had been missed. "Are you sure about this, sensei?" Sakura asked, looking up at her teacher in surprise. "You want to train each of us on our own for the coming month?" "Yes, but only if you're unable to get a hold of another Jonin-level shinobi to train you," the silver-haired man said with a smile. "If that's the case, then I'll split my time up between training you, Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun individually in order to get a better idea of your current levels of ability and to see what you need to improve. Since this is now a competition to test your individual skills as shinobi, I'm afraid we won't be training as much as a team for this next stage." While Sakura looked a little downtrodden at the reality of it, Sasuke was smiling positively to himself on the other side. "Perfect. I'll finally be able to get some proper training in." About halfway through the trip, Naruto broke off from the others and made his way over to the wagon being pulled along beside them. Saying hi to the driver and Kurenai walking alongside, who smiled at him in greeting, the cheerful Jinchuriki strolled around to the back and hopped on in, where he poked his head through the canvas entrance to find Kiba, Hinata, and Shino deposited on the seats looking across in a relaxed manner from their positions. When they noticed the blinds open, they turned to see Naruto's grinning face looking back at them for the third time this trip. "How's everybody doing?" the Jinchuriki asked. Kiba, still unable to speak on account of his neck and jaw being locked in a cast, gave him the thumbs up. Akamaru barked happily from his spot in front of the Inuzuka, and Shino and Hinata smiled and nodded respectively from their seats. "We're okay, Naruto-kun," the Hyuga exclaimed. "As we have already established," the Aburame added in his usual tone. "Great." Just before the beaming Naruto could pull himself completely into the carriage, Shino raised a hand before pointing down at the floor. "I have a question." "Go ahead," the Jinchuriki chirped, crawling into their midst and sitting his backside down on the wagon's drop door. "Why do we have an extra passenger here who is not affiliated with our village?" Shino asked curiously before his gaze flashed towards the bedridden kin lying on the floor between them, who was also staring up at the unfamiliar faces around her. Due to her injury she too was unable to travel properly and thanks to Naruto's meddling, had managed to barter transport along with them. "I ask this because she is not only a complete stranger, but she also has the headband of an Otogekyou shinobi lying folded up with her clothing." "Oh that?" Naruto waved, reaching over and picking it up. Polishing the thing, he then pocketed the headband for souvenir purposes. "That's nothing. She lost her entire team in the exams and since she's not able to return to her village, she's coming back with us." "I'm surprised it took you this long to ask me this question, Shino. Any particular reason why?" The Jinchuriki shrugged before grinning across at the Aburame. "Because I like helping people in need. I wouldn't want such a nice girl to be left out on the streets with nowhere to go, not someone who is super talented like her. That would be terrible." He then grinned down at the Kunoichi looking back at him, plus Kinchan is super friendly. She wouldn't hurt a fly. Kin tried to hide herself under her blanket due to how flustered she was getting. It wasn't something that went missed, but Shino simply ignored the development while sparing the secondary injured party a more contemplative glance. After several moments of silence, the boy nodded in acceptance of the situation before looking across at their visitor. "If you are certain she wouldn't harm a hair on a fly, then I will refrain from interrogating her any further," Shino responded assertively. Hinata beamed approvingly in Naruto's direction as he rocked back and forth on his seat. "You have such a big heart, Naruto-kun." Looking bashful, the blonde youngster rubbed the side of his head while grinning at the team. "Ah, shucks you guys." Kin, seeing the smiles being shared between the members of the group, looked back at the one who had managed to secure her seat on this trip with them while sporting a suspicious expression. "Are you sure it's okay for me to go with you to your village? I don't think anyone else outside of your teachers and this team knows I'm here." Naruto gazed back at her. "Of course it's cool. I put it past Kakashi-sensei, and he said it was okay. We just need to talk to Old Man Hokage and then you can come crash at my place. It'll be awesome." "Your place?" Kin blinked. "Sure. I've got plenty of room," the Jinchuriki cheered, hoping she would approve. Now that she had most of her walls down and was here with them, she was a great person to hang around with. He was always checking up on her to make sure she was okay, which sort of answered teammates' question as to why he had popped into their wagon 3 times already. Though a little fussed at already being offered a place to stay, due to the fact she had no idea what she was doing and was just going along with it, Kin nevertheless accepted the offer. Since the blonde-haired boy was the only person she knew from the Hidden Leaf and was someone she just started to trust, he was her only window. She went back to resting at ease once she had the issue settled, perhaps the biggest one she had. Hinata noticed this and smiled to herself, while at the same time looking towards Naruto fondly. Having kept an eye on the Jinchuriki for quite a while now, the Hyuga knew of his current living conditions and place of residence. Though he was living in a small apartment, he wasn't afraid to open his doors to people who had nowhere else to go. He was a really good person. This probably answered why the young heiress liked him so much to begin with. Late afternoon. One hell of a week, that's what Naruto and Tayuya thought when they finally returned to their village. The latter tagged along with the Jinchuriki up to the Hokage Tower to meet up with their village leader regarding the blonde's new friend. While Hiruzen did express concern initially over allowing a foreign kunoichi to join their ranks, he eventually relented when Naruto explained to him her situation and told the boy he would have Inoichi Yamanaka's department run some tests on her. Once she was excused from the hospital, the girl would then be allowed to stay with Naruto, during which time her admittance into the shinobi forces would be taken into consideration. It was an agreement the boy was more than happy with and then left with Tayuya in tow back to his apartment. It had been a long period for both of them, something they were looking forward to getting some sleep on. "I'm beat," Tayuya groaned. "No kidding," Naruto responded with a slight moan, the two of them walking up the stairs to their flat, nothing that a few hours of bed rest can't solve. "I'm going to sleep till midday, unless my clock isn't aligned to 8 hours exactly." "Boy, when you want to sleep, you sure can sleep, Mr. Hummingbird," the musician giggled, looking at the youngster with great amusement. The Jinchuriki stuck his nose in the air proudly. "Can you blame me? My body's on overdrive constantly. Even I need to power down every once in a while." "Heh. Good point." When they arrived at the front door and Naruto opened it up, they were caught completely off guard when a purple blur suddenly barreled into the Jinchuriki at full speed. Staggering back at the impact, the blonde-haired boy looked down at the girl pressed up against him to see that it was his other roommate that had come to greet him at the door. "Thank Kami you guys are home." "Isaribi-chan?" Naruto blinked in astonishment. What's going on?" The diver in bandages, looking quite freaked out, spun around and pointed down the hall. Some weird, big man with white hair broke in through the kitchen window. "I was watching TV and was going to get a drink when I found him sitting at the table." "Weird man with white hair?" Tayuya murmured, a little bit bewildered. "Who the hell was— wait." Thinking on it for a moment, the Jinchuriki looked up when he realized who matched that description. "Jiraiya?" Isaribi looked up at the boy when he heard him speak and, upon seeing his mind process the identity of said individual, continued, "He's still there eating the ramen from the cupboard." "What?" Naruto shouted, startling the two girls. Expression immediately twisting into one of anger, the blonde-haired boy gently moved his bewildered roommate out of the way, rolled up his sleeve and began marching down the corridor of his home. "Don't worry. I'll take care of him." Break into his apartment and scaring his close friend was bad enough. That, and eat his ramen? That was just going too far. As he stormed down the corridor, shortly followed by both Tayuya and Isaribi, the Jinchuriki couldn't help but mount a string of declarations as he advanced on the kitchen. "I swear, if you're eating the super, megapot special, I'm going to dash." "Going to what? Beat me until I cough it back up and make me eat it again?" "PFT, like that'll happen anytime soon," came Jiraiya's immediate reply as soon as he saw the blonde step into the door frame. Chopsticks in hand, the Sannin blew on the noodles he had picked from the plastic cup before slurping it up in one go. "Making threats that you won't be able to carry out yourself. You remind me a lot of how I was when I was your age. You have the exact same strength, skills, and lip as I did." Jiraiya grinned over at the child glaring back at him. "Welcome home, Gaki. Naruto stared at him momentarily before turning to the ramen he was eating. Son of a bitch, he was eating the Megapot special. Suppressing a growl, the Jinchuriki turned to glare at the Sannin again. You do realize that I can bust your ass for breaking into my home, Jiraiya-sensei. It was at this time both Tayuya and Isaribi decided to poke their heads into view. The big man grinned as he slurped up another pinch of noodles. I knew you'd be coming back sometime today and decided to drop by to greet you. I'm just glad I got the timing right. He then inhaled a whole mass of the cup's contents. You're eating my ramen, Naruto fumed. Jiraiya shrugged. I was hungry and it was just lying there on the counter. That was in the fridge. Which was sitting next to the counter, duh, Jiraiya reasoned, stirring the contents in the bowl absent-mindedly. What was it even doing in the fridge anyway? Isn't instant ramen supposed to be long-lasting even in an ordinary storage space? Blinking, Tayuya looked over at her roommate to see him still frowning at the idea of being eaten out of house and home. This is the legendary Jiraiya of the Sannin, right? The youngster sighed and smiled grimly at his companions waiting beside him. Yep. In the flesh, unfortunately. Finally noticing the red head and the other girl, Jiraiya's response was immediate. Leaping from his seat and suddenly appearing directly in front of the three, he scrutinized the girls like a dog finding curiosity in a smaller animal. His instantaneous movement startled both Genin and the diver, at the same time causing the musician to lean back a tad when steam suddenly huffed out of the Sannin's nostrils in a very bull-like manner. Several seconds of head-to-toe inspection from a distance later, Jiraiya gave an affirmative nod before seemingly teleporting over to the other girl and giving her the same treatment. After several moments of silence later, the Sannin then straightened up, adjusted his vest and looked down at Naruto seriously. Hey brat, are these girls your roommates or something? The man asked. The Jinchuriki nodded. In response, Jiraiya closed his eyes and took a deep breath as if to compose himself. All of a sudden, the man then dropped his collected guise and gave a massive grin, at the same time giving 2 thumbs up directed straight towards the blonde. Well done. His unexpected shout caused all 3 kids to jump in shock, seconds before the white-haired man began seemingly teleporting around both girls, holding his fingers up as if judging a master's work of art while Naruto backed off to give him some space. The hair. The face. The complexion. The style. The bodies. Oh my. He then appeared on Naruto's far side, patting the Jinchuriki on the shoulder and looking sagely again. Kid, you have good taste. I commend you. Baffled, Naruto stared up at the man as if he were the strangest thing he'd ever seen. What? Bending over, Jiraiya leveled his head next to the blondes and smiled. At first I thought you were just a naive little hatchling who wasn't interested in girls in the slightest, but after seeing those pictures in your room and then the real things up close, I gotta say, you have a keen eye for mouth-watering goods, my brilliant student. Nice one. Even more perplexed than before, it took Naruto a few moments before he finally started catching up on what the old coot was saying to him, and frowned distastefully in his direction once his brain was able to do the mentality-crunching lap. Wait, you went into my room. Jiraiya then gave him his trademark, mischievous grin. Your room? Don't you mean, your room? He wagged his eyebrows suggestively then gave the boy the okay sign. Kid, you are a genius, a den just for you and your little harem in a small apartment on the far side of the village with a romantic view of the Hokage monument? That is pure, literary gold. He then grabbed Naruto's head and forcefully turned it towards the kunoichi and the diver in front of him, both of whom watched on in confusion and tried to listen into their hushed conversation, a smoking hot redhead and a purple-haired babe living under the same roof as the hero? You can't get much better than that. Naruto gritted his teeth and tried to turn his head to glare at the Sannin. Unfortunately he was unable to due to his grip, but now that he had finally caught up on the gist of the conversation he could fully realize what Jiraiya was insinuating. Hey! Are you going somewhere with this? Yes. I am, Jiraiya nodded affirmatively, turning the kid back to face him. This whole living situation you have is giving me tons of inspiration. But it's also great to see the direction you're taking when it comes to girls. I am so proud of you. Bracing him tightly, he then patted the teen on the chest. Now, to put things into perspective for you, the first young lady will definitely be a genuine knockout when she's older. I'd say a 10. That body of hers is sure to develop fantastic proportions, so keep a close eye on it. The second too. I'd say a 9.5. Maybe a 10 if she's as athletic as I believe she is. Believe me when I say this, you're going to worship me once I'm through tinkering with your mentality regarding the wonders of the female form. Naruto's frown deepened. After several seconds of silence and staring at the Sannin, he was finally able to find the words he was searching for to respond to the man's enthusiastic rambling. I think I've finally come up with the perfect nickname for you, Jiraiya-sensei. The man smiled. Oh yeah? And what would that be? A pause for dramatic effect was held, before Naruto smirked smugly, Ero-sensei. Almost immediately after saying that, Jiraiya's face hit the ground as if his head had instantaneously taken on 100 kilograms of weight. Upon hitting the floorboards with a dull thud that echoed throughout the apartment, the man then stood back up and glared furiously at the blonde Jinchuriki simply staring back at him. What? I praise your keen eye for fabulous creations of the world and offer to teach you more about being a lady killer, and you give me a demeaning nickname like that? What kind of loyal and devoted apprentice are you? Apparently the kind that doesn't booby-trap his home in case a perverted hermit suddenly decides to drop by for a little visit and ends up stealing food from my fridge, Naruto replied, before pointing down his corridor. I've got a lot of training to do for the third stage of the exams coming up at the end of the month, so I'll be seeing you tomorrow, Ero-sensei. Hang on. You're kicking me out? Me? The legendary Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku? Jiraiya asked before grinning stupidly and striking a Superman pose. The strongest, most powerful, smoothest, sexiest, well-endowed. Out! Naruto suddenly shouted and started pushing the big man out of his kitchen and out of his apartment. Out! Now! Out! Get out! Out! By some impossibility, the pint-sized genin managed to haul the large, white-haired man out his front door and out onto the walkway. When the Sannin turned around, the blonde chucked his massive scroll at him and watched him catch it. Wait! Jiraiya spoke loudly in dismay, looking back at the boy with tears. Brat! You can't leave me out here. How will I survive? Where should I go? What am I supposed to do? Frankly, Ero-sensei, I don't give a damn. You're a hermit, aren't you? A person who lives off of the fat of the land? Well, go do that, Naruto replied firmly. Come on. You're not just going to leave me alone out here. I was only joking about all that girl stuff. Honest. Ero-sennin, there is so much perverted gas wafting off of you that if I was to set you on fire, you would burn for 1,000 years, Naruto replied with a deadpan face, before nodding to the man and closing his door. Good night. He then slammed the door in his face, leaving him standing out in the cold. Sighing at finally getting rid of the unexpected guest, Naruto turned and smiled back at Tayuya and Isaribi, both of whom were standing down the hall and looking at him. Well, that takes care of that. Dusting his hands, he sighed and began making his way back down the corridor. I'm going to have a shower and then I'm going to hit the sack. Good night, girls. Walking past them without giving a second glance, he failed to notice the insane amounts of red that appeared on their faces. In spite of Jiraiya's attempts of passing his words on to Naruto using Chinese whispers, both girls had been standing close enough to hear every little bauble he had to say. After processing everything that had been said and upon having the blonde in question pass just inches away from them, the pair couldn't help but blush to the roots of their hair as their body chemistry responded accordingly to their feelings. After hearing the bathroom door close and the shower turn on, the pair eventually recovered from their moment of embarrassment and came to life. Pressing her hands against her chest, Isaribi then looked across at Tayuya's, who quickly felt the eyes of her roommate latched onto her and jolted back into reality. She covered her own chest when her stare failed to lift. What? Isaribi frowned and looked up at her. Why do you get a perfect 10 right off the bat? What's wrong with me? She kept a perfect eye on her figure. Sure, her choice of dress wasn't impressive, but there was still room for improvement. Flustered, Tayuya looked away. How am I supposed to know? XXX. The next morning, after a quick, nourishing breakfast of whatever was left in the fridge, Naruto and Tayuya decided to head out to the training fields, leaving Isaribi to take care of the apartment. When they were walking down the street, however, they found a rather peculiar sight of a homeless Jiraiya lying across a park bench, with passers giving him quite a bit of leeway as they probably would have anybody else in that position. Upon spotting him, the two genin then stopped to stare oddly down at the white-haired man as he lay asleep with a newspaper pulled across him like some makeshift blanket. At least he had the insulation part covered. Ero-sennin, that's just pathetic, Naruto muttered. Are you sure you're the Jiraiya of the Sannin? Tayuya asked incredulously. The genuine article? The actual legend? Because I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, you're not really giving off that kind of impression. He acted more like a fool and an idiot than one of the big three. Now that she thought about it though, Naruto was sort of the same when you compared them character-wise. This kind of killed any high expectations she had of any of the other Sannin and went along with it. Groaning and rolling over, the mighty Toad Sage looked up at the two youngsters he could see glaring down at him and yawned. Throwing the newspaper off of him and sitting up, the man stretched out with a few audible clicks from his back before looking back down at the teenagers when he was up to full sitting height. So, did you two have a good sleep last night? He grinned widely. Was there cuddling? There we go, Naruto sighed before looking back at the lech with a glare, matching the foul look Tayuya was also giving him. I could see that coming from a mile off. The Sannin raised an eyebrow. Could you? At first I thought you were just some eccentric old guy with a lot of awesome moves up his sleeves. But after getting back from the first 2 parts of the Chunin exams, I find out that you're some weird, creepy old pervert that breaks into and probably crashes at people's homes when they're not around, Naruto said with a deadpan face. I figured you would have learned something after having your useless ass tossed out onto the street. Guess I was wrong. What can I say? I'm a stubborn guy, Jiraiya chuckled, rising to his feet and pulling his massive sealing scroll up with him. Hooking it back around him, he then placed his hands on his hips and smiled down at the pair. It takes a lot more than getting kicked out of someone's home to teach me a lesson. Believe me, I've dealt with way worse in my time as both a shinobi for this village and as the wandering Toad Mountain sage of legend. So the stories say, Tayuya murmured, giving the old man the same disapproving gaze as before. You're still a pushover, Naruto added. Jiraiya chuckled and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I guess I am. I just can't help myself. It's a part of my unconventional charm. After laughing it off and earning sorry shakes of the head from the 2 children, the sage then calmed and grinned down at them. Looking them over, he nodded his head positively. Well then, I think that's enough for fun and games, though I make it a point to jump back into them every now and again to break the ice. Let's move on to our next order of business. You two are looking for instructors to help train you two for the next stage of the exams, right? He saw them nod, bringing a smile to his face. Cool. While I already know a few things about the blonde-haired brat, I'm not too sure about what you can do. Tayuya, the girl replied with a small nod. Just Tayuya. It's nice to make your acquaintance, just Tayuya, Jiraiya lead off cheerfully, before panning over again. I already said that I would supervise Naruto's training. However, considering the circumstances, I guess I have enough room for one more student to help out, even if it is only temporary. He then folded his arms and gave a smirk. My guess is that you already have an instructor looking for you. At that, Tayuya suddenly felt a cold chill run up her spine when the memory of snakes and a grinning, equally lecherous, purple-haired woman stalking her from the shadows came to mind. She then cringed and looked away, earning a curious look from Jiraiya and a sympathetic look from Naruto. Please, don't remind me. Okay, Jiraiya said, suddenly clapping his hands together and jump-starting to kids out of their stupors. Time to start training. Oh. Sometime later? A loud thud rang out as Tayuya was sent flying through the air, moments before crashing into and tumbling across the ground, where she came to a complete stop several meters later on her backside. Bewildered, the girl looked across the ground at the large man she was still fighting, with her partner appearing out of thin air beside her in the form of an orange blur a second later. Both combatants panted heavily while they glared towards the widely grinning Jiraiya, who was sitting perched atop of the giant toads he'd summoned to fight them with. One of them was massive red and spotted one with armor similar to that of samurai plating, covering its arms, legs, back and torso, and just so happened to be the one the Sannin was sitting on. The second one was a bright green, slender tree frog of some kind with red eyes, robes, straw hat and a long sword. The third was a bulky, purple toad with shoulder guards, hand wraps, pants for some weird reason, and a massive, studded steel bat-like weapon that it was propped against. That one just happened to be the cause for the pain Naruto was feeling in his right fist when he tried decking the thing, but ended up trading blows. Which went well. The Jinchuriki hissed as he shook his fist out. Damn it, that is so not fair. Now you know how I feel when I have to go up against your shadow clones, Tayuya groaned, sitting up and getting onto one knee. Yes, except for the fact that my shadow clones are the exact same size, weight, strength and relative speed as me, aren't covered in warts and don't try to fling you across the field like a javelin, Naruto replied in reading with an irate expression. He shared this same feeling with his companion as they both stood and faced down their antagonist. Damn it. I'm going at top speed but the guy can follow me wherever I go. Maybe he's used to fighting someone as fast as you, Tayuya reasoned, shaking her head when the world suddenly started to sway and her legs almost gave out. Fuck. That last toss knocked my brain around like a ball. Jiraiya chuckled heartily as Gamma gave a satisfied croak, the man sitting on top of the armored toad's head folding his arms and setting a pose that conveyed his complete and utter superiority. You kids sure are tenacious. My last team of genin would have rolled over by now after being chucked across the field for the 20th time, but you two are something else. You've got guts and nerves of steel. He could see how scuffed, cut up and bruised they both were from getting the shit kicked out of them by him and the frogs for the past half hour. To get up after the beating he'd been dishing out, he definitely could give them credit. But all that isn't enough to beat you, Ero Sennin, Naruto chuckled, wiping the blood dripping down from his lips. His clothes were ruined and he was bleeding from the head. His back shoulder was also burned from taking a direct shot from the old man, and it was really painful. You're tough. Tayuya was also covered in crap, mucus from the toads, and had various cuts from head to toe from being thrown around the entire time. It was clear the Jinchuriki took the most damage since he had to get up close and personal with the guy, while she on the other hand had mostly kept her distance so that she could work her jutsu. She definitely wouldn't have lasted as long going head to head with the Sannin, and she was glad she didn't. For a fat old goat in his 50s, the pervert can sure haul his weight around. Oi! I'm not a pervert, Jiraiya shot back with an offended look, which quickly switched to a mischievous one as he grinned lecherously in their direction. I'm a super pervert, kiddos. Get with the program. Naruto and Tayuya gave him deadpan stares. He admitted it. They simultaneously thought. Inside his head, the Jinchuriki heard a familiar dark voice barking with laughter. You know what, seeing you get your ass kicked is a real interesting change of pace for me. Naruto scowled at his stomach in annoyance. This is payback for all those times I was teasing you, isn't it? Damn right. While the two kids holding their ground consolidated their strategies and tried to regain their balance, Jiraiya took his time to sum up the strengths he'd seen the two of them convey. Tayuya had proven to be a really troublesome runt for her age, outstanding even, not just because she was tough as nails, but also because she could use genjutsu and was damn good at it. Clearly a long-range combatant above everything else, the girl could dish out a range of techniques that could definitely make conventional opponents think twice about getting close to her. The speed she used to execute her techniques, however, was still a little slow for open use, and there was a certain distance her jutsu had to cover before any of them could take full effect, something which Jiraiya was able to exploit and close in on before she could get a chance to pull off a complete verse. While from a hiding place her techniques were lethal, when her opponent knew she was there, however, they had some time to work up some countermeasures. She also had summons of her own that she used, but they were no match for Jiraiya's toads. No way. Not only were they able to move by themselves, but the Sannin's frog army had battering force that could take down swaths of people in one go. Hers were just massive marionettes she called doki that were sewn together out of discarded material and looked like living, breathing monsters that she could control with her music. They were at least durable. In summary, the kunoichi was a fantastic and tricky long-range customer. But while she presented a hard nut that simply refused to crack under pressure, there was also her companion. Before leaving for the Chunin exams, Jiraiya had had the privilege of testing Naruto's skills for himself in a one-on-one fight, a preview for things to come. To put it simply, the kid was amazing. While both of them showed skills and strengths definitely suited to be Chunin, the blonde-haired wonder took his level and progress several steps further. His speed was remarkable and his hitting power backed by his momentum was just as impressive. Every swing he threw and landed, Jiraiya felt like he was being clubbed in the side by a sledgehammer. Even his toads who took some of the blows complained about being hit with heavy slabs of rock. His shadow clones were one thing to deal with when used in force, but then while he did have a numbers advantage, he also had his footwork. The kid was so quick Jiraiya swore he was using some sort of shunshin to maneuver around. But that wasn't it. The kid's agility was all his own. While the Toad Hermit was able to tag him because he was used to dealing with that kind of speed from sparring with Minato all those years ago, it was like trying to hit a fly with a stick. The Sannin could only imagine what he would be like when he got older. Damn. The prospects were almost terrifying. Jiraiya smiled when he saw the kids begin to shuffle apart, like they were intending to take him from both sides. As beat up as they were, their senses and concentration hadn't dulled one bit. It had him chuckle good-naturedly. They're both incredible. I can see those two becoming fantastic ninja someday. With that, he gave one final nod of approval before tapping his foot. At that signal, all three of his summons dispelled and he dropped to the ground with grace. The two genin stopped, confused by his actions when he started forward. That's enough sparring. I think I've seen enough to know what you're both good at and what you need to improve. Tayuya. He looked across at the exhausted girl with a smile. You specialize in attacks with long reach. While you fare really well in taijutsu, your real strengths lie in your use of genjutsu and your ability to con your opponents into them. However, they either take too long for you to perform or they take too long to take effect. Though there isn't much I can do about that, I do recommend shortening your verses to simpler notes, and make the application of your techniques more instantaneous if you are able to. Upon seeing the girl nod, he then glanced at his blonde-haired apprentice. You on the other hand are a different case. You're a close-range specialist who can mix up his moves well in addition to being able to come up with new tricks on the spot. Aside from your taijutsu, you also have a killer mid to long range technique, but you may want to add a couple more of them to your repertoire to give your arsenal a bit more kick to it. I also think adding additional tools could catch your opponents by surprise, but you can work on that later. Naruto nodded understandably. Alright. It's not really something you can fix in the time that we have unless you're super talented, but if you think you can, go for it. Jiraiya folded his arms and gave a smirk. But you may want to improve what you already know. Highlight all of your positives and show the judges what you can do with what you have. If you concentrate on increasing your strength, I can guarantee your speed and taijutsu prowess will increase at the same time. I doubt I need to teach you how to use or break genjutsu, seeing as how one of you creates them while the other trains full-time with the other, so you've got that base plenty covered. He could see flashes of pride in their eyes when he said that. You just need to concentrate on the physical stuff, and that's always fun. Naruto sighed and relaxed himself a little more, both he and his partner falling out of their stances and showing just how beat they were. The Jinchuriki actually turned to see the musician who was his roommate drop to her knees and take in several ragged breaths of air, sweat dripping down her nose and chin. Damn, that was a hell of a workout. No shit, Tayuya panted, wiping moisture away from her brow. I feel like I'm going to pass out. A chorus of laughter pulled them back to Jiraiya. Your guts are one thing, but your stamina is another. Pulling off moves after moves the way you guys were must have been a real strain on your bodies. Our training was hardcore to begin with. We're pretty used to it by now, Naruto replied, cracking his neck and wiping away the blood. Looking down at his hand and sleeve, he was surprised there was so much. Maybe he was thrown through that last lineup of trees a lot harder than he originally thought. The concussion he was steadily recovering from wasn't helping him much. I'll bet. Looking up, Naruto suddenly caught the massive scroll that was tossed to him by the white-haired Sannin. Staggering a little, he looked down at the massive rolled-up sheet before glancing back up at his teacher, whom he could see was smiling at him expectantly. The man's eyes gestured to it several times before he spoke up again. First and foremost, you already know how to control your chakra quite well. I guess you can thank your teacher Kakashi for helping you out with that. Now all you need to do is learn how to apply it to other things rather than just sticking to surfaces and emitting it as a constant from your body. It's time to give you something a little more challenging. What's this? Naruto asked. Since you've still got some energy to burn, let's put that to better use. Jiraiya nodded to the thing in his arms, the scroll becoming the main focus of all three people in the area. That's the summoning contract for the Toads, which has been passed down from generation to generation. Because you're my apprentice, and because you don't have a contract with a summon yet, feel free to sign it. Once you do, you'll be able to summon the same partners as I do. Remembering the armored amphibians he and Tayuya had been battling and getting beaten by, the blonde grinned excitedly and wasted no time in throwing the scroll open on the ground. He saw that there were already several other names already inscribed in blood upon it, including Jiraiya's. This definitely showed the age and value of this thing, and how important an artifact it was to its owner. However, before he could follow suit and add his own name to the list as intended, a blur landing right on the space he was about to mark stopped him and he saw that his friend Swift had fluttered down from the nearby forest to intervene. Hopping around on top of it for a moment and looking down at the scroll, the bird then turned to him and chirped. Huh? I'm just signing a summoning contract, Swift-chan, Naruto pointed, only to get pecked in the hand by the bird. Ow. Hey. What's the deal? It's not a bad thing, is it? He then heard the bird start chattering incessantly, flapping her wings at the same time as if she were having a go at him. However, it was nothing like that. Apparently, from what Jiraiya and Tayuya were able to tell from Naruto's expression, what the bird had to say surprised him. Wait, do you mean? Before he could question her further, the bird suddenly took off and shot into the forest, out of sight. For several minutes after that the three ninja in the area, the Sannin included, stared after the bird's trail in silence, most of them wondering what could have gotten into it. While Jiraiya found the whole thing perplexing that his blonde-haired student could talk to animals, the Jinchuriki and his red-haired roommate were more puzzled by Swift's attitude. The quiet wasn't to last forever, as eventually the bird returned, only she was carrying something with her along with a couple of her friends. When she eventually came to land in front of Naruto with her companions, she dropped what looked like a dirty old scroll on the ground, which the swallows perched on. It was a small scroll, a regular-sized one that anyone could easily miss when searching a library. However, from its current condition it didn't look like it had been kept in a very good place. In fact, it looked like something Swift had just happened to pick up from the mud or some dingy old storage shed. Whoever this previously belonged to, they hadn't bothered to go out looking for it. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at the item as Naruto picked it up. That's interesting. Where did you find this? The Jinchuriki asked his friend, the bird chirping brightly, followed by another chirp from the swallow next to her. A neighbor had it? You mean you stole it from another bird's nest? The swallow he asked chirped again, getting Naruto to recoil. Oh, it belongs to all of you? Why didn't you say so before? Why would a flock of swallows be holding onto a dirty old scroll? Tayuya asked curiously from the side, watching the birds take off and Naruto unwrap it before throwing it across the ground. Unfurling the length of paper, the blonde looked back at his roommate. Don't know. Maybe they were taking care of it or something. Swift-chan told me to sign this if you're going to be signing stuff, so I may as well see what all the fuss is about. Looking back at the paper, Naruto read the texts on the opening and blinked. Whoa! This is a summoning contract? Showing more interest in the length of paper, Jiraiya strode forward with a curious look on his face. I found out a long time ago that if a shinobi attempts to summon an animal without first signing a contract, the shinobi will instantly be teleported to the home of the animal they have a natural affinity for. Apparently that's one of the many ways summoning contracts were first started and how many of them came to pass. What are some of the other ways to make a contract? Naruto asked, looking up at the Sannin. Well, you could fight with a summoning animal if you happen to come across one and get them to hand over the contract by force, but that doesn't normally pan out so well. This got the two kids standing nearby to cringe, which prompted him to continue. Another way is to earn the approval of a contract's guardians. Some animals can't be contacted so easily, so there are certain conditions a person has to meet before getting in touch with a particular type of summoning animal. These conditions are decided by the chosen holders of the scrolls, whom watch over the contract until a suitable user comes along. Some of these summons included in the list are the reclusive types, like owls, foxes, wolves, and the most dangerous types, Jiraiya exclaimed, glancing down at the old contract scroll Naruto was holding. Funny. Those kinds of contracts are incredibly hard to come by, mostly because there are few people out there who can gain the full approval of a summoning animal. Blinking, Naruto smiled and looked back at the scroll to see Swift hop along it and look up at him. Are you saying I can sign this contract you and the other birds have been watching, Swift-chan? Hearing the bird chirp and nod got a bright grin from the youngster. Awesome. Thank you. Biting into his thumb, the Jinchuriki placed his thumb in the space and began writing his name. Man. It sure took a while to gain Swift and the others' birds' approval. Maybe she got fed up of waiting and just gave it to him as a show of thanks or something. As soon as he had made the space provided, Naruto grinned and rolled it back up. It was then he noticed he still had Jiraiya scroll out and looked at it momentarily, before then glancing up toward the man still standing before him and waiting patiently. Throwing the man an apologetic look, since in his excitement of Swift giving him a scroll he'd forgotten about the other one, he then saw Jiraiya smile and nod to him. You can sign the other one with your other hand, Jiraiya exclaimed, getting a stunned look from the boy. It is possible for multiple contracts to be made, depending on the user and their types. However, this is done much later on in a shinobi's career when they are already adept at summoning partners. For a novice starting out, it would be best to sign with both hands. He then grinned when he saw Naruto still looking at him, slightly stunned. Plus you're my apprentice. Sealing the deal by signing the contract is the best way to go about doing that. Overwhelmed at this information, Naruto nodded in understanding and did as instructed. With his other hand, the boy then, albeit a little bit clumsily, signed the other contract and marked it with his hand print, just as he did his other hand. Rolling the scroll up once it was marked, he then handed it back to Jiraiya, who then stepped back and nodded to him. It's done then, the man stated. Looking down at the other scroll he held, Naruto gave it a questioning blink before turning to try and hand it back to Swift, but the bird merely flew over to Tayuya and landed on her shoulder. Huh? You don't want it back? Once a scroll has been signed, it falls into the possession of either the first person to sign it that is still living or to the person it is passed on to. You more or less fit the first bill, Jiraiya responded wisely. Understanding the situation, Naruto then pocketed his new, still dirty scroll, and turned to face his teacher. Upon securing his apprentice's attention, Jiraiya then pointed at the ground several feet away. Pick a space you wish to summon your partner and mark the center point of the summoning array with the hand you have used to sign the contract with a small dab of blood. This is part of the exchange. After which, you then perform the seal combination for the technique, which is boar, dog, bird, monkey, and ram. The amount of chakra you use determines the level of the animal you wish to summon, which can range from puny and insignificant to large and incredibly powerful. Of course, just because the creature is bigger doesn't necessarily mean it's the strongest, even if there's still quite a force to be reckoned with. You can summon a small animal with the strength of a large animal. Only the most adept users of the summoning technique can conjure up the most powerful creatures to aid them in battle. As you saw from me, I can invoke any level of creature I wish anytime I want. Except maybe the elders. Those two were in a class of their own. Awed by the information, Naruto then blinked and turned towards Tayuya standing by and also listening intently, who still had Swift perched on her shoulder. Hey, Tayuya-chan, you can summon battle companions too, can't you? The musician nodded before smiling at the boy. Yeah. But don't get the marionettes I control with my flute music confused with my animal summons. The battle marionettes you've seen me bring out onto the field so far are ones I made myself. However, the animal summons Enko-sensei told me about is something else. Naruto and Jiraiya then became quite curious at that, and gave the girl their complete and utter attention. What kind of animal are you able to summon? The Jinchuriki asked. The girl grinned and stretched her fingers out, a loud clicking sound echoing out as she stepped back. Shaking her hands when Swift flew off, she then flipped through hand seals before finishing on the ram sign. I was going to show this during the exams to surprise you, but since you asked, I'll be glad to give you a demonstration, shithead. She then slapped her hand into the ground, a seal array spreading out and encompassing the area in front of her. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu. An explosion of white smoke then filled the air, blinding both Naruto and Jiraiya. After waving away the fumes and looking back to see what had happened, their jaws dropped when they saw the creature that the redhead was able to summon. Standing directly beside her, with its wings folded back nicely, was the strangest bird the pair had ever seen, a living one anyway. The light of its eyes contracted and expanded, adjusting to the radiance of the area, and its blade-like feathers ruffled to clear it of any discomforts or jams. What's more, it was not only composed entirely of all sorts of copper-colored, plated sheets of metal, the whole thing was held together from head to toe by moving screws, nails and bolts. While the two astonished boys were able to identify the type of bird from its shape as some sort of owl, with a sharp, hooked beak and massive blades for talons, from its composition alone it just did not seem like something that should have been alive. It looked like something artificial, but after hearing it squawk and seeing it ruffle its metallic feathers several times, it made it absolutely clear that it was alive. Naruto, gawking at the sight of the creature, suddenly developed stars in his eyes and a wide grin as he now looked towards the avian with amazement. Wow! What kind of wicked bird is that? Tayuya smiled at his excitement and stroked the material-made animal on the head, earning a hum from it for the gesture of affection. The giant bird was bigger than a horse. Hell, it could carry either a horse or even an elephant with zero difficulty. What's more, it acted so obediently. She's one of the partners I'm able to summon. When I performed the technique to get in contact with my animals, I was transported to a strange land inhabited by giant songbirds. There were thousands of different kinds, with the more intelligent ones able to speak. They specialized in music and combat, and were masters of all material based around melodies and music. I met the maestro of the land and we played together. When I passed his test, he gave me the contract to sign, making me the first ever to paint my name in the scroll. After I did, it was like everything in that world started to make more sense to me. That sounds awesome, Naruto exclaimed, looking even more excited about the whole thing than Tayuya was. Who is this mechanical wonder though? Jiraiya asked, finding interest in the odd-looking creature. Tayuya chuckled as she rubbed the owl on the head, earning another chirp from it. This is one of the songbirds specializing in combat. She's called Sora, and don't be fooled by her appearance. She's quite tough. A bird made out of metal? Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his head. I'll bet she's tough. What does she eat? Not much, Tayuya replied before grinning. She's a recycler. She eats anything, really. Oh, well, that's convenient, Jiraiya murmured as if it were a normal thing. The three then watched the giant bird waddle around in circles, before coming across a shrub and taking a bite of it. It completely shaved all the leaves off of its branches and ate it, before pulling the entire thing up and out, roots and all. It then went on eating some rocks from the ground, the loud crunching sounds filling the area resembling that of a giant grinder as it chewed up random bits of nature. Naruto cringed at some of the squealing sounds, with his red-haired companion watching fondly as the massive bird pecked at the ground, digging up grass and eating it like a cow. After watching his partner pet the bird one last time and dismissing her with a single hand seal, Naruto chose to speak up again. That's so cool. You have such an awesome partner to work with, the Jinchuriki said brightly. He then turned to his current task and, making space for himself by moving further out into the clearing with Jiraiya and Tayuya watching him closely, he formed the specific hand seals to perform the summoning technique. Now that he'd signed a contract, it was time for him to put it to the test. I wonder who I'll get first. The Sannin standing with his arms folded then held a hand towards him in caution. Remember kid, you need to use a lot of chakra to summon a large animal. If you get the amount wrong or lose focus for even a second, you won't be able to call upon anyone useful. Jiraiya was prepared though. If Naruto summoned something no bigger than his shoe, he was ready to fall to the floor and start rolling around in fits of laughter. Locking his gaze on the ground, Naruto then lifted his right hand and slammed it into the floor. The two audience members made sure to jump back for space, aware of his already massive chakra signature. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. A massive blast of white smoke filled the air and blanketed the entire area, in the same manner Tayuya's technique had. After waving away the smoke and looking back, expecting to see a large animal standing in the space selected, Jiraiya and the redhead blinked in confusion when they didn't see anything. Hey, where'd shithead go? Tayuya asked. Hell, even Naruto wasn't there anymore, which was the most perplexing thing. Shouldn't the user still be around even after failing the summoning technique? However, before either of them could begin a frantic search of the area for the boy, a loud cry from above drew their eyes straight up into the air, where they saw a large shadow pass overhead. Stunned, the pair watched as the fast-moving silhouette darted across the sky and began flying in circles, moving at a speed they never thought was possible for a bird that size. But of course, being shinobi, it was a prerequisite for all of them to believe in the impossible, as they were looking at it right now. Gah! What the hell? Naruto's scream echoed out as he gripped hold of the thing that had suddenly lifted him off of the ground doing Kami knows how many hundreds of kilometers an hour, before beginning to fly in loops. What's going on? Stop screaming in my ear, kid, the well-spoken, male voice of the giant bird he was holding on to shouted while glaring back with his sharp eyes. Nobody likes a loudmouth. They ruin special occasions. And let go of my feathers, you're messing up the tips. Without warning, the avian performed a barrel roll, attempting to throw the blonde off of his shoulders. However, in spite of his fantastic maneuver, Naruto bit and held, not wanting to drop over 100 feet to his death. The giant bird grunted as he leveled out again, gliding for a bit. Nice grip. I wonder how long that will last. Whoa, hold on. I have no idea what the heck's going on right now. Just slow down for a second. Not my style, kid. Managing to get a good hold of whatever the hell he was holding onto, Naruto leaned around to get a better look at what or who he was riding on. Much to his shock, he found himself straddling a swallow several hundred times bigger than Swift ever was, and not only was he a dude but he could talk normally too. He was a huge bird with black feathers on the top, a white underside with gold streaks, red under his chin, a proud beak, red rings around his sharp eyes, and a prominent, golden crest that also served as his eyebrows making him look like a fierce samurai. Furthermore, he had long, forked feathers, sharp eyes, and golden armor plates around his legs and blades on what Naruto could see were talons that extended his reach and made him look more dangerous than what he would have looked without them. This fine extra padding and his size, which was about the same as Tayuya's summon, didn't even weigh him down one bit, as he had no problems in performing acrobatic loops at high speed that had Naruto screaming at the top of his lungs. Stop flipping, you jackass. HM? What was that? The large swallow exclaimed, glaring back at the kid holding onto him for dear life. You want me to flip you some more? Alright. Doing the exact opposite, the bird began spinning in a seemingly uncontrolled dive straight towards the ground, the boy letting out a cry as his world turned into a tornado like blur. If you don't stop, I'm going to ruin the upholstery. What he meant by that was that he was going to projectile vomit over the son of a bitch if he didn't stop soon, as indicated by his slowly paling face. Mess up my coat and I will jackknife you across the country. Leveling out, the bird began climbing at an alarming rate, before repeating the process and beginning to pull trick after trick out of his book, putting his passenger through the worst hell imaginable. Even though it seemed impossible for a giant bird to maneuver the way he was, he clearly wasn't an ordinary, giant bird. He had speed and attitude. Not a good combination. Jiraiya and Tayuya's eyes followed the aerial acrobatics from ground level, their eyes switching this way and that for several minutes before the redhead turned toward the Sannin for a bit of elderly wisdom. Being the more practiced of the two in terms of situations like this and also being the nearest adult, he was a reasonable choice. Should we help him? Staring for several seconds in silence, the Sannin smirked and folded his arms. Nope. Let's just let them hash it out for a while. If the squirt can make it through the first hour without being killed, then I'd go out and say that this day was a big success. The girl frowned before glaring back up, having half a mind to call out Sora to give chase to that crazy bird. However, judging from how versatile and fast-moving that swallow was, she was pretty sure even her gear-powered partner wouldn't be able to even graze him. He was fucking quick. If he falls and dies, I'm cutting out your kidneys with a spoon. Jiraiya nodded, fair enough. His student, his responsibility. For the next 45 minutes they watched as the giant swallow blasted through the skies like a missile, even breaking the sound barrier several times from the loud crack of thunder that rang out accompanied by the breaking of vapor when he just shot off in a straight line. The entire atmosphere served as his playground as he spun, flipped and twirled this way and that, putting his passenger through the most terrible conditions anyone could imagine. However, as time ticked by, Naruto's screams of terror eventually turned into cheers of delight as he held on tight and allowed the fear to run its course. His shouts of approval eventually ticked the giant swallow off, who glared back over his shoulder to see the blonde grinning madly under the 100-mile-per-hour winds. Whoa! This is awesome, the Jinchuriki exclaimed, throwing his arms out to feel the wind whip by, while he held on with his legs tightly. Being adeptly raised by monkeys gave him super grips in his knees and feet, so he had no problems hanging on even when the swallow went for a dive before sharply pulling up. The giant bird grunted when he attempted to barrel roll repeatedly, but his passenger held firm. Humph. You're an adaptable son of a bitch, aren't you? If nothing else you've got a lot of guts. Planning on diving down into the forests or taking him up to stratospheric level to starve him of oxygen and shake him off, the swallow then paused for a moment as he glared back at the kid hanging onto him. Wait a second, are you a human? Yeah. What did you think I was? A monkey? Naruto asked, grinning back at the fast-moving avian. Well, he wasn't that far off. The swallow frowned. How did a human find its way onto Tengaku no Yama? Mountain of Heaven. Naruto blinked, giving a look of confusion. I don't know where this Tengaku whatever place is, but we're not there. You're in Konohagakure airspace. The giant bird's eyes visibly widened. Konohagakure? The Hidden Leaf. Damn. It had been a while since he'd last heard that name. That was a surprise. However, shaking off his stupor so as to get back on track and glaring down towards the forests below, the giant bird then spotted the clearing where he'd taken off from and saw the two figures sitting in the center looking up at them. Eyeing them carefully, he quickly recognized the big man in white hair and immediately made a dive for him. Seeing the bird's maneuvers suddenly change, both Jiraiya and Tayuya hopped to their feet and backed off. They then watched as the massive swallow flapped down and landed directly in front of them, kicking up dust before stomping forward. Its bladed talons scraped the ground as it dug in and eyed the large man with the wooden sandals. You're Gamabunta's partner, Jiraiya? The Sannin smirked and answered proudly like how he normally would. Yep. That's me. The swallow sized him up before grunting indignantly. Yeah, there's no mistaking it. You're him all right? He was exactly as the big toad described him, white-haired, unremarkable, boring, dull, shifty, looks like he'll eat you out of house and home, and certainly doesn't look like anything special. The lowest of human beings, I assume. With every word that came out after that, Jiraiya's smile dropped to a frown. He was going to have a little word with Gamabunta after this, but perhaps when he was in a better mood. Apparently he was still sore from blocking that wind release technique from that kunoichi in his place that one time and hightailed it out of there before any explanation could be given. Yeah. He was definitely going to try and give the toad a wide berth for a while. Thanks for the kind words. Not. Man, this guy was more of a jerk than the chief toad was. The large swallow ruffled his feathers. If you see that Chainsmoker anytime soon, tell him he owes me money. I'll be sure to remind him, the Sannin murmured, not really finding the task very appealing. He had enough personal issues with Gamabunta as it is. The last thing he wanted to involve in a conversation was money. Huffing, the swallow then felt the kid still straddling him hop off of his back and give him some space. The giant bird stepped away from the sage and turned to look around at all those in the area, panning over the red-haired kunoichi and the boy in orange he'd been having it out with in the skies. Upon looking over the newcomers after leading off from the legendary Sannin he'd heard about through word of mouth and his once-a-week meetings with the other summons, the giant bird smirked. Things have certainly changed from 20 years ago. They're letting shinobi out dressed like that? He eyed Naruto suspiciously on that last one. Frowning at the reference to his outfit, Naruto placed his hands on his hips. Don't beat on the orange, arrowhead. If you do, I'll knock your lights out. The swallow grunted with a small smile. I'd like to see you try, kid. Ignoring the glare sent his way he then turned to the girl and looked her in the eyes. After a moment of analysis, the bird sighed and turned away. Not much in the other one either. Standards sure have dropped since the last time I visited the human world. He shrugged his wings and looked about. Alright, so if I'm in Konohagakure now, then that means someone from this plane has summoned me here to complete our contract. Where's this would-be, all-powerful partner of mine so that I can meet with him or her face to face and seal our pact? Silence prevailed momentarily amongst the puzzled and ruffled group of three. At first looking around at each other questioningly when they saw the bird's eyes cut around them, still inquiring as to the identity of the one who summoned him, all eyes then went to Naruto, who decided to step further out into the open and look the giant swallow square in the eyes. He threw his arms out. Right here, feathers. The giant swallow blinked in surprise. You summoned me? His posturing couldn't hide his shock. Naruto grinned. Yep. It was then the boy gave a yelp when, with speed neither of them anticipated, the giant swallow tackled Naruto with his foot and slammed him into the ground. Bewildered, the child glared up at the bird standing over him, only to find himself pinned under the blades on its talons. Not daring to move for fear of slicing himself against them, the blonde remained silent as the swallow swooped in to glare into his eyes. Their breaths hit each other in the faces as they got a good bead on the other close up, while the alarmed Jiraiya and Tayuya in the background moved to get a better view on what was happening. Clearly, neither of them had expected the giant swallow to just tackle the Jinchuriki to the ground and start this whole thing. They were only grateful he wasn't ripping him apart with the blades on his feet. Eyes tightening, Naruto frowned. Is there a problem? You're a funny one, kid, the giant bird breathed, head tilting this way and that, as he looked the child's face over. Though he spoke in a respectful and upper-class manner, this swallow had an attitude all his own that set him apart from arrogant figures like Neji and Sasuke. He had bite, and wasn't afraid to show it. How could a hatchling like you summon a respectable, majestic, and exalted bird like me? It takes a shinobi of high class to call someone of my stature, a creature of both elevated standing and power, across dimensions. Bragging much. Naruto smiled through his sweat. Well, believe it or not, I did summon you. I got your contract, signed it in my own blood, and practiced with it so that I could bring someone like you to this spot. I don't know what else to tell ya, but that's how it went down. Before the giant bird could take it any further, a chirp drew his attention down to the side, where both he and Naruto saw Swift hopping around on the ground. The tiny bird sung brightly as she spoke with her massive counterpart, going into a long string of chirps and whistles as she explained to the giant summon the situation. Upon reaching the end where she skipped back and bowed, the massive avian holding Naruto at mercy blinked in surprise before glaring back at the kid again. After which, he turned on the smaller bird once more. Are you sure? Swift whistled and chirped, flapping her wings. So, you decided to let this blonde-haired delinquent of a shinobi have the scroll under the protection of the colony, because you felt he was an ideal first candidate? Is that it? A sharp whistle was his response, which convinced him to relinquish his hold of Naruto. Very well. Stepping away from the Jinchuriki, he then watched the kid leap back to his feet and eyed him more closely. It appears I have some further thinking to do on this matter. Breathing raggedly from the shock, Naruto rubbed his neck before grinning across at the bird. Does this mean you acknowledge me as your partner? The giant swallow smirked. Not so fast, kid. You're getting a little ahead of yourself. Seeing his frown, the bird turned away from him and rotated his head. You've got the spirit and the guts to rival one of my own, but it'll take more than that to earn my respect. Unless you can prove to me you are worthy of being my equal, then I will be willing to work with you. He turned his back on the Jinchuriki, who continued to stare across at him intently. We'll need to have a drink before I can acknowledge you as my partner. Naruto cracked a smile. I'll hold you to that. The bird grunted and glanced over his shoulder at the teen. What's your name? Naruto Uzumaki. Yours? Saito. Ruffling his feathers once more, the bird looked away. Till next time. He then dismissed himself in a puff of smoke, not even giving the Jinchuriki a chance to get another word in or anything. Staring in deafening silence at the spot the bird, now identified as Saito, had previously been standing, Tayuya smirked and looked across at the still smiling blonde. I can see where this is going, shithead. Naruto groaned and rubbed his head exhaustedly. Man, what a hard ass. A lot of summon relationships start off prickly, brat. Don't feel bad about it, Jiraiya reassured while gazing at the boy. It could have been a lot worse, believe me. Receiving a nod of understanding from the runt, the Sannin then pumped out his chest proudly. Still, now that we know you're able to summon guys as strong as Saito, I think it's time for you to work on your aim. The sage then made a motion showing how much the tank needed to be filled in order for Naruto to pull off different summoning calls. Your chakra and focus will determine the class of summon you are able to bring over. I want you to try with your left this time. You should be able to call Gamma if you concentrate hard enough, so make sure you hold a high amount from start to finish. Quickly remembering he had to get back to training, Naruto smiled and saluted affirmatively to his teacher and mentor. Right. Oh. That afternoon? Naruto and Tayuya were walking home looking more worn than they had when they left to go train that morning. With his jacket tied around his waist and her khaki battle dress slung over her shoulder, leaving her in her spandex black shorts and white singlet, the pair strolled side by side rubbing at bruises and nursing cuts. True, most of the day had been spent practicing with the summoning techniques, as per requested by their teacher the Great Toad Sage. However, the time spent in between learning how to conjure up said creatures was also spent fighting with them, which was also a recommendation made by the Sannin as he explained to them that it would help them get a feel for the battle styles of their animal partners. While that thought did cross Tayuya's mind several times in the past, as she too had to fight with the snake summons Enko sent after her from time to time, she never really had the chance to fight any of the creatures she was able to bring over into their world, even after signing the contract. The idea must have gotten lost somewhere in the recesses of her mind, as she was worried about so many other things. The girl smiled fondly at Naruto as he breathed out exhaustedly. Never thought I'd see you this tired. Surprising, isn't it? The Jinchuriki asked while grinning back at her. Even a juggernaut like me has his limits. I'm only human. Could have fooled me, the redhead snickered, nudging him in the side. So shithead, how does it feel to have a contract with 2 summon animals? It's pretty awesome, Naruto replied while throwing his hands up and resting them behind his head, ignoring the pains in his sides from getting hit one too many times. I never really thought I'd ever get to make a contract with a summon. Hell, I didn't even know which one I would want to make a pact with. Ever since I started out at the academy and learned about summoning stuff through seals, scrolls and whatnot, I always thought I'd be able to coach through life without the need to call upon friends to fight alongside me. Maybe it was just me being thickhead as usual. I've never had any problems with communicating with animals, so I figured I didn't have to worry about that kind of stuff. I'm surprised that you said that, Tayuya replied while raising an eyebrow at him. With your multilingual skills, I was always under the impression that you would have no problems with signing a contract with any animal you chose and that it was up there at the top of your list of things to do. So you never really thought about signing a contract to begin with? Naruto shook his head. Nope. It was just a fleeting dream of mine, not something to get worked up about or worry too much over. It isn't really, but it's always useful to have some friends and allies you can count on, Tayuya shrugged while smiling warmly at the boy. Without a word, she took one of the hands sitting behind his head and brought it down to his side, all in order for her to wrap her own arm securely around his. And who would have thought? The one person who never even considered signing a contract ended up with one of the most famous animal summons in the village. The Toads. Now that was something to be proud of. Not just anybody could sign that contract. From the names Naruto was able to make out on the scroll he'd signed, even he could attest to that fact. Sure, Jiraiya was most noteworthy of individuals to have signed it. But then, right next to that, the Jinchuriki spotted the name Minato Namikaze, the damn fourth Hokage and his old man. Now that was a good conversation starter. However, he chose to let that little observation slide, since he had been so thrilled at the prospect of learning something new. This wasn't even counting the swallow contract Swift got him. Boy was he going to have fun with that one, as it was his first and very own. His was the only name in the contract. Naruto smiled when he felt Tayuya slide up a little closer, but after seeing her happy smile and eyes pen towards him, and having her walking so close to him now, it had the Jinchuriki blush. I bet everyone's going to be surprised when I summon a toad or swallow in the middle of the third stage to fight with, the blonde exclaimed, scratching his cheek. If you have to, Tayuya added with a smile. Just because you've made a contract, doesn't mean you have to use it every chance you get. Think of it as another trump card to play when the situation calls for it. That sounds fair, Naruto nodded. It's a good thing you're able to summon Gamma now, the musician said, giggling at the memory of his previous and numerous unsuccessful attempts to do so. With that guy hiding up your sleeve, I'm sure you'll have no trouble fending off a heavy hitter in the next test. That toad packs a wallop. For the past few hours, her roommate had been trying again and again in vain to try and summon a toad bigger than a dinner plate. Most of the time the boy had only succeeded in summoning tadpoles and normal sizes frogs, all of which were useless in terms of combat assistance and gave his audience something really hilarious to laugh at. Gamakichi, the first decently sized amphibian he'd been able to summon, kept cackling at his constant failings, making the boy feel more miserable about his lack of talent, while at the same time more determined than ever to succeed. Practice made perfect, and perfect was Naruto's goal in this area, which encouraged him to put more effort into his next several tries. The big boss's son was an alright toad and fit the Jinchuriki's personality to a T. He even made good conversation when he wasn't being sarcastic with you, but that was probably why the blonde found his company rather enjoyable. Eventually, Naruto was able to start summoning even larger toads, at one point summoning Gamakichi's brother to their plane. Soon enough after that though, he was successfully able to summon Gamma and several of his other companions successfully. Finally finding the right amount of chakra he needed to conjure up partners of that size, the Jinchuriki then started sparring with them. It had been a fluke of sorts that he was able to summon Saito on the first go, probably because of his attachment to the species in the first place, whereas it had taken him hours of work to summon the toads. Sparring with birds wouldn't have helped him any, seeing as that they mostly flew around and swooped at you. He already had enough fun chasing Swift around on a monthly basis, so there was no need to get acquainted with his bird partners just yet. He wanted a more hands-on partner to butt heads with before going for the Sky Strikers. As expected of a creature used by the legendary Jiraiya, the toads Naruto brought to practice fighting with him were hell strong. While not as fast as him, they could sure take a punch and deal out just as much punishment as he could in return. Eventually the Jinchuriki got tired of being thrown around by his impressive, armored battle frog partners and decided to call it a day. After so many tries and countless failures leading up to his eventual success, the boy was beat. Tayuya took advantage of his exhaustion to saddle up closer to him without a fuss, resting her head against his shoulder and melting into his warmth. Naruto grinned through red cheeks down at the musician gazing up at him. I still want to learn how to summon the bigger toads though. I'm really interested in meeting this Gamabunta guy. After everything Gamakichi told me about him, it sounds like his dad is the real deal. He scratched his cheek as he looked up. I wonder how big the boss toad is. Jiraiya, who was walking behind the pair, chuckled to himself when he heard his student's thoughts travel back to him. Oh, I'm not spoiling that little surprise for you, kid. Have fun with that. After several minutes of more walking through the village streets, the Sannin stopped when he saw the pair stop at a junction and part ways. Tayuya waved after him when he disappeared, leaving the sage a little bit befuddled. He approached the musician when she lowered her hand. Where's he going? Shithead said he still had some things to do today, so he had to take off, Tayuya replied with a smirk. He's always so full of energy, even after being run ragged. What a stamina freak. No kidding, Jiraiya chuckled, looking down the road the blonde had followed. He won't be coming home tonight, so I'll just go ahead and make dinner for myself. The pair stood there for a moment, with the Sannin furrowing his brow a little when he drew up a little mental map of the hidden village to determine where the kid was possibly headed. He blinked a little in surprise. That's the road to the hospital. Why would he be going there? Oh. Up on the second floor of Konoha's hospital, sitting next to the window in the bed situated in one of the plain white rooms of the main building, Kin was occupying her time reading the magazine that had been kindly given to her by the staff. Unlike the members of Team 8 that she had hitched a ride here with, her transition into the village didn't exactly go as smoothly as theirs. While she'd learned from the visiting Hokage that Naruto had passed her name by him, a gesture which she greatly appreciated, there was still the matter of procedure. It was the one thing both she and Naruto had expected to give her the most grief coming here, since while it was one thing to make promises and say stuff with short, easy, simple words, there was also the matter of writing it all down on complicated forms and documents with lots of headings, subtexts, and bloody fine prints. Yeah, and there was also the question of her actual motives and what she really hoped to gain from all this, which wasn't that big of a surprise considering she was coming in from another village with a questionable history. The Yamanaka that popped by and went through her head said he would come by again for a second scan tomorrow. Perhaps he had quite a few things to write down and get through after their first session, she didn't know. It was an incredibly meticulous process. However, once all the questions and visits from hospital staff, shinobi and the village leader were over and done with, she was then left to her own devices. This was all good for her because it was giving her all the time she needed to recover from the severe beating she'd taken back in Yugikure. The broken bones had, for the most part, healed over thanks to the quick work of the finely tuned medical staff and their use of the mystical palm technique, as were a lot of the flesh wounds she'd sustained. Nevertheless, she was still pretty exhausted from her ordeals and still had a bit of damage that both her body and the hospital staff still needed to cycle through if she was going to be in a stable enough condition to leave. This could be taken care of tomorrow, but until then she had to be content to wait. The doctors that swung by to change her bandages and the medic neens that stopped by to help accelerate the recovery of her wounds were really the only guests she was getting now. All of that political and paperwork bullcrap had been dealt with the other afternoon. The girl had since enjoyed the peace and quiet of the hospital thus far, having rarely felt such comforts back in her time in Sound. Even their medical bay wasn't as clean or well kept as the one she'd been in. The whole place had smelled of waste. That was definitely not a memory she wanted to carry with her, and would probably log a request to have that and many others removed if possible. Other than the checkups, things were going great. When she felt a cool breeze of air from the late evening day outside hit her in the face and felt a familiar presence drop by too, the girl smiled a little and craned her head up from her magazine. Do you ever follow the rules? Without even looking, the girl knew the boy was wearing one of his wide, characteristic grins. Nope. I guess you can consider that an advantage in our line of work then. Honestly, getting into a hospital through the window and completely disregarding the front entrance. I'm sure there are some benefits to that, Kin exclaimed while turning to smirk at the kid perched on her windowsill. She didn't fail to notice his battered appearance. You look like hell. How's it going? That's what I was going to ask you, Naruto replied with a little bit of disappointment. Recovering quickly after seeing the girl grin at him, he hopped down from the windowsill and hopped on top of the chair sitting next to her. As per the norm, he didn't sit, he squatted on top of it. To answer your question though, I'm doing great. Tayuya-chan and I got some FaceTime with Erosenin, and I just signed a contract with 2 awesome summoning animals. Wow. That's pretty cool. Kin then blinked in confusion when she processed the rest of the information and raised an eyebrow at him. Wait, Tayuya-chan? Erosenin? Oh. Tayuya-chan's my roommate and Erosenin is the nickname I gave to Jiraiya-sensei, because he's a super pervert and isn't afraid to admit it, Naruto replied, his tone becoming dry when making mention of the Sanin's personality quirk. It was the uttering of the name however that had the Kunoichi's eyes widen. I know, it's hard not to hate him for that isn't it? You know Jiraiya of the Sannin? The Jiraiya? Naruto looked up in confusion. Why does everyone react like that? It's not that impressive. The girl frowned at him. Of course it is. Do you know how lucky you have to be to meet and speak with one of the 3 legendary Sannin of Konohagakure? You're either the most unfortunate person in the world or the luckiest. I say it in that way because Orochimaru was my village's leader and instructor, and that was a person no one wanted to be around for prolonged periods of time. Saying this had Naruto stare at her for a moment. Wait, you know the other one? Kin sighed and lowered her head in distress, sadly, yes. When that Yamanaka guy found that little fact out after tiptoeing through my head, he and the others wouldn't stop badgering me about it until your village leader came in and pushed them out. Thank Kami that didn't last for too long, otherwise I would have choked, but I know they'll be back to ask me more questions later. She then looked back up at Naruto grimly to see his concerned face staring back at her. I guess, you can say that I was one of the unlucky ones. The man's training was murder. A small smile then crossed Naruto's face, but he did do one good thing, right? He nodded towards the girl. He took you in when you had nowhere else to go. Said girl gave a dark and pained chuckle. True. He gave me a life. But someone else gave me a second chance. She quickly cut back to Naruto and looked at him in a friendly manner, where she saw him blink and smile warmly in return. After a moment of silence, Kin then shook her head to rid herself of any stray recollections of her darker past and smirked pleasantly at her visitor. Enough about that crap though. Why are you here, Blondie? Naruto grinned, visiting. He then considered her position, the more chipper expression on her face and her current location. Need some company? He received a nod in return. How about a story? Kin chuckled at his enthusiasm. Though she would have found someone like this annoying, his positive attitude was a welcome change, compared to the dreary personalities she'd associated with before. Sure. Fire away. Oh. That night? While Naruto made sure to hide on occasion when either doctors or nurses came by to check on their patient, he always came back out into the open to resume telling Kin his tales of bravery and defiance in the face of great adversity. This mostly consisted of him recounting his most terrifying and daring pranks ever committed to the village. The memories he detailed brought an enjoyable glow to the young Kunoichi's evening, until she finally went to sleep in preparation for the day after. Even after she nodded off, Naruto didn't leave. No. He stuck by her side standing beside the window looking down at her as the moonlight and the lamps from the village flooded in. Arms folded and a smile on his face, he stood vigilant next to the girl and watched her doze, looking forward to the morning. The staff said they would only need to perform a few more procedures and then she would be free to go. Shinobi handiwork really did get the job done much quicker. Unbeknownst to Naruto however, he too was being watched over by another sharp-eyed worrywart. Looking through the window from across the street with his back turned to them and arms folded, Jiraiya had taken the liberty to follow the kid to see where he went after their little day out on the training field. For a boy that got his ass kicked by him, his toad summons, and the amphibians he was able to summon himself, he was still pretty spry. The fact that he hadn't collapsed yet or fallen asleep was saying a lot, so you could say Jiraiya was quite impressed. Still, as his teacher he couldn't help but worry and despite giving the Jinchuriki space, he still felt the need to keep an eye on him. Apparently, Naruto shared the same concerns for others. Jiraiya smiled after half an hour more of seeing the kid just standing there and not moving an inch, earning a small chuckle. You're a real knight in shining armor, aren't you brat? Standing beside a bedridden girl to make sure she got a good night's rest and nobody came in to hurt her, that was sweet. Of course, this did strike an interesting chord with the Sannin, who looked up with a puzzled glimmer in his eye. Wait, if he's like that with this girl, then what about his friend Tayuya, and Isaribi? It took several seconds, but after some quick pondering, the man's calm demeanor suddenly lost all collectedness when his eyes widened and he spun around. He slammed his hands on the railing of the building he was standing on top of and looked across in shock. No way. Is he? Geez, keep it down, Jiraiya. Said individual turned towards the source of the voice, which just happened to belong to the old man standing to his right. It didn't take him long to figure out who he was from the white and red robes, and the wide-brimmed hat with the same color code on it. Hiruzen sighed, hands placed sagely behind his back and pipe hanging from his mouth. As I expected, you haven't changed one bit since the days you were a genin. Honestly. Jiraiya smirked when he saw the elder and rose up to full height, one hand still laid on the concrete railing of the rooftop. Hey, old man. The Hokage gave a small smile, even with his gaze hidden under the shadow of his hat. Rolling the pipe from side to side, he then looked out towards the same window where he could see Naruto was standing. I hear you've taken an interest in our village's resident troublemaker. Any particular reason why? Heh. That's obvious, isn't it? The Sannin asked while folding his arms, the two of them sharing the same space and air as their eyes landed on the subject in question. Come on. Don't act like you don't know. You were the one who sent him my way to have the questions he wanted answered to begin with. Between you and me, you would have gladly been able to answer them just as easily as I was able to. I felt that it was better for him to hear the things he wanted to hear from a person who was close to his family, the third stated, closing his eyes and blowing out a plume of smoke. You are Naruto's godfather. To answer any inquiries related to his parents or the issues encompassing him is your given right. I also figured that you would have wanted to answer these questions yourself, so I made it easier for you by pointing him in your direction. Jiraiya chuckled and lowered his head. It was easy enough, since he already knew about the Kyuubi and that it was sealed inside of him. He then looked across at the Hokage with a more serious look in play. How did he find out about it though? Sure, I can understand it's this village's worst kept secret, but I figured you and all the other adults would have focused all their time and effort in keeping that bit of information secret from the kid. I don't think I can answer that, Jiraiya. Your best guess is as good as mine, Hiruzen responded with a firm glance up at the taller man. After a moment of nothing but silent exchange, a small smile appeared on his face again. I will say this though, he's certainly full of surprises. He gazed back across the way towards the hospital. He's always keen to go out and explore the world, always keen to learn something new, anything to help burn all that excess energy inside of him. You could say that it was thanks to his adventurous nature and tendency to wander that he found out about the Nine Tails. So that's it, huh? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. He found out about it because his mind happened to wander into its domain. Thinking about it eventually got a chuckle out of the Sannin. For some reason, I don't find that hard to believe. He's doing well so far, the third answered observantly, grabbing his pipe and pulling it from his lips. The first stage of the exams aside, he and his team did exemplary in the second stage. Not only did they escort their client successfully and without a scratch on her, but they also completed the final stretch while carrying an injured girl with them, who just so happens to be the same girl Naruto-kun is watching over right now. He nodded towards the window, where they could still see the boy leaning against the sill. Jiraiya grinned smugly. What can I say, he takes right after all those who came before him. He then looked across at the Hokage, whom he could see was thinking deeply under the smile and the hat he was currently wearing. This had the Sannin smirk. You're already thinking about promoting him, aren't you? I've been thinking about it ever since Kakashi registered his team to take the exams, Hiruzen said, not even bothering to look his former student in the eye while responding. His history alone has given me that much inclination. I've also been considering several other names, including young Sasuke Uchiha. There are a few individuals participating in this exam who've gotten my attention, and now all I'm looking for is confirmation. Fair enough, Jiraiya replied with a nod. After a few moments of prevailing quiet, Hiruzen's expression then became a little more serious and he looked across at the white-haired man. While we're still on the subject of young Naruto-kun's progress and accomplishments, I have some interesting information you might want to hear. When he saw the tall sage turn his way, the third continued. Not too long ago, Naruto-kun ended up going on an unplanned expedition to the Land of Waves, which was being annexed by the shipping magnate Gato, who is now dead. While he was there, he encountered two extremely powerful Nuke-nin hired by the Mogul for an assignment in the country, both of them classified as S-rank and both whom Naruto and his friends claimed were members of the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya immediately jerked up at hearing that name and hardened his glare on his old teacher. Are you serious? Yes, the elder nodded. They said they were wearing black clothing with red clouds on them. I'm sure you know the description. Immediately fixing the subject with his utmost attention, the Sannin looked across at the old man firmly and open-eared. Who were they? The two of them. Hiruzen frowned. Their names were Kakuzu and Haiden, and both of them are listed prominently in the bingo book. The former ended up raiding an enemy facility on the island and was swept away in a clash with Zabuza Momochi, who sacrificed his life to get him out of the country. Haiden was defeated by Naruto-kun in a clash with the team he'd made while he was there, consisting of the Hidden Mist Swordsman, his apprentice, and a former subordinate of Orochimaru's, Isaribi. As of right now, both Akatsuki members are missing and unaccounted for, but we are positive that Haiden was killed in that battle based on the overwhelming details of the engagement. The kid beat him? Jiraiya said loudly in surprise, looking for clarification. The third's nod in response had the man reeling inwardly. It was stunning. The term S-rank wasn't to be taken lightly, even by the most experienced of shinobi. People classified as S in the bingo book were considered extremely dangerous and were most often very powerful foes. Definitely not the sort of people you wanted to cross. From what Hiruzen was saying, there were two of them on that island, and that Naruto, who was still a genin, had managed to beat one of them in a tactical battle alongside a makeshift team. Jiraiya could assume Zabuza Momochi had some part to play in that engagement from what he could make of the story, but it was still a remarkable feat, no question. Unbelievable. Regardless of the outcome, we now know that there is a group of extremely powerful shinobi out there running loose in the shadows and, after the chaos that engulfed the small island nation several weeks ago, they are bound to cause more trouble for us in the future if their aim is to capture the Jinchuriki, Hiruzen stated, having heard the parts regarding Akatsuki's motives and knowing that Jiraiya knew this information too based on his darkening expression. It isn't much, but I hope this information helps. The Sannin nodded before falling silent once again, their attention fixing back onto the hospital across the way. The pair stood still in the silence of the night for several minutes longer, enjoying the cool air, the sounds of the village behind them and the sight of the stars above. Once a suitable amount of time had passed them, which they used to watch over young Naruto standing in the window, the third Hokage then turned heel and began to walk away, leaving Jiraiya to his own devices. The Sannin followed the old man with his eyes to where he then stood several feet out. I'll keep an eye on the boy, Jiraiya stated with a smile. Not just because he's my godson or that he has dangerous people after him, but also because I see something special in him. He's definitely going to be turning a few heads when he's older, and I want to be there to see that happen. Hiruzen smiled brightly. I trust you to do the right thing, Jiraiya. Take care of him. The white-haired man nodded, watching the Hokage disappear in a swirl of leaves, leaving him alone on the rooftop once more. Arms still folded, his eyes returned to the hospital to see Naruto stretch before the window and lie back again, obviously feeling the strain from standing at attention for so long. He already has the makings of greatness in him, Jiraiya thought proudly. Just like his father. A mischievous grin then spread across his face as he pulled out a familiar notepad and began writing stuff down in it. The night was still young, and he hadn't forgotten about his student's current situation. Not only did he have that Tayuya girl's and Isaribi's attention and affections, but he was also making some headway with the girl he was looking after in the hospital. Now while he didn't see anything major yet, he could see enough to garner some inspiration from it. The idea held merit after all. Now let's see. Jiraiya whispered with a lecherous look on his face. The main character saves a young maiden from strife, an act which earns her affections and places him between a rock and a hard place when he introduces her to another girl, who's been a childhood friend of his for years and has also fallen in love with him. Oh man. I like this premise. Wow. Maybe making this kid his apprentice had a lot more benefits than he originally thought. Meanwhile, elsewhere? Thousands of miles away, hiding deep in the forests of a country far from the events of the Chunin exams taking place in Yugakure, a battered and exhausted Dosu could be seen lying against a tree, breathing heavily. It was clear from his state of fatigue that he'd been on the run for some time, and from the telltale signs of puncture wounds, cuts and bruises on him, it was even clearer what he'd been running from. The same injuries he had inflicted upon him had been the exact same wounds inflicted upon his teammates, one of whom had been beaten to death in that manner. It had been a combination of both that told the boy that he was totally outclassed, which prompted him to take the best course of action possible and ran for it. He ran so far and so fast that he ran clear of the boiling lands, clear of the exam grounds, and out of the country. Not only did he not want to stick around to face that girl, but he also wanted to get as far away from the people possibly watching him as well. After that failure, there was no way he was going to go back to his village and face the wrath of his leader. He would be killed on the spot. Panting raggedly, the boy then looked around the clearing in front of him and sighed. That's it, no more running for today. He lifted his gauntlet arm and rested it on his knee, which he brought up when he pulled his leg closer to him. I've gone far enough. Looking up into the canopy of the tree above him, Dosu allowed his thoughts to wander a little. Not only were they trying to process what had transpired leading up to his unceremonious retreat, but they were also set on what he was going to do now. With no home to return to and no one to depend on, the road ahead of him looked plain and barren. As far as he was concerned, he was now an outcast. This sucks. Yes, it does. Kuchios, Satoja. Summoning, dual-headed snakes. Eyes widening, Dosu leapt to his feet when he heard that voice and brought his arm up defensively. However, the moment he did so, black vines suddenly shot out from the tree behind him and wrapped around him. Flying around the tree several times, the elastic cables quickly tightened before suddenly and violently pulling him flush against the trunk. An ear-splitting crack rang out when the genin found himself pinned, letting out a shout of pain as he felt his entire body become bound. Struggling to break free, the boy then looked up to see what had him bound, only to lean back in shock when the heads belonging to the two vines responsible for binding him appeared in front of him. The heads belonged to two very serpent-like creatures with red eyes and armored foreheads, both of which opened their maws and hissed angrily at him. A single thought crossed the startled Dosu's mind when he saw the serpents, which had him shaking from head to toe in a clear sign of fear. Orochimaru? No way. How the hell did he find me? Was he followed all the way out here? Trying to pull himself free from the bodies of the two snakes wrapped around him and pinning him to the tree, the genin then glared up when all of a sudden, three shadows appeared before him. At first unable to identify them because of the dark, when they came closer to him, he was soon able to make out faces and appearances. Two of them were tall individual males, with pointed chins, short dark hair combed to one side, and were wearing body-tight leather outfits with various bands and belts wrapped around them, and a sheet of cloth hanging from their shoulder and covering their left and right arms respectively. The person in the middle was a female. She was shorter than her companions, with long brown hair, wearing a red-violet bodysuit similar to her compatriots that revealed much of her chest and body, and had really perfect proportions. Besides the leather outfits, all three of them had another thing in common, and that was that they had line tattoos on their faces counting up, Ichi, Enai, and San. Okay, so they probably weren't allied to Orochimaru. But this didn't mean Dosu was out of trouble. The bewildered boy was only made more nervous when he saw their smug grins and stares directed straight at him. Oh look, the tall one with the Ichi symbol on his forehead exclaimed, a little mouse has lost his way. Such a tasty-looking thing too, the woman with the Enai sign on her left cheek also said, licking her lips. What should we do with him, Ichi? San? Take him back to the fortress and plug him into the system, just like every other shinobi we come across, the other man with the San tattoo on his forehead replied. Folding his arms, he smirked at their gauze-covered prey. Orders from the boss. We'd better do as he says or he'll have our heads. Yep. For Dosu, things were just going from bad to worse.